this stage is gonna get hectic. Gaming Gladiators, ex-Bliss, they made a pretty daring move, but I think it'll work out for them.
I'd say right now is probably the perfect time for another team to take Gaming Gladiators' position on top.
I think everyone's been looking for a new team to represent Oath for a while. I think the changes to GG gives everyone a real good opportunity to kind of shove it to them.
We're the best and it's been proven. I don't think there's been a stage since Major's been a qualification since Oath and lost, so that's not even a question at this point. Don't get too nervous when coming up against us, boys. You know, we want some competition. You know, we're going to make it entertaining for the stream.
Look, you can be as competitive as you want, you can be as arrogant as you want, but with a mustache like that, you cannot be shit talking that bad, man.
I think we've proven that we can take maps off some of the best teams. I think there's a chance for us.
We believe that on any good day, we can beat any team in the region.
I believe Circular Spheres will rise to the top now. I think we can send Esports into retirement.
It's really just Gaming Gladiators. The other teams we know that we can beat, coach to coach, I think you've made one of the biggest blunders in OC history. I mean, dropping Odah for Tui, I can't wait to see you lose.
The OC League is back. There's no two ways about it. It's been 4 months since our last outing. There have been a lot of changes, and I do mean a lot. We'll be running through them tonight. But I've got to say, this may well be the most competitive that this region has looked for a long time. I'm going back well before Blast. I'm going back 3 years. That's how far back we have to look to even get in the realms of this kind of storyline. But it is time to welcome in a new face. It's not just new orgs coming in. We've got a new face. We welcome Ginny to the broadcast.
It's Vinny, Rob. Vinny.
Sorry. Now, it does say here that you were a bit of a wild card of a player.
No, Rob, he played for Wildcard. It's Vinny.
Richard, do you want to just quickly to give some backstory as to who you are and where we come from? No, that's wrong too. Maybe we'll play this and that. How about that? We'll go through this and that, just so the audience gets to know you a little bit better. What would you rather have? A pasta or a Mediterranean salad?
Pasta.
Pasta, okay. I probably can't ask the next question. I'll move that one. Ferrari or Lamborghini?
Lamborghini.
Lamborghini, okay. Spag bowl or a lasagna?
Spag bowl.
Spag bowl. Tiramisu or a mud cake?
Tiramisu.
Tiramisu. Getting real Italian vibes here.
Yeah.
Bit of this or bit of that? Which one?
Bit of that.
Bit of that.
Bit of that.
Bit of that. Now we're getting to the chunky questions here. Odah or digital?
Odah.
Odah. Cop that. Wildcard or Calton's Knights?
Kelton's Knights.
Calton's Knights. And the last one I've got here, I don't know if this is going to be spicy or not, but Worthy or Josh?
Ooh. That's a toughie. That's like picking between parents.
Which one's the dad?
Worthy based on accomplishments, but Josh is very, very close.
Wow, I tell you what, did not expect that one to go as close as it did. So, there you have it. Our new analyst, Vin Sear, from ex-Wildcard, ex-Calton's Knights. He's Italian. Let's move on. Dev, welcome back to the broadcast, my friend. It's always
these for me, mate. It's always these for me.
Shuckers, brother. It is shuckers. It's good to have you back, but a lot has changed since we were last here.
Yeah, and not just, of course, getting you on board, Vinny. We've had a whole lot of shake-ups in the league in terms of the teams, in terms of the rosters for those teams.
Yep.
New faces, old names. It's very cool. There's a chance that we might actually get to see a more competitive OS, because for such a long time, Bliss have been unbeatable. But where are Bliss, you say? Well, they're gone.
Yeah, they are. Gaming Gladiators obviously have taken that once title that was so great, what is now considered the greatest roster to ever touch Australian... I nearly said Counter-Strike for a second there. Rainbow Six. The reason I'll say why is because I looked down and I saw CS Circular Spheres. Okay, it's not my fault. But let's quickly run through some of the org changes for those that might not be expecting this. Man LFO, Chef Jeff and Co. They are now Antic Esports. Okay, Odium. That is not the Odium from last stage. They in fact are E5 arrived from the Rivals tournament. If anyone was watching throughout the preseason tournament, that is who they now are. Circular Spheres, they need absolutely no introduction. And a logo that we haven't seen for a hot minute. Chiefs are now back in the ecosystem. That is right. They have picked up what was the ex-Ludovica roster now. That's where we see some of the big names in our region have kind of drawn to over the summer. We'll talk about over the summer. It's actually over the winter here, but over the summer in Europe. We'll talk about that in a second. Prodigy come in as an unknown entity to the Tier 1 scene, but obviously they have played throughout the Tier 2 tournaments for some time. Supernova, they are the ex-Odium roster, so please make sure you keep your eye out for them. And Outlast down the very bottom right, they come in as the previous 5-sharp roster. So there's been a lot of changes and a lot of new faces, but I think, Dev, this is easily the most orgs we've seen for like 3 years.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to make it a little bit simpler for you guys, so Bliss bought the Chiefs, but these Chiefs are not Bliss. Bliss is Gaming Gladiators, and that Odium that you're talking about is not Odium. That's actually a different roster. Odium is Supernova, and that Antic also isn't the Antic that you know. That's actually Man LFO, and the old Antic is gone, but you might see some of their players still on some of these other rosters, including Circular Spheres, which is, funnily enough, the only team that has kept the same name from Stage 1. So, well done, guys. You've made this as confusing as possible in the Roster Mania off-season.
Literally couldn't have been any worse coming into this stage. But, Vinny, one thing we can start to talk about is the changes that have been made to a certain Chiefs roster. The ex-Ludovica had picked up a couple of players, one in particular that has got a lot of people talking. That is the Odah pickup. Now, we got a tweet from him well back in the day. In fact, it's the 15th of August. It doesn't feel so long ago now. And where he has basically said, teams troll themselves because they continue to make roster changes 1-2 weeks before qualifiers. Vincier, do you want to give the backstory here?
Well, yeah, it is the elephant in the room, isn't it? Something we definitely need to talk about. A week or 2 weeks before open qualifiers for Stage 2, we found out that X-Bliss had dropped or benched Odah for Tuhan.
Yep.
And yeah, the irony in that tweet is kind of too strong to even mention. But yeah, a lot of people have been talking about, is this the right move for that team? Obviously, it came as a bit of a shock.
Yep.
Odah's been one of their top performing players. They've been so stable at the top of the league for such a long time now. So making changes to the roster didn't seem like the best thing to do. But yeah, just something I wanted to mention as a player, as someone that's been in those positions before. Obviously, we don't get the whole story, do we?
Never.
Until any of the players come out, if the coaches come out and sort of say exactly what happened, we're not really sure. So,
no.
So yeah, definitely it's going to be interesting to see where that pans out.
Hopefully we'll be able to hear from the horse's mouth tonight. I've actually pre-warned Gaming Gladiators that it will be the very first question. Dev, what are your thoughts on this? Obviously, we've seen Odah on Bliss ever since they turned into the Tier 1 scene.
Yeah, so Odah is actually the original player on that roster. He essentially built it from the ground up. Back when they were a mid to lower pack team in OCN, they weren't even an APAC South back in the day, and eventually they, of course, became the indomitable force that Bliss has become. And just before Odah got dropped from the team, it's also important to remember that Titan joined as a coach, formerly the Analyst of G2. He joined as head coach. Yeah, exactly. And it didn't take long after that for, of course, Odah to eventually get benched and then decide to leave the roster, or however that panned out. Of course, you can ask him if you really want the immense details.
I will.
And we definitely will later today. But the sick irony of this tweet is, of course, that he's saying, don't troll yourself by changing your roster, and then he gets removed from his roster. So it could create such a beautiful, just a little ironic situation if the former Bliss, now GG roster ends up trolling themselves by dropping Odah.
Couldn't it be a fitting storyline, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and start talking about the power rankings, because coming into this stage, there are a lot of new teams, there are a lot of new faces, and there are things that we don't quite now fully grasp. That will only come with play days had, which is why I have gone for Chiefs at the very top of my rankings. Now, I said this before to you, Vinny, and I'll repeat myself. Everyone called Einstein mad until he wasn't, baby, and that's all I'm saying. I got Gaming Gladiators down at 5th. The reason I've got them there, how can you do my boy Odah like that?
You're just salty, man.
That's the only reason. Look, if everything maybe hung down one step lower on the ladder, that's probably what I would imagine, which, Dev, it looks like the most of you have gone for the same thing.
Yeah, obviously, most of us are seeing GG as the number one team, and a lot of us are thinking that Chiefs is going to be second, which, just quickly, again, I know we've talked about them a lot, but it is funny to think that this actually wasn't a roster that existed in Stage 1. We're all talking about Ludovica. That's a team that formed in the off-season as well. It's a mix of Man LFO, 6 targets, and retired players, plus, of course, a Bliss player. But Antic is a team that we know well. They were formerly the Man LFO roster with some new roster changes, of course. And I think a lot of people are relying on their previous season performance as the runners-up in Stage 1 as to why people are putting them third. Interesting, though, that no one's putting them second except for you. Like, no one is putting them ahead of either Chiefs or GG except for you because you're a troll. Overall, this is kind of a 5-3 split in my view, and my rating of the teams really reflects that. Like Circular Spheres and Supernova. Supernova's the former Odium roster. Those two have been consistently mid-upper pack in the region, so we expect them to remain at that level. And then the bottom 3 teams are all essentially brand new teams or tier 2 teams that have now broken into this next level, and so that's why they're all at the bottom for pretty much everybody.
Yeah, I definitely have way too much Odah bias in mine. Vinny, any comments on yours?
Yeah, I think I followed basically the same rationale as Dev. I think I'd probably make it a top 4 to bottom 4 split. I think we saw Supernova in the tournament that I casted recently in Oceanic Rivals, where they had a really tough season. So if they have been able to sort of work out what was going wrong in the 3 to 4 weeks since that tournament concluded, I think they can have a good shot at sort of finishing around mid-table. But if nothing's changed, then I don't see them breaking into that top 4.
No, that's fair. And I just want to make sure that I make it abundantly clear. I did not put a ranking of 2 next to Odium. I promise you, they were at 4.2 for me. I don't hate them that much. But look, there are a lot of interesting storylines going into this stage. Probably the most we've ever had. I would actually go as far back as 2021 before we've ever seen this many storylines. There's so many grudge matches. There are so many teams that have been mashed together at the last second. But we can't keep talking about that without the games. Let's start talking about today's matches. The schedule runs as so. We've got Outlast and Antic. They go up at it first. We'll talk about them in a second, because really for me, my eyes go to the middle 2 matches. That's where the meat is for me, Dev.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, everyone wants to see Chiefs play. This is a roster that we haven't seen play in Blastar 6 before, like this 5 squad. Even just this iteration, like the Ludovica that formed in the offseason, this is essentially a new team since Stage 1, and we have such high expectations for them. They've also got one of the biggest orgs, if not the biggest org, in Oceania supporting them, and it's a return of Chiefs, which everyone knows that if you've been watching Rainbow Six and O's for a couple of years, these guys went to multiple majors. That shield is very well known in the Rainbow Six community, and they're going up against Circular Spheres, which have been historically a bit of a Titan killer. You're shaking your head at that, Vinny, and they can be mid sometimes. Last stage was particularly bad for them, but they have made some roster changes. It's a bit of a gamble. We'll get to see both them and Chiefs tested. Supernova GG, of course, everyone wants to see Tui on GG. Everyone wants to see this new iteration that we haven't had a chance to see yet, and Supernova may be a bit of a challenger, but it is hard to tell at this stage because, as you said, Vinny, bit of a rough off-season for them.
It's very tough when you look to the middle 2 games to decipher it either way that isn't probably Chiefs and GG at this point. That's just what we're going in with the baseline knowledge of. But Vinny, would you agree that that's probably one of the better games that GG could have got for their opening match, considering, it's a mid-pack team, but they're still dangerous. It's not like Odium, now Supernova, could not take them down.
Exactly, yeah. So I think it's going to be a good tester to see where they sit with this new roster change. I think they come into this game with a lot to prove. Obviously, they've sort of put a target on their back now with the change that they made. Sort of made themselves the villains. So coming up against the Supernova team, obviously we know Prez, we know that team has been around for a long time. They're one of only 3 teams that maintain sort of that 3 or more core roster from Stage 1. So they also have the ability to take it to GG.
Well, let's take a sizable chunk out of today. Let's start with this matchup, Outlast and Antic. I am a little bit excited for Antic's prospects in this stage. The reason being, with such, I'm just going to say it's instability. The reason I'm going to preface this as well, the instability comment just comes from how recently the changes have been made to GG. We're literally talking within the last 3 to 4 weeks is when Tuhan's been swapped into a main role. We've only seen Titan lead this team as of one event, which was EWC. So we really are coming into this on unsteady ground. And I think that this is a great opportunity for ex-Man LFO, now Antic Esports, Vinny. They could make a real name for themselves.
They definitely could, and they proved in that off-season tournament, Oceanic Rivals, that that ability to stay together and keep that consistent roster is really important, especially in this ecosystem where a lot of those teams, as Odah's tweet sort of mentioned, gets shuffled around. Unfortunately, he became the butt of that joke. But this team definitely has the firepower to take it to anybody. They basically went undefeated in the group stage of Oceanic Rivals, and obviously they've kept that roster from stage 1. So they definitely have that chemistry and that ability to play together.
Yeah, core 3 of Hunter, Chef Jeff, and Scars. Lunchbox, Dev, has only just turned of age to compete in the tournament. There's a lot going around this community about him right now.
Yeah, we actually have quite a few fresh 18-year-old 2006 born players.
Sorry.
I know. I can't believe they were born in 2006. A lot of the players in this tournament, they're fresh 18. They're now allowed to play. Lunchbox is one of them. He's been in the scene for a very long time, known for his memes on Twitter, known for being one of those boys, with Jakenna and all the Circular Spheres guys. And those two on this roster are the new additions, of course. Now, we remember that just before Stage 1, Cairo and Player joined the then Man LFO, now Antic roster, and that was no doubt part of the reason that led them to being second place in the region. Cairo, incredibly experienced. You've teamed with him yourself, Vinny, of course. Player also has played at a very high level before, and so losing those two big star players on this roster is a huge red flag. However, we all know what Jakenna's capable of. He's a big fragger. He doesn't take himself particularly seriously a lot of the time, and I expect we'll see pretty much the same thing out of Lunchbox. He's kind of like Jakenna Light, in my view at least. Jakenna Light! And that's what I expect out of this roster. A lot of firepower, a lot of humour.
I hope that they don't lose their edge. I hope they don't lose their competitive edge in bringing in two, let's just call them memers. That's what they are. They're well known for it. Jakenna and Lunchbox now join the roster, and this could make things even more spicy for the upcoming stage. But a team that we have not heard a lot about is Outlast. They come into this as the previous 5-sharp roster. And Vinny, the context that everyone needs to know coming into this league is they went untouchable all up until the grand final of our off-season tournament.
They did, and that context at the end is important, right? Because they were undefeated through the group stages. They weren't really tested. It seemed like they were really good at putting away those lower tier teams, or those teams that couldn't really take it to them. But when they got to that final hurdle of Ludovica, who is now Chiefs, it was probably the quickest best of 3 grand final I've ever seen. I think it was a 14-0, wasn't it?
It was a 14-0.
It was a 14-0. And I got to cast it, which was fun.
You did, fortunately.
But yeah, they didn't seem to have that experience or that ability to really take it to the good teams that have those fundamentals down already. So I think we'll see them this season really be able to take it to that bottom four kind of list of teams.
Sure.
But once they get to the stickier end of the season, it's going to be a bit tougher.
Yeah, obviously for O stands, Bailey's probably the only name that you recognise, but Vinny, you've made a good point there. They have had a good off-season tournament. They need to tweak a lot, though, Dev.
Definitely, and if you look a little bit further back than what happened in the Rex tournament as well with the Oceanic Rivals, if you look at the EWC qualifiers, they actually struggled quite a lot, and they did, believe it or not, play Man Esports, which is now Antic, in that, and they got 7-2, 7-5. So I guess the 7-2 is not a great look, but getting 5 rounds off of Man LFO is a pretty solid score, and if they can do 1 round better than that, then they actually walk away with some points today. So it'll really depend on how this team's gone in their off seasons, what they have learnt since getting absolutely slapped silly by Chiefs in that grand final. Hopefully they have a little bit of humility, but hopefully also they believe in themselves and they believe they can start taking games off of these big teams, because if there's any point to do it against Antic, it's when they've picked up 2 relatively unproven players.
Yeah, that's a really good way of putting it. They're players that we well and truly know, but what are they going to look like on that roster? Realistically, I'm not entirely sure. I might even come back to you here, Dev. Never mind, we're just going to go straight into the vetoes. I don't have to. Vinny, maybe we can get some insight from you as a player at the moment. Lair's taken out very early on. It's a second ban from Outlast, which leaves us with Skyscraper. Wow, I did not expect this. Now, Vinny, before I give you the go-ahead to talk here, the only context I want to give is Skyscraper was played the 3rd most in the OS League Stage 1, so it's not an uncommon map in OS.
It's not, and you mentioned Lair early. It's not a surprise to see it banned out so early, so I think we've only really seen it maybe once or twice in International Siege so far. But yeah, Skyscraper, as you said, the 3rd most played map during Stage 1. It seems to be a relatively even map for attack and defense. I think it allows for a lot of creativity on that map. In terms of the map pool, it is relatively new because of sort of how long these maps have been in the pool. So yeah, definitely a lot of room for both teams to sort of show something different today.
Yeah, I think this is an exciting map for both teams, partially because Antic, when they were Man LFO, beat the old Antic roster on this map. Skyscraper, it doesn't make it confusing. Antic beat Antic on this map.
Wow.
And that old Antic roster was a really strong team. So beating them on any map is always a great flag. And you know who else they beat? this same roster of Outlast, when they were called 5-Shot, that was actually the map that they played each other in the EWC qualifiers that I said was a 7-5.
Yep.
So that's actually almost like a good sign for Outlast, right? They've got 5 rounds off of Antic on this map about just under 2 months ago. So what have they done in the off-season since then to work on this map? Hopefully enough to get an actual point out of this game. It's certainly possible.
I think that this has the makings of a great first match for Stage 2. It's not one of those, the ones that everyone looks to as being maybe the beacon of the day, but it's certainly, there's something to it, Vinny. There's some substance to follow.
Yeah, you're on the ball there. I think it might be a little bit of a sleeper game of the day. I think this could be one of the closest ones that we have today. Obviously, the Chiefs game up second, the Gaming Gladiators game up third. That's going to be like the most important for sort of seeing where those teams are at. But yeah, I think this game's going to be really exciting.
Certainly do. Let's see, is this thing on? Is this thing working?
No, over here, Rob. Over here. Rob.
Hang on.
We're in the CRT. We've been transported back to 1980 where you still had hair.
All right, just take it away when you're ready.
Enough yapping. I think we should just continue on with the show. Rob, can we get into the game? He's gone. I'm just going to take over. Let's just get us in. Apparently straight back to the map, Vito. We are heading to Skyscraper for this opening game. Antic and Outlast, guys. And we kickstart Stage 2 of Oceania. It's the best league of all the leagues. Everywhere.
Without a doubt.
Without a doubt.
It is our trademark here in OS. And genuinely, for the first time in probably 2021, as highlighted by Rob, it's pretty easy to get excited about OS this stage. So many exciting storylines, so many banging matchups, big rivalries, a lot going on. And we kick things off with, I think will be an okay match. Bit of a curtain raiser. And a bit of Skyscraper on the agenda as well.
No one on the desk, couch, chairs, mentioned the new org curse. It has been a prevalent feature within the Oceanic region for many a year. But is it just null and void when every team is part of a new org? In fact, Circular Sphere is the only one that could maybe circumnavigate said curse.
They are the only orgless team in OS for this particular stage. All 7 other teams are represented, all of which are switch-ups. So, yeah, maybe we'll see. Obviously, I think CS have quite a bit to prove after Stage 1.
It's like hot real estate. Mate, the houses are going off the market. There's only one left. If you're an org and you want to get into this wonderful league, there is only one team. And we saw the power rankings, actually, and I got to say, you and I had the exact same power rankings, essentially, outside of some of the numerical numbers. And I didn't even look. You didn't even look. It's just synergy. It is what it is. But it did feel like that top 4, bottom 4 that I think Vinny brought up actually on the couch going into this stage. You know, a team like CS, they can certainly challenge to some degree, but they're not going to be dead set favorites. So if you are an org and you want to get a team that's going to, have a good run, make playoffs, cause an upset here or there, they're a great team to look at. We head into this game, though. Outlast Gaming, Antic, both shields immediately off the board. No surprise. If you have been following the other regions, of course, shield meta, extremely prevalent so far.
Yeah, shields are super strong. New patch tomorrow, so next play day in the following week isn't going to impact them at all either. So expect that to continue. It's pretty rare, but not completely unprecedented to see both shields banned out, but it does mean that other attacking options have now made their way through, the most prevalent probably being the Dokkaebi, who again is going to be nerfed tomorrow. So 2 will actually be the Azami, I believe, as well, with a bit of a damage reduction on those barriers. Valkyrie 2 also taken off the board. So there's not too many massive surprises jumping out, but any big shield mains inside of the lobby, unfortunately, will be pretty hampered. But I think both teams will probably be rather happy that they don't have to face them.
Yeah, bringing it back just a little bit here for this particular game and just kind of getting a little prediction from both of us here. Are you going with Antic? Are you going with Outlast? Like, who have you kind of got? Because it's stage 2, but play day 1, and we've got so many new teams. You can't just go and look at stage 1, copy-paste, and kind of get the results and be like, okay, this is how we kind of expect it. We can have all of our power rankings. At the end of the day, we don't have a lot of information. So who are you kind of backing in, or are you on the fence here?
Look, I think Outlast deserve credit for making the Grand Final in the Oceanic Rivals pre-season tournament. They did bomb out in that Grand Final, failed to really be competitive at all, but it's still a valiant effort at that level of play, so I think they go in expecting to gather at least probably 3-4 rounds minimum in this particular match. But Antic should be too good. They're also starting off on defense, and teams traditionally can really struggle here on Skyscraper to open their account on attack. So Antic go in as pretty heavy favourites, probably something along the lines of a 7-3, 7-4. And following on that discussion about Antic starting out on defense, it is actually the tertiary site to kick things off, kitchen and barbecue.
Yeah, interesting that actually. I think typically tea room is going to be where you go. Karaoke, of course. First site, typically on the defense, but what I'm hoping for this stage when it comes to Oceania is that we don't go for like full default. We've got a lot of new teams. I'd love to see a bit of a shake-up also inside of the server. Opening pick, Lunchbox. Losing out to Yentai. Good start for Outlast. They'll get themselves an early advantage on a map where sometimes making those entries can be quite difficult. Tertiary site early up for Antic, and this could already be a bit of a shortfall. Zoto canister to deny, but it is not going to last very long. And that is Geisha going to be opened up, and this is a decent start for Outlast.
Yeah, can't complain too much. We'll see that if they're able to actually transition that into towards meaningful control. Up above, Hunter is contesting, but facing off against that Repel is quite dangerous, and so he'll be a little bit more conservative for now. Also needs to be mindful of vertical line of sight down below. But good start for Outlast. 2 minutes now to work with, and the advantage. Information being obtained on drones at the moment. So, pardon me, the Grim B launcher as well being utilized by Ned. Maybe trying to flush out this particular position up above, make it a little bit more challenging to contest. Dokkaebi Call rains out. Can be countered with the mute on the board. But there has now been this prolonged stall out period, and we'll see if Antic can bite back.
Oh, Yentai has fallen down for Outlast elsewhere on the Dokkaebi. He does still have one Logic Bomb available. Nitrocell, it's going to hit the mark from Jake Kenner. Yentai will lose his life, of course, already was downed, now out. So 4-4. And yeah, that slowdown has been prevalent for Outlast. Stuck on the exterior, but Bailey, maybe just thinking about a sneak push through delivery. Can't hit directly just yet, though. Still with Geisha control, defensively, Antic. They've still got Vert, something that Outlast do need to deal with. And I in towards site safely, shot through the soft wall, relays, gets the headshot onto Jay Kenner, but you still have not cleared drums or Geisha. Only now Ned will make his way back out. Exterior plays the balcony, 14 seconds, Kit has been recovered by ACOG. Can he get them on a peak? Indeed, the peak comes through from Chef Jeff, but he gets himself out of makeup despite the Hive launcher and the pings. He pushes out towards the balcony. Shotgun is strong in hand, and the Kit now needs to be successfully planted by Relays. No help from ACOG. He was on the floor. Relays, though, has no one to help him. That's the round. Antic will get the first.
I'll tell you what, that was very close for comfort from Antic playing retake up above. Both being spotted out by the Grim Bees. Position known. They were able to flush out that Grim outside Geesh, but then unable to deny the plant, leaving it in quite a precarious position for Hunter. But he wins the 1 versus 1.
Love the comment. I need to see Oceania have this almost like stipulated rule where you're allowed to talk in chat. A bit more than maybe some of the other regions. Chef Jeff maybe trying to antagonize by suggesting that his teammate was baiting, but of course, as we know, he was actually down and couldn't help despite the 2v1 nature. 1-0 to Antic, but a strange round. Credit to Outlast, they clearly understood they did need to go back up and clear Drum, clear Geisha. Otherwise, they just weren't going to be able to get into site cleanly. It was a bit scrappy. I thought the early portion of the round was pretty good from Outlast. Got a nice early pick. They dealt with makeup, got some pressure in towards Geisha, and then they kind of stalled out and gave Antic a chance to get back in the round.
Yeah, I think the cogs began to turn for them, but perhaps a little bit too late, and Skyscraper is a very punishing map if your time management is off. The same can be said about a lot of different maps and objectives, especially on the attacking side of Rainbow Six, where time is often your biggest enemy, but Skyscraper, when you need to go for a top-down clear for a site like Barbecue. Yeah.
Also, tertiary site to win the opening round. That's big. That could
you really can't
now
complain
for Antic. Yeah, great start. Now they can go over to Office and Exhibition. Following that will be Tea Room Karaoke. You would think a 3-0 start could be on the cards. Defense Skyscraper. Typically the way we view it as the stronger of the two sides. 3 Nitrocells in pocket for Antic in this round. And once again, we'll go with the Bandit. Lost Lunchbox playing it last round. Lost his life early. Now Hunter has the mantle. Chef Jeff as well on the two-brow with those Soto canisters. Single wall towards Makeup, looking in towards Drum, is going to be electrified. We see the Glaz being brought here by relays. Along with the Ying, the Fuse, a lot of pressure can certainly be mounted in towards site directly.
Yeah, wall left soft as well from Antic, so aggressive, and those reinforcements utilized on the extension. And we partly saw that with the mirror setup in through T on the opposing side of the map. But there may be an opportunity for Outlast to be a little bit more direct in this particular round, and again, they get the opening pick. So much like the last round, good start, but how quick will the cogs turn in transitioning a little bit slowly as Chef gets a freebie?
Yeah, that is a freebie. Dangerous position to repel in from ACOG. He will get punished. Can't do that at this level. Yeah, the Candelas are thrown in from there, but the Warden's there, and Plant coming through. Bailey in towards Office. That was a head. Yes, you just didn't shoot him, Scars. And a double kill comes through for Outlast along with the Plant. Suddenly, it's a post-Plant scenario for Hunter and Lunchbox to try and win this round for Antic. Otherwise, one of the more primary sites could certainly be vulnerable.
Well, second layer of smokes makes the retake
shot
tough.
From Bailey.
Bailey's looking sharp.
Woo.
Much snappier second round from Outlast.
That was a really good round. I think so far early days, but just the presence of mind to kind of go quick. They lost ACOG, but they knew some of the positioning then. Antic showing presence, middle of site. They wanted to hit site directly. You saw that with the lineup that they brought, and they executed it nicely. Well, we'll get a replay of this particular round. Still, I think that was a bit of a lapse in judgment from ACOG with that repel. But yeah, that was a head you were just kind of staring at. Scars wasn't sure. And as you know, at this level, you question yourself and you're going to be left second guessing.
I could hear myself there. That was a bit cringe. Nothing worse than hearing yourself back as a caster.
Yeah.
Unless you're one of the best in the biz. Round 3 then, Clash in play. And it looks like Outlast are going to make this a contest, at least early on in the piece, which is good to see. Antic, especially after falling short, much like so many O's teams have over the last 24 months, want to be a serious contest. There's blood in the water. And I think they want to be the ones at the forefront of the discussion of taking down Gaming Gladiators, not the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, triple hard bridge coming through from Outlast here. Tyrium Karaoke. We'll see if it pays dividends. The Clash brought, as you mentioned, from Antic, the only shield that you're going to get. Unless you go Fuse. You could go Fuse as well.
Yeah, maybe not. I mean, actually, you could probably cook something up tertiary site for like a barbecue hit, top floor control maybe.
So we'll see if there's a response from Antic going to very much the primary site for Skyscraper. Outlast, though, one thing early on, it's only 2 rounds, but they are getting these opening kills. You think about attacking into a map like this, and certainly having the extra numbers means you can play that trade game. They look like a team that wants to play rapidly. The response from Jay Canada is to maybe play into that. That's a free drone shot out, trying to come through in towards Exhibition. Lunchbox, got to be careful. 0-2, but he's probably at the point where you've got to just back yourself in. You can't just now lose that confidence because you've had a bit of a rough start. Playing the Legion, though, he's over in towards Lounge at the moment. Pressure outside on the exterior. He wants to try and swing in towards Yentai, who's going to vault back over, gets away. In the end, it's null and void on the engagement. Goes back onto the rappel. Credit to Lunchbox, though. He just does not feel overawed despite being 0-2 in the opening 2 rounds. He is seeking this contact. And now the slow walk back in. That's a headshot angle, but he overswings it, and Yentai is going to punish him. 0 from 3 if you're Lunchbox.
Yeah, hard to be critical of Box in that position. Yentai still had 2 logic bombs. If he loses that fight, that's a big value loss from Outlast, but he's able to win it out. So can't fault him on that. And that's now 3 entries in a row for Outlast.
Yeah, that is. Camera's hacked as well, courtesy of Yentai. Also, good map control. Now easier to enter. The drones can come through. 90 seconds, still plenty of time. Chef Jeff holding towards Drum. Maybe force back later on. Until then, though, he can hold close with the shotgun. Knowing full well that Outlast want to play fast. Oh, what is that angle found from Relays outside through the makeup wall? Chef Jeff caught napping. Didn't know his surroundings.
That's worth a question mark in chat. I reckon that one.
He had no idea that was either opened up or that had that kind of sightline out towards the exterior balcony. And suddenly, Antic falling apart on the defense on the most primary site on Skyscraper, Tyrium Karaoke. They haven't even had a look in. Sure, Scars have still got Geisha locked down. Hunter towards Makeup. They can play off each other, but there's 50 seconds. The pressure just keeps mounting. It's ruthless. 4 versus 1 as Hunter denies the flawless round. But I don't think he's going to be capable of denying the round entirely. Shot in the back and the feet, and Outlast will get too early. Attacking rounds here on Skyscraper.
I mean, I said on the initial map fly through that this curtain raiser might be a bit underwhelming. If this match continues the way in which it is, I think it could set a very intriguing tone for the stage, which is looking to be
Average box game day. I love it.
so exciting. The banter in chat's elite. I'm loving it.
I mean, look, when you're going to be playing that kind of aggression, you've got to start to get the wheels turning, and he's struggled. 0-3, 3 times he's tried to find the early pick on the defense to try and just make the round a little bit more claustrophobic for Outlast, and 3 times he's failed. And that just opens up the doorway for Outlast to then punish. So, great start. An amazing start. But they've lost Ned, so this will be called for a rehost in time. We will get it, and we will get a very short pause in the action. So 2-1 scoreline as we do get that sort of tech pause coming through. Rehost. You can see for the side of Antic, though, not the ideal start. You're playing Skyscraper, you're on defense. It's been an intriguing match overall. Choosing to go barbecue first up in the opening round, they win it, a bit of a kind of scrappy sort of round. Then you lose the primary sites up above. It hasn't certainly been the kind of match that has gone to script.
No. You know what did go to script? Vinny on the pre-show. I think he did a phenomenal job.
I think he did. He's very handsome. I was saying to him before the broadcast, I said that, you know, you can go very far in this industry. You actually know the game, unlike you. Also, we've peaked. We've peaked, right? So now it's time for someone else to take over.
I'm pretty sure me and Vinny have both played at the same number of international LAN events, which is 0. And
actually, that's
on that note,
we played actually very recently at NWC.
That doesn't count.
That doesn't count. All right, well, it looks like this might be a rehost that could certainly linger. No Jack and Guz podcast here. You can go on YouTube to find that one. For now, though, we will go to a break. When we come back, we will continue here. Skyscraper, it's stage 2, day 1 of Oceania League.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Bom dia, Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 Esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos para Barulho! Versus Pro versus W7. No greater tale can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024. Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos a ser Perunia!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! One round away from cementing themselves as world champions. From 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to fight him, and he fights you! Go! He cannot! We know he can't! It's a red tide! He can't finish it! He's no brother! Infinite overtime! It's upon us! We get it! We get it! This is how legends are created! Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will! Yes, we will! W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Oceania League. It's, of course, not the Oceania League without maybe some tech issues. 3 rounds in. I think that's a new record. Actually, maybe that's a lie. I feel like we've actually had, like, the beginning of a stage, match 1, and before we even got into the game, we had a tech issue.
Well, the servers were down about 30 minutes ago,
That is
so
true.
that counts. But we're good now.
Yeah.
I don't know what the actual cause of this particular rehost was, but it's good to be back.
Ned dropped lobby. How? Why? I don't know.
We did get a stat reset, which is a bit frustrating. But
Yeah, I always hate that.
Lunchbox is probably quite happy.
Lunchbox is like, guys, I'm not negative.
He's even now.
Not positive, though, either. Look, it's been a rough start for Antic in some ways. They did win, of course, the tertiary site. Since then, it's all gone quite horribly wrong for them. And Outlast have been able to get themselves a 2-1 lead to attacking grounds and Skyscraper. Would be an amazing start to the stage for them to knock off Antic Esports, formerly Man LFO, always, you know, kind of seen as one of the top teams within the region.
So if you are just joining us, or you need a quick recap, the first 3 rounds, the entry was in favor of Outlast, and they're going to actually double down here in the 4th. They bring the Deimos into play, and they will combine that with the Dokkaebi, which will persist. And so we'll see if that actually aids them even further here in maybe tracking Aroma, at least pushing them off from this particular room. Jake, a good example here over towards Geisha currently. Or gets the sound cue on the breach and lands the perfect shot.
I don't know what to say.
Well, that's pretty bad. It is your job.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to move on. It was just too good from one Jake to another.
Who's taking inspiration? Did he take inspiration from you?
No, absolutely not. Yeah, I think he created his own inspiration from that, and it's a really good kill because it actually flips the script a little bit from 3 opening kills in a row for Outlast. Finally, Antic get one to go their way. Great usage of the electro sensor to sort of circumnavigate that drone. Just flicks, gets a headshot. That's an incredible kill. Deimos in action here. I think the first time we've seen it so far in the half. From Ned with the death mark now tracing and tracking Jay Kenner. Over towards Drama, and it's going to be a double push here. Oh, the swing from Jay Kenner spots him through the wall. The frag grenade though, and he runs back into it.
Hello?
Well, at that point, you had to make a decision, probably swing the doorway and take the fight, or go die to the frag grenade. He chose the frag grenade.
Well, end result is a 4v4. Shield still standing Shrine. So this portion of the map is decently reinforced by the defense. We'll see how Outlast look to clear.
Welcome to O's, where you can get one of the most incredible kills and then just die to a frag. Oh, pop up. There's another grenade thrown over towards that deployable shield. Fight out towards the exterior 1-for-1. ACOG gets the kill on the Skulls, but then Lunchbox with a very quick trade. So 60 seconds, 3 versus 3. Once again, Deimos in action. Deathmark now placed on towards Lunchbox, who's 1-0 since the rehost. Relay's back outside. Diffuser in hand with Ned. 50 seconds. Over towards Dragon now. The push is somewhat slow, but they are making headway, and they are slowly getting map control, along with, of course, the kills they've been able to find so far into Skulls and Jay Kenner.
Yeah, a little bit one-dimensional, though. We'll see if there's a potential back-hit threat from the attack. Some lurk potential. Probably will have to be Relay Samurai window, but a challenging position sometimes to clear. 30 seconds, though, so they'll need to make their move.
Needed that from Ned. Big kill, though, for the defensive Antic. Chef also winning his 1v1. In fact, Hunter then doubles down to the end. Swings over towards VIP, single wall. Easy kill, easy job done on Office and Exhibition for Antic. So a slight tech pause into the rehost, into a little break, and Antic come out better on the other side. 2-2, 2 rounds to go in the half.
2 rounds, though, for Outlast. Still very decent, very respectable scoreline, especially as they are not the favourites in this match. Attacking into Skyscraper can be very tough, and the rounds of which they've lost, some of those issues, especially late round, have been exacerbated. Good example there, 3 versus 3, lack of lurk pressure, and all those strongholds were difficult to break down. Here's a recap of the beginning of the round. Jake has a read over towards Geish, lands that shot, and then falls back into the frag grenade. Outlast taking good control of that portion of the map, but it was just that final hurdle proving to be too much of a challenge to break down.
Yeah, in the end, actually, I felt like all of that fighting early on for Outlast, while it ended up being fine 3v3, they never really made headway towards site. Office Exhibition, you know, typically if you can put the pressure in towards Office and open things up and get that wall quite vulnerable, then you can certainly get a lot more sightline in towards site. In the end, it was just really direct through Dragon, VIP. They didn't have a whole lot. 2-2. Good response from Antic. A much better round from them because they've looked a little bit shaky on the defense. That was also the first round in which they themselves got the opening kill. Surprise, surprise. It did flow a little bit better for them. We'll see now the response from Outlast as we head over to Tea Room and Karaoke. Primary site, last time out, it was won very comprehensively by Outlast Gaming.
So with the double shield ban, not only does the Dockerby sneak through, and Outlast have been using that frequently, the Ying also can make an appearance, and we'll see it here round 5. Bait onto the Bandit. No one holding line of sight, though. Could have had a player on Rappel and potentially netted a free pick. Hunter, though, able to get away with his life. Expands the Nitro. Doesn't find value, though.
Yeah, so you lose the wall, you lose the Nitro, you lose position. So it's lose, lose, lose there for Antic. Nicely done from Outlast. They did it also in a timely manner. Didn't lose anyone. Now they can go back to kind of droning out, put pressure on elsewhere. It's actually a Vulcan shield, Vulcan canister as well.
Vulcan shield. It feels like we're back in 2021 for O's, and you certainly are.
I tell you what, it's been some time since those shields. Vulcan canister was blowing up pretty early on. Should we bring back the Vulcan shield?
No. Oh, we've already got...
Oh, push upstairs. Ned loses his life to Jay Kenner. A little flank from Lobby, and that is nicely executed. Antic 2 rounds in a row have been able to find these opening kills, putting more pressure back onto Outlast, but Relays, clean shot, in through Drum. I think I said it right the first time. I don't know. I'm getting old here. 4v4 though, 90 seconds left, and it's certainly, since the rehost, looking a little bit more even between the two teams.
When you talk about shields, tomorrow we'll have 2 shields you can move around and play. So we'll see how that works. Obviously, Scopo's coming to the new patch. But focusing in here, round 5, the final portion of said round. 70 seconds on the clock. Relays with a lurk position. Drum double down with Bailey. Antic not exposing themselves, and that's where they've really thrived in the late round. And also a flank opportunity here for Jay Kenner, but he has been spotted.
Yeah, still over towards Dragon. I wonder, there's enough time. Do they go hunting to try and get the pinch on him, deal with him, get the player advantage, then hit towards site? Under 50 seconds. Jay Kenner doing a good job in terms of stalling out time. If he can get at least one more kill here, it's a huge win from him in the round, having already acquired 1. They're clearly worried about him on that flank. They've lost 2 in quick succession. Oh, and Relay's not anticipating that Jay Kenner was still holding the close angle in Dragon, maybe anticipating he'd fallen back to site. Really well worked from Antic. Well, post-rehost, they've definitely flipped a switch.
Yeah, it's late round diff. These key power positions, they're finding them challenging to clear. You then throw the Roma of Jay Kenner into the mix. And it's a difficult situation you find yourself in as the attacking unit, right? Do you try and hunt him down? Do you try and actually draw other defenders out to support him? A little bit of both ultimately ended up happening, but the clear just wasn't quite good enough. They lost picks elsewhere. That meant that Jay Kenner could further commit to the lurk, as shown here. And so it really did fall apart in the last portion of the round after what was a pretty standard start for them. So how the final round of the half then goes, round 6. And we're going to see every single objective played in the half as we head to bedroom for the final defensive round here, hopefully for the sake of Antic.
Is 2 enough for Outlast on the attack of Skyscraper, or do you think Antic, in terms of their experience, will be able to replicate that, maybe even go 1 better on the attack themselves?
I think you'd be greedy if you Outlast and expected more than 2 at halftime. So I think it's a case of work with what you've got, and there's still an opportunity here on the tertiary to even the scoreline. So I wouldn't be thinking too much about the second half just yet. They find themselves in a decent position. And again, the dynamic flips quite a bit in that second half, so who knows what they've got to offer defensively.
So final opportunity for Outlast to find the 3rd attacking round. I mentioned before the fact that when we had that clash, there was another shield operator that you could bring, despite the Montang and Blitz being banned out. It is the Fuse.
And it is one of those vert sites, as I've mentioned, right? I highlighted Barbecue as the example, but a bedroom attack and another good position to potentially use the Fuse. This is a really aggressive position in Terrace.
This is really aggressive from Yantai if he does want to try and get through this doorway as soon as possible to go for a bit more of an offensive hit from Outlast. Not sure exactly what was spoken about for Antic, but from the rehost, they look more like themselves. Opening rounds, Outlast definitely got the better of them. Okay, this is interesting. Clear close right, maybe force a player to run through the doorway, but the Zoto canister does deny. Yantai does want to go for that walk through. He does have someone covering him. That was Bailey, who did get the kill on Scar. Despite losing the Fuse, though, 1 for 1. Candela's going in early from Ned. He's got no more remaining. So that's a lot of utility that has been expended now for Outlast. With still 1:40 left in the round, but Relays pushes through Dragon. Unannounced, unknown, and does get the kill onto Chef Jeff. Shot from a distance, and ACOG wins out. Battle through Drum. He knows 1 is in Drum, so there's only 1 on site at minimum. Outlast have got a lot of information here. Hunter not even playing site. He's down below.
Yeah, maybe an opportunity to flood the objective. But Jay Kenner has already dropped in towards delivery, so that opportunity, that window, although very small, is probably already passed. But they can reset, they can slow down the pacing.
Spotted him, surely. Relays. No, oh, he didn't.
Oh, no, I think he did. I
don't think he spotted Jay Kenner in reception. Headshot angle certainly was there momentarily for Hunter, playing in towards lobby. Jay Kenner still roaming around reception, trying to deny them from below here. Site is below, but you do still need to make sure you put some pressure up above. Otherwise, it's free vert. 50 seconds left. Outlast have got a 3v2, and they somewhat do have an idea where these last 2 are remaining.
I mean, Jay Kenner's still reception. They can drop sight and plant deep bathroom. These positions are not particularly great for the
They
defense.
should know that sight is pretty vulnerable right now. I mean, Hunter's pushing out towards the exterior, trying to find a kill here, out onto ACOG. Gemini dealt with. Where's the trade? It had to be a little bit quicker, and in the end, ACOG loses out. I mean, they're just playing off-site positions. Only just now, Jake Kenner has made his way back over towards Bathroom. Hunter loses his life. So it's down to Jake Kenner on the Vigil in a 1v2, spotted behind the bomb chassis just now. Knows they're in sight, knows that Relays is going for the plan. The Boss G's too good. 1v1 with Ned. 4 seconds left, and he pushes in. Jake Kenner's just too good. Strange final attack there from Outlast. The late round executions proving to be a difference point here in this matchup in the opening half. 3-3. That was honestly a throw.
That's just one of those moments. If you're one of the dead Outlast players and you're watching that, you're internally cringing. They had the Dockerby hack onto the Maestro camera bathroom. They knew exactly where Jake Kenner was, right here. That camera is hacked. ACOG is literally watching it, flicking it. You can see, bottom of screen. Yet they didn't react appropriately. And the only reason Jake Kenner was allowed in towards bathroom is because they fiddled around for so long gathering info.
They were stuck in reception for like half the round.
Even though they, I think, pretty confidently knew where they both were. They lacked the confidence to go for that final part of the push. And that probably highlighting some of the other rounds prior to that where the late round was weak.
You've got and they are not even on site.
Yeah.
Strange ending to that round and to that half.
That round
2-4, sorry.
It highlights experience. It highlights experience difference.
Yeah.
The only reason I think we're being maybe a little bit harsh on Outlast is because they, again, made it to the grand final of Rivals, right? So they don't come in as a complete Goliath.
That's true.
A complete David v. Goliath in this matchup, right? They're still expected to be competitive, and a 2-4 half, I think, reflects that.
Yeah, so 2-4 in favor of Antic. Now, part of the calls typically when we kind of talk about, you know, skyscraper defense, yada, yada, yada. But I think Antic are more than good enough in terms of the veteranship that they, you know, possess as a team. I'm going to say we're in the driver's seat now. Outlast are going to have to be very clinical and clean on defense, make sure that they don't make mistakes. Antic just seem like they've also got the superior clutch ability when you kind of look at guys like Jay Kenner, even somewhat Chef Jeff. Hunter has proven to become a bit of a fragger. They've got players that you could maybe trust in that crunch. It's a 1v2. It's Jay Kenner who's the one. I'm almost backing him in there against players who are maybe less experienced. And in the end, they showed that with essentially a double 1v1 push through the doorway. Like there wasn't a lot of time, but that was because they were fiddling around earlier. So either way, into the second half now, and we see what Antic can do on the attack straight away towards Geisha Balk. Open up makeup. There's no contest. Free as you like. And they've also already got vision in towards Geisha. Canister blown up early. This is a pretty good start for Antic.
ACOG, though, gets the first.
Okay. Oh, full white. Oh, they find a second one as well. The swing is a little bit late because of that flash, but in the end, it's successful. Lunchbox with 3! Okay.
4?
Post-rehost, Lunchbox is on another level. 6-1 after an 0-3 start. And makes it a 3v2 now in favor for Antic.
He almost got the 4th. Relays 42 HP.
Oh my god, what?
I think...
Why was that swing? I mean, Yentai is so quick with the timing that at least for Relays he was only down. It's technically a quad. He was downed by Lunchbox, finished off by Chef Jeff. So 4 kills in the round for Lunchbox, and it comes down to a 1v2 for Yentai. Stuck over towards T-Room. And there's drones. You got 4 drones here, and a minute 20. This is where you got to take your time, go into the drone game, scout him out, figure out where he's playing. Don't need a dry peek down the hallway, for example.
This is where we should see that experience difference shine,
He's
but
down.
Chef falls.
Nitrocell. Oh, Scars on the other end of the hallway. Well, I think at this point, the entire now is... Oh, wait, he killed him.
They traded. You're kidding me. Outlast win the round. I thought we would see that experience difference shine through, but Antic feed 2 different 1v1s, deployable shield offers value, and Outlast just win the round.
What?
That was... When Fresh says this is the most entertaining league in the world, but the quality of the siege can sometimes be average, I think that round probably encapsulates that.
I wasn't expecting him to actually swing the hallway again at the end. But to his credit, he actually just one-taps him with the headshot.
What about this play, though?
Yeah, this was great from Lunchbox, though. Absolutely. He started really slow. We certainly called him out a little bit in those opening engagements. Yeah, there's the headshot immediately from Yentai.
Wow.
Honestly, from that actual POV, it doesn't even look like he hit him.
No.
So, anyway, 3-4.
And that's...
Strange round. That felt like an Antic round all the way through.
Well, that's now 2 rounds in this matchup where it's gone down to a 1v1 and Outlast have been the team to just win it out, right?
Well, I mean, the last round of the opening half and the 1v2, Jake Kenner clutched.
But the kitchen round,
But
the opening round,
yeah. So I think more than anything, what it's kind of highlighted in this game so far, there's not a lot separating these two teams. It's coming down to this kind of scrappiness, 1v2s, 1v1s, 2v2s. We're not seeing a lot of like sort of clinical rounds where a team just aces and they look super clean. It's been a good one to watch, a good one to open up the stage. Big turnaround from Lunchbox. You know, I think a lot of times in this region as well, players can sometimes start a little slow and then they kind of let that get to them and then they end up typically having a poor game.
Oh, Antic won that first round, not Outlast. So my apologies.
Yeah.
So they've traded 1v1s.
Yeah. But Lunchbox, to his credit, after 0-3 on early fight contact engagements, he's now turned it around. That was a huge round. He looks a lot better post-rehost. You know, still a young player, learning his craft. 7-2 now. Jake Kenner, we know what we kind of expect from him. Been a good game, and you know, for players wanting to make a name for themselves, new to the, you know, Pro League, outside of like Rivals, for example, the likes of ACOG, Relays, Yentai, they're having good games. Yentai gets the opening kill onto Jake Kenner. There was a head that pop, what a shot!
You're not meant to win that!
What? I thought he was dead to rights because of the Glaz smoke combo. Tell you what, Yentai certainly making a name for himself in the last couple of moments of this matchup, and suddenly now Antic on the back foot, down 2 players. This is where you just go back, play site though. If you Outlast, you don't need to keep peeking, running
don't feed
around.
ones.
Yeah, don't feed ones. Play your shields, play your angles. This is fine from Ned. Yep, falls back, Kawan Hive launcher.
Well, Box has 1 Summer. That is the only explosive they have left to do with that shield. Now, they can Hive Launcher it once more to force that player back, but they can't actually clear it unless they use the Summer.
It's a lot of respect, actually, for just the Bees, which, while ping your information, if you're still playing behind the shield, that's a little creep. How was Relays winning that? That's just a dry creep forward, feeling the aggression. Probably going to find that kill onto him, and yeah, flawless. As I was kind of saying, coming into this round, we haven't really seen a super clinical round from one of these two teams. Well, there it is. Great start from Yentai. He really set the tone early on in that round. Double kill. The second one he probably shouldn't have got, and we'll get it here on the replay. But so this is from his perspective. Yeah, I mean,
that's just really good game sense. I
Yeah.
thought there was maybe a world in which the smoke was misplaced a little bit and he could see it.
That's just him understanding that that's getting opened up and there's someone watching it. They've got information on the Glaz. That's just really good game sense and gets rewarded. We go to bedroom and bathroom now for this 9th round. 4-4 on the scoreline. Outlast, good start on their defense.
I mean, I don't want to be too kind to him early on, but that is pretty good observing as well. Obviously, we've got the Sky Nut duo this evening, I believe. Yeah, and the boys trying to track all the action here on Skyscraper, which can be difficult at the best of times. So shout out to them, of course. Round 9 we go, though, bedroom. And both teams really not afraid to shy away from these tertiary objectives.
So the response now for Antic has to come through. You lost 2 rounds in a row. You're losing a lot of these gun battles. You know, guys like Yentai and Relays kind of doing whatever they want. I mean, Bailey's 1-4, and he's the known name in this region, Pro League level, etc. So he hasn't even really got going. Solus once again going to be utilized, this time by Ned. Saw it in the opening half from Jay Kenner, who played it really nicely. So double hard breach with the Maverick and the Ace. Bit of soft breach potential. The Bark, the Ash to a degree, Dockerby.
I've just pulled up R6 Esports OS on the old X/Twitter. I hadn't seen this quote pre-game. Chef Jeff, too much ego. The boys need to focus on gameplay.
They're talking about Antic.
Antic 2 Outlast. It's a picture of Chef Jeff next to that
Too much ego.
quote.
The boys need to focus on gameplay.
Well, I think they're focusing at the moment because for 4-4 into further defenses here on Skyscraper is pretty solid.
Is it ego or is it confidence? That's the thing. Depends on what side of the coin you're on.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I have that internal debate about yourself all the time. Is it ego? Is it confidence?
That's definitely confidence.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both.
Well, opening kill for Hunter. Yentai does not win the battle that time around against the Maverick, and Bailey does actually get a kill back onto Jake Kenner anyway, keeping it at an even numbers advantage for neither team, 4v4. That's fine. A little bit of pressure onto that office wall, but it is bedroom bathroom. Of course, you do want to keep the pressure up above as much as possible. Chef Jeff, 1-5. Well, he's certainly being kept in check this game. Relays now goes to 7. And I tell you what, Outlast have to me, got the momentum right now, and he could be on for another kill here from this POV. We can see you come around that corner. I think Relays will be definitely looking for an 8th kill. Oh, Hunter doesn't take a lot of damage there. Love the fallback immediately, though. He doesn't want to overstay his welcome. Bit of damage, good information, fall back. You know where one is.
Yeah, 3-1 split from the defense currently. 3 up above and just Bailey down below in bathroom. So Antic will be pretty eager to clear this.
Have they got someone else watching towards the doorway? There's a lot of time here, 60 seconds, but it is Antic that are going to have to make these moves. Oh, what a peek from Scars! I'm not too sure if he had the intel or if that was just game sense from his part. We don't quite know. Relays was in a great position to try and find another kill in office. 3v3, 50 seconds. This is going to be another scrappy round, guys.
Yeah, for sure. Need to hold down the line. Bad timing. 1 and 4.
He doesn't know he's that close. He doesn't know he's crossed in towards VIP here. Oh, now he does know.
Play time.
Stuck in towards Dragon. He peeks. You can just play the time, like you said. Hold the position. Maybe get reinforcements. Instead, he peeks right side. Already plays in there. The pressure mounting. Top floor control now for Antic has been established. You've still got the buck. Oh, huge nitrous assault from Bailey. 2 kills in the round. 2v2 once again.
He got drone, though. Not enough shots land, however, 10 seconds.
Oh, lovely peek from ACOG. There's not much else that you can really do, Scars. The drop down unsuccessful. They ran out of time, ran out of players. Smiles on the face of Bailey and co. A 3rd round in a row for Outlast Gaming going into the 10th round. They've certainly got all the momentum.
I think we're cooking this stage. I think we're cooking. Outlast are really impressing at the moment. Big round as well with the tertiary knocked off. That gives them a big boost to...
He must have droned that. I saw the yellow ping at the end on the replay.
I mean, it's wind in the sails now. Outlast could genuinely just walk away with this match, and Antic are going to be stranded on 4 rounds. It's not going to be too surprising.
The unpeak there from Lunchbox costing him. Yeah, I mean, look, it took a rehost for Antic to kind of get things rolling. When we kind of go back, at that point it was 2-1 in favor of Outlast. They were looking great. We had the rehost, had a bit of time. Antic then come back, win 3 in a row, and now the response from Outlast on their own defense has been great. And they win a tertiary side as well. Bedroom, bathroom, not one of the key pillars of Skyscraper defense. Where is that though? Tea room, karaoke. That's where we head now for this 10th round. An opportunity for Outlast to actually get themselves onto match point, go up 6-4, looming. Huge round to be won. And a change up now for Antic. They go the Zero, they go the Capital, they go the Dockerby. Will it work out for them?
And going back to the discussion we were having early on in the piece, the entry has been very important in this matchup. Nearly every single round, the team that has won that entry battle has gone on to close out the round. Such is the nature of Skyscraper. So keep that in mind here for the 10th round. Antic will be looking to sharpen up the early portion of this round. They have the Dockerby for map clear. Zero as well, interestingly enough, should offer information and maybe flank watch potential alongside Nomad as well, suggesting that they're going to look to chip away at as much map control as quickly as they possibly can.
Oh, double entry in towards Samurai as VIP single wall gets opened up. They are clearing pretty nicely over towards Office and Exhibition. Antic, Logic Bomb, just to make sure they can feel a little bit safer as they make their way in. Relays holding towards Drum, hoping to kill for Chef Jeff, being a little bit quiet. 2nd kill found for him in the game, or at least since the rehost. Bailey losing his life after a much improved round in the 9th round. Such a difficult position to play here when you've got to watch through makeup, when you've got to watch the other side of Drum as well, in towards Lounge. Relays knows this is a tricky position. Does still have the shield though, so he can look in for now. Drone comes through. Certainly position known. 90 seconds has been able to delay time. As soon as there is pressure on that shield though, you've got to fall back play side.
Yeah, as the attack, it's about pushing it from multiple positions at the same time and not feeding ones.
Why are you peeking that Hunter? The shield's still up, you know he's watching it, you just droned it and you go for the peek.
And there was no follow-up.
If there was someone at the doorway maybe looking for said follow-up, like you said, I could maybe understand it doesn't come through those 60 seconds, 4v3. And they lose another. Yantai having a great game. So is Relays. Box, I don't know where he's going. But this round, we know where it's going. The way of Outlast. A 6th round will be put on the board. Match point will be theirs. Antic on the back foot. Nothing that Jaykenna could do. All his experience isn't going to help him there in that round. This is a huge statement from Outlast to open up the playdate, to open up the stage. And a timeout has been called for Antic.
Yeah, quite late into the piece. I thought perhaps after the loss on Tertiary in the round prior, they may have called it, because as I mentioned, it was a big wind in the sails moment for Outlast. It's now just bunkering down on the primary sites, playing solid siege, and that's exactly what they've been able to do. Chef gets the entry pick, and as I mentioned, entry has been really important in this matchup, but unfortunately the follow-up over towards the likes of Drum,
thank you,
just not quite good enough. Dry Peak Hunter, no follow-up, 2 players still deep on the other side of the map. The synchronization from Antic through the middle half of the map is not quite there, and Skyscraper exposes that big time.
Double digits for relays. I gotta say, he's been the most impressive inside of the server for me. You know, we've seen these guys over in Rivals. They're not totally new, but Pro League's different, guys. It's been a while since Stage 1, so for a lot of the international audience, new names here within Oceania, and for myself, I kind of want to look at this as a fresh slate. Rivals is, you know, a third-party tournament, etc. A good opportunity for them to maybe get their feet wet a little bit, but now as you come into Pro League, the stakes raise, and they aren't shy of that. In fact, if anything, they look like they actually want these moments. Relays, double digits. Yentai has had some great moments. There's a lot of potential on a roster like this, and you know, you always kind of look at like the changing of the guards. It can be two ways you look at it, pessimistic or optimistic. The pessimism kind of says, oh, a lot of these top players are maybe leaving the game, retiring or whatever, but the optimism says, we've got the fresh blood coming through. The 18-year-old gunners. I mean, I think James said...
2006.
What did James say on the desk? The 2006s? The fresh 18-year-olds? As he liked to put it? I'm just quoting James Dev Martyr Stewart, but that is the optimistic side of it, is you get these young gunners to come through, make their own mark, and so far we're seeing that. Relays, Yentai, great to start. Can they close out, though? That's the different question. 2 rounds to do it. On defense, it's theirs to take now.
I have full faith. It's just, again, do they have the ability to close? And what we mean by that is, do the jitters become overwhelming in this situation? Do they look at the scoreboard, start to get nervous, start to double doubt themselves, or you know, question themselves and make mistakes because of that scoreboard pressure? Now, equally, that can go to the side of Antic as well. If they don't double down their efforts and focus here and also get distracted by the scoreline, we could see this match really begin to spiral out of control if it hasn't already. So, round 11 quite telling. It is primary site once more.
The benefits of winning the tertiary site, bedroom, bathroom, when they did, how they did.
Yep, it was a big round. Again, for me, it's about this mid-map clear. For the most part, Antic are doing a good job at establishing the first half of the map on the clear. It's that middle portion of the map where they're going to encounter the likes of the Clash. They might have to enter an engagement with Yentai Drum. He's looked really solid there. So let's see how Antic and their problem-solving skills try to dissect this.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, not much the Clash can do about that. Rotary comes through. Box playing Flores. Drone at the doorway. Once again, though, Ned watching for an exterior push. Oh, he had such a primed opportunity. Well, certainly now that position known, and known that it's being watched, that's an opportunity that's gone begging potentially for Outlast to get the opening kill of the round.
Against the Blackbeard, tough fight, but a potential opportunity. And now for Outlast, it's just about falling back slowly, not giving away anything for free. The Clash providing good value. There's still a second deployable shield in Drum.
There's only one Rotero left, though. We've still got a minute 20.
Yep. Long line of sight here available to Scars.
Hunter's dead. Yeah, that's a good pickup from Ned. Yentai does fall, though. One hive launcher being executed. Oh, shot over the shoulder, though. Past the Clash and into the head of Ned. Advantage for Antic now. 4v3. Close angle, though. Prone relays. Has been so good. Could he make a name for himself here to begin the stage? Flashbang in, hides behind the desk, still with the Clash though. A lot of information being provided by Bailey. Can he play off it though? Time, also something that you can consider. If you can continue to delay with the Clash, it's going to work out for Outlast.
Yeah, Outlast being mindful of the lurk potential. Clash now forced back. ACOG needs to cover.
Yeah, Relay's losing his life. ACOG gets one back though, still 35 seconds. The Clash not going to prove to be all that offensive though with the shield up, so a lot to do for ACOG. Oh! I'll take it all back. Bailey pulls out the SMG and he gets the kill onto Chef Jeff. Now becomes a 2v2 with little time remaining. Jaykenna being low on health as well. Shot through the soft wall. ACOG with a chance, but he can't find the down. 15 seconds, playing behind the clash. He gets the kill. On to Jake Kenner. Not a lot that Lunchbox can do. He's getting cooked up here by the clash. Electrify. Shot through the wall for Lunchbox. The guard break. The shot under the toes. 3 seconds. Just hide Bailey and run away. It's all for Outlast to be won. 7-4. Hand on head for Chef Jeff, and Antic will fall to begin the stage.
Are you serious? The double shield break, and he doesn't get the kill? That is very unfortunate for Antic, but they put themselves in a very difficult position after losing that tertiary site. Outlast. I mean, I'm just going to say it how it is, the better team on the day.
Yeah, absolutely. The better of the two teams. Some great moments from a team full of some young gunners towards the end. They didn't look overawed by the situation. Bailey was comfortable on the clash. He knew exactly what he had to do at the end. Certainly got some help from ACOG, and while Lunchbox did his best, ultimately not enough, and the better team has won out. Congratulations to Outlast as a new org, as a somewhat new team to Pro League level. It's good to see them get off to a great start. For Antic, back to the drawing board. For us, back to Rob Monday in the couch.
Thank you very much, mate. Maybe just fix the camera angle. I know.
Should we go and walk off the side?
I think
just to match
everyone come this side.
well?
Maybe, I think it's just like the...
There's still on camera, by the way. You can still see him over here.
Just the overwhelmingly large head just goes to show they are in a box, but so too are Antic. I mean, are we ushering in a new golden era for Siege, Vinny?
Well, yeah, I don't know. That last round was pretty exciting for Lunchbox. Yeah, we mentioned he's one of the youngest players in there, and unfortunately couldn't get the clutch done. But it was a good effort, and yeah, I think Outlast today were just the better team on the day. Antic didn't really seem to have any answers on their attacks, even though they had quite a strong start on the defense. But yeah, Outlast just able to get it done.
Yeah, all bark, no bite, Dev. Not a great start at all for Antic.
Yeah, I'm really surprised. Like, we all had these guys as like the top 3 team. You even put them as top 2.
Yep.
And yeah, Antic have already been dismantled. I don't know whether this is the new additions and losing player in Cairo coming into effect. I don't know if this is an underestimation. This is a rematch. We already said that. Like, last time these teams played each other, Outlast, when they were 5-sharp, did get 5 rounds off of them in the 7-5 on Skyscraper. And now it was not only a 7-5 in the field, it was even better than that. And I'm just blown away by what Outlast were able to achieve. They're looking 5-sharper than ever.
Take that zinger from KFC. I suppose the real talking point for me now, Vinny, just becomes around like the Antic roster and what we expect from them moving forward, because this should have been a 7-3. Dev, you said it while we were talking. Yeah. There was a 1v2 Boss G clutch from Jake Kenner. This could have looked so much worse for them.
Yeah, it could have, and obviously Jake Kenner won that clutch, but I think going into that second half on their attacks, it looked like he maybe has the license to run a little bit freer from the rest of the team, and I think that actually came back to bite them during the game. He was the first pick on their team, probably 2 or 3 rounds in a row, which really put them in a bad spot going into those attacks, especially when they didn't seem to really have the idea about how they wanted to go about those attacks.
Yep.
So yeah, I think in the long run, it might be a good thing because Jay Kenner has that ability to be creative and make those big plays for his team, but just today it just didn't pay off.
Not expecting that, Dev. Just overall, I think maybe like more so from the Outlast team. Watching their match, it felt cohesive. Yeah. It felt like there was a game plan. Their trades were on point. They were literally like, sometimes we say, oh, they looked like the better team on the day. No, there was no looking. They just were the better team on the day. They found their openings. They found their trades, more importantly. And overall, it just felt like a well-gelled team, which we weren't expecting.
Yeah, really solid roster. And something that you mentioned, Vinny, as well, is we don't really look at Outlast and say, oh, yeah, this player is like the standout. You were saying you casted them all throughout the off-season tournament, and you couldn't point to one player. And we even saw that in the stats. Like, the top player was Yentar at 111 EPS. Ned was 81 EPS. Compare that to the difference between Hunter at 121 and Scars at 60. Like, these guys are so much more consistent than their opposition. And I think it just comes down to chemistry. Like, these guys have played together for a while now. They're also all of the same generation of player. We've talked about Lunchbox being a young gunner. We got 3 18-year-olds on Outlast and 2 19-year-olds. The youngest player in the server here is ACOG. He's been 18 for less than a month.
Sorry.
Less than a month.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's been 18 for 25 days.
Oh my God.
And he is already here in Pro League and farming the runners-up from Stage 1, getting the full 3 points, which is just crazy. Because Antic tried some crazy stuff. Like, they tried this. Like, they tried using Maverick tricks. They tried Glaz tricks. Outlast just didn't give a damn.
And Vinny, we were talking about this. You know, what Dev's alluding to there about, like, you know, Antic are bringing in some different strategies, some different ideas. But, like, maybe that's not what OCE needs right now.
Yeah, I've been harping on about it, especially during Oceanic Rivals, obviously when I was casting, and me and Dev were sort of talking about it before. But at the moment, with the way that OCE Siege is, being the best at doing the fundamentals is what has allowed Bliss to be at the top for such a long time.
Yeah.
They don't do anything too crazy. They play maps like Clubhouse, they play maps like, you know, Cafe, and they play them really well. And it can be a bit intimidating for other teams, but they do those fundamentals so well. And then I think sometimes other teams get into that trap of we need to do something different to kind of throw them off.
Yeah.
And when that happens, you start to fall down this rabbit hole of not practicing the fundamentals as much. And I think Antic kind of fell into that today as well. We saw like the Glaz Mav sort of set up a couple of times, and
they also just looked tilted as hell. they looked so mad. I loved seeing the player reactions. Like, no hate to Chef, but like every round he's like, oh, he's like losing some hair. It's hilarious. I love it.
I feel like there's a common theme between losing to Bailey and getting a little tilted. Speaking of the man, let's welcome him in for the interview. Bailey, look, all in all, I think this result's completely shocked us. We were not expecting for you and the roster to come in and make such a statement. How does it feel, that being your first match?
You can hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear, mate.
I mean, we all looked at the rankings at the start and saw us like the bottom three and we were a bit confused. So, I mean, hopefully that game there has sort of changed your opinions on us.
I think it's changed all of our opinions on you, but I just want to get some insight just before we dive too deeply, maybe into the match or whatever these boys want to talk to you about.
Yeah.
Obviously, you had a phenomenal rivals, right? You went undefeated up until the grand final. We won't talk about the grand final. That's fine. But what were the learnings, the takeaways that you took from something like that into stage 2? Because you've come in with a lot of momentum.
Yeah. Look, the game that we don't want to talk about was probably the biggest wake-up call for the team.
Great.
So after that game, we've been working really hard to never let that happen again. The rivals was really good. It was just versing every team that we're versing now. So it's given us a good feel for what the experience is going to be like here.
Yeah, man. Look, you said that we put you all in the bottom, and I'm guilty of that. I think I had you guys second last. So this is your chance to give me the elevator pitch. Like, why should I put you guys up in the top half of the standings?
I think we're a good team. Definitely better than some of the teams that were put above us.
Like?
I think we're Odium, Prodigy, Supernova, Circular Spheres, Antic now.
Go on, baby, go on!
Teams. And just literally everyone. We're going to win it.
Hell yeah, bro.
I guess we've sort of mentioned already sort of the age group that you guys fit into. You're by far the youngest team in the comp. So what's the culture like within the team, and how do you think that helps you guys?
Very immature, comms are cluttered. Yeah. I'm literally like one of the unks of the team, and I'm like still so young. So I don't know. Sometimes we get a bit out of control.
Look,
that's just how it is with a bunch of 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds, I guess.
I think it's very clear you've made a statement to kickstart this stage. I think that it's a statement that the whole league needed, us included, but also for your team, you've really now set the tone and set the pace. So what I'll do is I'll give you the floor here, Bailey. Got anything you want to say before we let you go for the day?
Just thanks for the team, the org. They've all been putting in heaps of effort recently. So it's good that we can put that same effort in on the server and get a good result. And shout out to the casters as well. For a good stage.
Jeez, you've watched a couple of
guys
interviews before, haven't you? You've watched a couple of interviews before. Bailey, you're a legend, mate. Thank you very much for joining us, and best of luck with your next couple of games.
No worries, see yous.
Pure confidence, baby. Pure confidence.
Yeah, he's a lot more safe for work than last stage.
Yeah.
I like it. He's on his best behaviour.
He is.
You know what? The vibe I'm getting is he's gone over to his new girlfriend's parents' house for the first time.
He's wearing a button-up shirt.
Button-up shirt. He's sitting up prim and proper, trying to be good to the dad.
Oh, yeah, no, I can understand that. Well, I mean, Daddy Ose, really, Gaming Gladiators is the only team above them that they're really going to have to prove their mettle to. Because really, Chiefs, we don't know what to expect from Chiefs yet. But Antic are the second best team coming into this league from stage 1, and you can't dispute that. They're the second best team coming in from stage 1, and they've just gone and topped them convincingly.
Yeah, and I think it might have been coming down to the veto. I wasn't a massive fan of Skyscraper. Obviously, we spoke about previous results, but when you've got a team like Man LFO who believe that on paper they're the better team, and they can sort of play that more structured siege and be better at it, maybe going to a map like Clubhouse, maybe going to a map like Cafe, somewhere where you can like really enforce that structured play style might have been better. And yeah, Outlast just played a much better Skyscraper today.
Dev, usually I'd ask your opinion, but not this time. We're going to go to a short break. On the other side, you do not want to miss this. It's the Chiefs' debut back in the Oce League. Welcome back. All shenanigans. We decided to get the very best in to help us break down this match. This next matchup. Hey, don't you? Your throw was awful back to me. Thank you very much. It does. It happens to the best of us, even though I'm not referring.
I sat down, and apparently there's Beethoven too.
See, it takes us zero time at all.
Now, the real question here is, do you know what a VHS stands for, Vinny?
A VHS?
Yeah.
I know what it is. I don't know
What
what
is
it
it?
stands for. It's a videotape.
It is a videotape. Congratulations.
Goes into a VCR.
I don't know what it stands for either, to be honest.
I don't
should
think
know.
I do.
Yeah, let's just spin it off. Yep, get rid of it.
What does CD stand for?
Wow.
I don't think it does, mate.
No one's ever asked me that question, Robbie.
Yeah,
This is why you're the best host in the business.
This is why they got me at SI.
It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I'm loving the work of Vincia.
It's great.
It's good to have an ex-professional, if you can call him that.
Well,
Carlton's Knights was.
And let's call it an ex-player.
Yeah, an ex-player.
Yeah.
Yeah. You enjoying your time?
I am. I think I lost that professional title quite a while ago.
You did.
Hopefully I can earn it back in a different job.
Yeah, that's true.
In the same ecosystem.
Jeez, wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't that be good? We could see it go back to back. Well, no, you'd have to win it to go back to back. Let's move on to our next matchup. Two teams that come into this with a lot of storylines. There's no two ways about it. Chiefs, we've already started talking about it at the start of the play day, but this is, running it back with a roster that just looks so deadly. And, on the other side as well, Circular Spheres, they have been a roster that just... They're a cockroach this season right now.
I felt like
everyone in the studio got that reference perfectly. No one questioned that at all. But they are, in a way. I still love them. I'm not saying I don't love them. They're a lovely, friendly cockroach, Eddie.
Yeah, I still don't really catch the reference to the cockroach, but...
they just don't die.
They don't die. They keep evolving, though, and they have got some new players in that we've already sort of mentioned that we think are going to bring a bit more impact to this team. I think we saw Neptune and Save the joining Circular Spheres.
Yes, yeah, and also Killerman. I don't think Killerman was on Circular Spheres last stage either.
Remember when we hyped him up?
We hyped him up big time.
We hyped the shit out of him.
Do we say, oh, how the Titans have fallen? Is that something we can say?
Maybe, but look, honestly, I still think there's a lot of potential. When you kind of look at this roster, Vinny, it's a stacked roster in terms of name on paper. You think fragging power is like the first thing that comes to your mind, but do they have the capability to go to that next step, challenge those top teams that maybe outside of fragging power have got more consistency in the setup game, team coordination, synergy, all these other factors that maybe throughout the year CS haven't quite had?
Yeah, you could say that, but I think something they have that a lot of those newer teams that have come in don't have is that Tier 1 experience. Obviously,
True.
We've seen all of these players before playing in OCN and this T1 comp, Stage 1, most of these guys were in, so... Yeah, being able to have that experience and draw from that, I think is even more important than playing the game as much as probably a team that scrims or practices every day.
Yep.
So I think that'll be a massive impact for them. And we've seen these guys pull off some pretty crazy performances. We've seen Saved, we've seen Neptune. Obviously, they're the two newer guys with Killerman. All three of them have had massive games with big fragging potential. So it'll be really interesting to see how they come out and perform this season.
I feel like the roster has kind of had the opposite storyline of what Antic have. Antic came into this and we said, they've got two memers now. You've got Jakenna and you've got Lunchbox. Well, they've had Killerman and Neptune step onto a roster that has notoriously just been ship posters and have had that title for a very long time.
The Moggers.
They were the Moggers. And, the big question for me is, does that start to change how we look at Circular Spheres? Will they start to click into a different gear? I'm not entirely sure. No?
No.
Is that a firm no?
They might double down.
Yeah.
On the mogging.
Well, that could be awful, couldn't it? They could go back to the doggers, not moggers motto. That
also, we're going to pencil in Bailey v Saved at some point?
Oh, yeah. Like a boxing match or like a...
we could do that.
I reckon we do that.
I reckon we do that.
Maybe not like a full-on boxing match. Maybe like, that little game you used to play as a kid? Maybe that's probably the safest way to do that. But this roster, look... I think I'm going to hold my thoughts on what I expect from them until we've seen 2 or 3 games out of them. But a roster I'm not going to, a roster I'm not holding back on. The Chiefs come into this as second favourites in all of our minds. Now, keep in mind that we are armchair...
not have a picture?
Nah, don't worry about him. We're all armchair experts here. But when you look at this roster, Tex, X-Fnatic, some of the biggest experience that we have in OS is on this team.
It is. Obviously, we've harped on so much today already about Odah and how much he's going to bring to this roster, and it can't be understated. just how much he brings. I think at the moment he's probably one of the most decorated players we have in the region throughout our history, with just how many times Bliss have gone to international events. That experience he's been able to pick up will be so important. Obviously, you mentioned Tex, obviously playing with Fnatic, going to international events as well. And then the other three have all played T1 for a number of years now. Cairo, obviously one of my ex-teammates.
Yep, good mates.
The best of mates, of course. And Player. Obviously two big guys that have their role. Player's been on that sort of supportive role the last few seasons, and he's done a really good job at cementing his spot.
Yeah, and Quiz coming back in from a hot minute ago. It feels like it's been a stage or two since we saw him last, I think. I could be tripping there. But
yeah, I think he was playing qualifiers with the OBL boys. So
yes.
Shout out the OBL boys.
Wow, that's going back a
while. And yeah, I guess we can go into the map videos.
Yeah, we certainly can. We open up on Night Haven Labs. I don't know how to feel about this one, Xenox. I thought maybe something a bit more... I mean, I was going to say standard, but Labs isn't all that unfamiliar in OS anymore.
I mean, it's a difficult one, right? Because you've got a team that's still so freshly put together. I think Night Haven Labs is a pretty decent map in terms of the way that you play it on defense. It's very structured. It's kind of got that sort of like, you've got a Clubhouse. Everyone knows how to play Clubhouse, right? Defense, Night Haven Labs, everyone knows how to kind of play. Even attacking into it, getting a lot of like IT control, clearing out rough. It's all pretty same. So I don't think for Chiefs as a new team that you would want to go to something like a Consulate, for example, right? Or even potentially a Skyscraper. And I think they're also still finding themselves as a roster. It's so fresh, it's so put together. I was speaking to Odah, and of course there's a lot that they've still got to improve on as a team, almost like kind of teaching some new things as well. Maybe not Tex, he's been around a long time, but this is a roster that I think is just going to use the first couple of playdays, the first couple of weeks to really start to gel, figure out what are we good at, what are we not good at, what should we avoid. They may lose this today and they'll just be like, you know what, line through Labs. It may even be a test for them. They may actually have had this map veto process be like, we aren't too sure, let's give it a go in an official.
Jeez, when we need him to fill, he just does such a great job of it. There's no one better in the region other than the two we're going to give it to. Dev, Guz, enjoy the match.
Thanks, Rob, and the Yappa's on the desk. Guz, we finally get to see Chiefs return to Blast R6.
Ooh, well, they kind of come
Technically.
back. Yeah, well, it's sort of Bliss, but not actually Bliss anymore, and it's definitely not the old Bliss team.
Well, it's definitely not old Chiefs either.
No.
But it is kind of a little bit of old Bliss.
Yeah.
With Odah.
If we've just confused you, apologies, because OS has been a little bit of a shitstorm heading into Stage 2, but that's how we like it.
The funny thing is, Chiefs here are one of the only teams in the league that wasn't in Stage 1, and yet every single player has a slew of experience. We've got Odah having gone to multiple events with the Bliss roster. Tex, of course, was on Fnatic once upon a time. Cairo on Wildcard. Quiz was on Knights. All these players have been on really high-level teams in the past in OCE, and between them, they have a combined 20 years of Pro League experience.
That is a fun fact.
That is a fun fact. I hope you're having fun, because I had a lot of fun coming up with that.
How long did it take?
I refuse to say. On the flip side, we've got the team of shitposters in Circular Spheres with some potential upgrades. Killerman, obviously, on the old Antic roster, Saved on the old Odium roster. Neptune's been around for a hot minute. You really can't get rid of that guy, it seems. And I think that this is what Circular Spheres needs to get out of the rut that they were in Stage 1. They ended up 6th. That's just not good enough.
Well, would you believe it? Another shield ban tonight. We saw the Monty also taken out map 1 of this evening, and we'll see if that trend continues, but it will instead be the Maverick, very prominent operator here on Night Haven Labs on those exterior hard breach walls. You think about IT top floor and basement into site as well. Defensively, it's actually Goyo from the Chiefs, yeah. So that's a little bit surprising and may open up other options like the Azami and the Valkyrie, as only one more can be banned out. I'm probably anticipating the Valk. Zami, a very risky ban here on Labs, but instead it will actually be the Mirror. So both will make it through and keep things pretty open defensively here for CS, where they'll want to get off to a good start on a map which historically has been pretty bad.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if you look at CS, the last 2 times they played it, they lost it to 5 Sharp in the Oceanic Rivals. They lost it to Lycus Empire in the Oceanic Rivals. They did beat the old 6 Targets roster in the qualifiers for this tournament. However, the 6 Targets roster in the current iteration is really a far cry of the 6 Targets that was last stage. It's not the one that obviously had Tex on it. It's still got Nico, but aside from that, it's mostly people I didn't recognize and I could call Rans if I felt mean. They have also lost it in history to Antic and Bliss. They got 7-0'd in Stage 1 by Bliss. That was really the start of the fall for Circular Spheres. So, yeah, historically not the best best map for these guys. Hopefully they've worked on some things since then. The funny thing we saw in the chat going down during that operator ban phase, guys, was after that Goyo came out in the ban phase by Chiefs, Sade was like, it's not going to save you. He is a well-known Vector magnified scope crutch. Like, he loves that thing. But apparently he's more than happy to move on to the Valkyrie instead.
And I'm pretty sure that survives the patch tomorrow as well, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, the magnified scope on
kind of surprising. I'm still a little bit curious as to how that snuck through.
Bro, speaking about things sneaking through, we've had shield bans in almost every single game of Blast R6, and there are no shield nerfs in the coming patch as well.
Yeah, shields are very much benefiting from their rework.
But don't worry, Solus is getting a nerf. It's all fine. Jokoby's getting a nerf.
Well, that is a good one.
Yeah, true. Well, we'll see how the new operator fits in as well. Very excited to see the new patch coming out. But, of course, we have a few games left to play on the old patch for now.
So top floor then, as expected here on Labs for CS to open up their account defensively. And I'm actually quite intrigued to see the roles for Chiefs in this particular match. A lot of these players have dabbled in different roles over the years. Double hard breach in play and Odah playing the ace for now. And he's probably going to be given the license to sort of play how he wants and the rest of the team to form around him, given his experience. I'd also be really intrigued to know who's shot calling for the team. I would presume it's a pretty team effort.
A lot of cooks in the kitchen though, right? You know,
that could be the problem.
He's quite a leadership figure. Odah, obviously a leadership figure. Even though he wasn't IGL in his previous team, he is by far the most achieved player on this roster. Cairo, infamously quite the cook himself. Player and Quiz, both more point-and-shoot players, and you definitely need some people like that on the squad. But definitely a lot of leadership potential on this team.
So minute 30 then, and Chiefs just chipping away at the early portion of the round. Killman did take a hit of damage, so 40 HP for him. In the rest of this particular round, a player who can certainly turn it up when required. Nitro through Con.
Bang.
Does land. Odah does survive, however. Shield in electrical, and the Ying to help clear that.
Yeah. Really does look like Chiefs have cooked quite a few ideas together. In goes Quiz with the Ying. The flashes have enabled him to take this position with the shield. And the EMP, I think it was, disabled the Banshee. Save does open the equation, finishing off what's left of Odah, and Killerman jumps into the fray as well. However, Player tries to salvage things. Cairo's got to get desperate, though. Swing into sight. Player and Cairo together can try to salvage this round. They've got to worry about the flanker. Good job from Player. It's all up to Cairo now in the 1 versus 1, with Neptune on the other side. This DMR packs a serious punch. Does he see the angle? He does indeed. Great start from Cairo. A very tense round coming down to the 1v1, but Chiefs hold their nerve.
Yeah, clean timings there from Chiefs and being able to trade out those picks and maintain pace. 3K from Player and also held off that flank position through Con. It was a 3 versus 5. Big kill here. If Japer wins that, it's essentially round over. Would have been no world in which Cairo could walk through the cross. And then in the 1 versus 1, good composure to sneak forward, had a read, lands the shots required with the 4-1-7. And I think that site, like a couple in the game in the 9-map pool, really does either highlight or exacerbate weaknesses in timing pushes and trading out those key positions properly. And despite it being a 3v5, Chiefs were still able to maintain that pacing quite well. Hit their timings as required, landed the shots, good flank watch again in through Con.
Felt like it came out of nowhere to me. Like, it felt like as soon as a couple
I think
of
it did
kills,
to CS as well.
Yeah. Well, CS found the first 2 picks and then Chiefs like, okay, bang, 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 just go.
Yeah. I mean, that's the nature of the site. You can sometimes catch defensive units off guard if you're able to sneak into positions that aren't being held. And again, goes back to that timing discussion. So good start for the Chiefs. Circular Spheres, though, at least maintaining a level of competitiveness. And heading into this stage, they want to be far more competitive than they were back end of stage 1 of this particular year, where, unfortunately, it never quite clicked.
Yeah. Well, stage 1 this year, got to write that off. It was particularly bad, never been that bad for CS before. Now, Chiefs themselves actually have only dropped a single map since forming as Ludovica. And funnily enough, that was 2 Circular Spheres. It was a 5-7 on Consulate in the Oceanic Rivals. That was a little while ago now, just over a month. So there is a little bit of a rivalry between these teams, as CS are the only team Chiefs has ever fallen to. So this would be some very well-earned revenge if Chiefs is able to take CS down here. What?
Oh, from Garage. I almost thought it was Bob Blue for a second. I was like, wait, there's no one there.
Oh!
Traded, headshot.
Ballsy. That is really ballsy from Cairo, but you know what?
He has the mechanic.
He does have the mechanics, and also he's going up against the Boss G. Now, if you're a shield and you're ADSing, the one vulnerability you have is your head, right? Much harder to hit a one-tap onto the head with the Boss G. It's a body shot weapon. And so Cairo took the gamble that against a Boss G, he would actually be favored, and he actually was, believe it or not. Great shots.
So minute 40 then, and she's still chipping away at map control. A couple of players up above.
Oh.
One of them was Odah on Ram's second floor. Drops out of the server. See you later. So 4v3 for the remainder of the round. Too deep for a rehost.
There you go. Nice little finish off there from Cairo. And Monty, so powerful. Not just when it comes to the ADS fights, but sprinting forward, fully protected. Go for those melee hits. 2 of them will finish off any player. And Cairo has single-handedly also taken control of the Exo stairs. This is looking solid for Chiefs despite that disconnect.
Neptune, though, has been lurking over towards Cargo stairs. Probably looking to chip away at drone economy, but perhaps now seeking a kill. Progresses forward as Quiz goes for the diffuser dropped by Odah. Valkyrie camera dealt with as the Monty posts themselves up in Exo again. Cairo has had a good round thus far. And we'll see if he can continue to utilize the power of Monty. 30 seconds on the clock.
A smoke goes out as well to prevent a flank. Now Tex is positioned outside the breach. And with the push coming in from Exo, he's the perfect player to pinch. However, he's taken out. Physics makes this a 3 versus 2, and one of those 2 is Cairo on Monty. With this shield here as well, the question is, how will Chiefs be able to plant? Now, planting behind the shield with the Monty does leave it all up to Quiz to cover. A flank attempt there from Japer, but I don't think he's going to be able to get around in time as the plant has gone down. Cairo's going to take the fight with the pistol. Shield still on his back, and he will go down. All up to Quiz. He's made it a 1v2, and these players are low HP. 1v1 for Quiz. This is so close for him, and he is favored, but Neptune swipes his head off. And a much-needed round for Circular Spheres on that retake.
Yeah, very awkward there in the post. Keeper barriers from Neptune, the deployable shield not cleared. Ultimately, though, he was able to play around that. Just had a narrow advantage, I feel, with the swing. Online gives him that little buff on the peak, and able to pull it off. Again, the asterisks on that round. Odah DCing midway through. Did also mess with the pacing for the Chiefs a bit, recovering that diffuser from up above. But probably unable to get absolute full usage of the Monty insight there. So they'll be reaping that opportunity a little bit.
Impressive that they got as close as they did, considering Odah disconnected.
Bang. Yeah, good clear from Cairo. As that final portion of the round, things got a little bit tricky. Physics was low, so shot onto the elbow. Forces the 1v1. And then I think Neptune here just able to swing through slits on that deployable shield. Gave him that slight advantage. And won out the fight.
Of course, we're getting Odah back into the lobby so we can restart here. And a moment of quiet. Despite everyone on this CS roster, even the new pickups being of that same kind of variety of players we're used to on CS. You know, the memers, the shitposters. Saved in particular, he seems to fit right in on this roster with his personality.
He looks like he just woke up or he just got back from work.
It looks like he's about to fall asleep in this break.
Well, I hope not, because it's only the end of round 2. There's plenty more siege to come.
Very much so. We are going to spend a little time to get everyone back into the lobby. We'll be back in a moment. Bear with us.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder. And I think he might just find it.
Welcome back, guys. Chiefs versus Circular Spheres is underway. We're back into it. It's 1-1, as you can see. Circular Spheres had a little bit of an advantage in that last round. Odah did disconnect, and Chiefs still got it very close.
Is it fair to say that Odah now has a reputation for getting kicked? I mean, he got kicked from Bliss, now GG.
It's too soon, man.
And then he got kicked from the game lobby, only a couple rounds in.
Yeah, Rainbow Six just hates the poor man. Damn shame. Sucks to be Odah. Oh well, scoreboard's wiped clean. If you had been around for the first 2 rounds, you would have seen Cairo 5-1 so far. And a lot of that done on the Monty as well. No Monty this time. Glaz. Glazing! What year is it?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about 2021 in the pre-show in terms of the OS shuffle and the excitement around this stage. This upper lineup probably harping back to like 2019. Expecting Cairo to get pretty active, probably over towards Garage Rafters if I had to guess, in opening up that area, or maybe like outside IT Breach, holding the cross. Elsewhere, Odah once again attacking Conwall with the ace. He did that previously, and so not a massive switch up there. A lot of the action expected to take place on site. And if we cast our minds back to the previous attempt from the Chiefs, it didn't get off to the best of starts. There's actually a 3 versus 5, and again CS will get the opening pick, but in the late round, they were able to turn it up.
Did Quiz just swing top blue external door? That's very strange. Especially, yeah, it looks like he just stuck his head around the corner a little bit too much. That's really strange.
And no Ying means that opening up that portion of that now gets quite challenging.
Yeah, clearly there was an idea here with the Ying and the Glaz. Now only half of the ingredients remain.
It also gives more agency to Killer Man now. He can play wherever he wants. It's pretty irrelevant now. I mean, this is a great position, right, to counter against the flash dump.
Ooh. Drone to come through, and it will spot Saved's position, who can now fall back into sight. He's not being pushed too aggressively so far, and he still has a C4 now. He almost killed Odah with this exact C4 in round 1.
Petition to get the trajectory in the observer feed,
Please. Please.
There is a ping.
Well, he's good for this, surely. Doesn't quite win his duel, however. Okay, Cairo has also just swung in through IT and killed Japer. The Glaz doing work. Doesn't want to overextend, though. He's actually going to go to the balcony door as Killerman is contesting through the smoke. Good work from the Warden to reposition to battle with the Glaz.
Yeah, probably should have mentioned that before. Killman not having to be mindful of the Ying, but does so of the Glaz. Allows him to push forward, not traded, 2 versus 4.
Yeah, and Saved as aggressed again through Connector. And found his pick. Cairo now looking desperate. He doesn't know that there's still a player on the rafters. He's worried about the position. Almost gets swung. Neptune just mistimes it barely. But there's a lot of work to be done for Poor Player and Cairo. In particular, Cairo has had a phenomenal start to the game. Now it's all on him. He's so deep up through IT and does find his first. Bearing 9, not the best at range. He still has that DMR in his back pocket to bring out when he needs it. He sees the player. A lot of damage done. Cairo's looking sharp tonight, but Saved and Physics are so separate. It doesn't matter because Physics will land his regardless. Another very close round, but Circular Spheres take the lead.
Yeah, good job there from CS, able to drop that diffuser as well, which really increased the difficulty for Cairo to clutch up, regardless of how sharp he's been looking so far. So they double down off the back of the short pause we had during the rehost. Tertiary site now to be tested by Circular Spheres. Over to Kitchen Cafeteria we go, which hasn't been the most popular of tertiary choice. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I'd hedge my bets that storage has been far more popular at the top level.
Yeah, especially in the tier 1 regions, especially in like the best regions in the world. Like, people don't go to Kitchen.
And again, the reason for that likely being that holding above Kitchen in conference is very difficult for the defense. You essentially have to play your life up above, and more times than not are only going to be able to stall out a small portion of the round. So I'm intrigued to see what the take is here from Circular Spheres. Perhaps they'll extend more horizontally. I'm not quite sure. Tubarao in play so they can stall out lobby. As you can see, Killerman up above is establishing quite an extensive hold all the way over towards Con, even some angles from Electrical. So I get the impression Circular Spheres have been cooking up on this site. But with the Chiefs lineup, there is potential to be rather direct here, so they need to be very careful of that threat as well.
There's a lot of options here for the Chiefs in this lineup, as you've said, because the Monty and the Ying both enable direct takes, but the Ram will enable a vertical take as well. The Thermite being the only dedicated hard breach, we still have tin can openers on the Ying, does mean there's plenty of options for opening up breaches as well. You could open up this wall here that looks directly into Kitchen, which, funnily enough, has already been opened up by the defense. And that just gives Chiefs more options. If anything, Cairo can start to threaten a push in here through lobby.
Yeah, maybe 3 players up above for Circular Spheres. You can see it on the player cards now, live position. And so that may allow the Chiefs to go direct off the back of some pressure from a Deimos Mark, the Candelas from Odah, and then Cairo with the protection of the shield. Distraction elsewhere, Quiz with the Boogie Auto breaches up above, Tex contested, and a great swing from Killerman.
However, player is able to find his and start to dominate this top floor. He's looking to pressure in through Electrical now as well. Through this breach outside, he might be able to find his pick, but waiting on the other side, there is still a defender so eager to take this fight. I believe that is Neptune. The Mars Rovers have gone to work on the executive flooring, and that does open up angles and really flush out the positions on site as Neptune is forced back again.
I mean, it's rather easy for the Chiefs to hold that control up above, though. Just post the player up top lobby stairs, and retaking for vert control is very difficult for the defense to achieve. In doing so, allows passage in towards site for the plant to go down. Chiefs, at this point in time, especially if they're able to clear Japer out, are in a good position.
Kairo's so tempted. He has that diffuser. Now he knows where Japer is. He doesn't know that Killerman is around the corner. And Saved is able to find his. Cairo needs to now get aggressive. He's trying to kill the Frost. He's being swung by another player as well. As Saved is looking to jump into the fight. But Chiefs, they seem to be mopping up all of the kills. Numbers are on their side. Saved needs to win some gnarly shots, but the plant is going down, and it looks like the round may be done and dusted. Neptune, back upstairs, is far too late to have an impact, and now he looks completely lost. 1 versus 3, a C4 almost finds a mark. Nice idea, but he doesn't have information. He needs to win a couple of fights. Nice shot onto Quiz. But even now, going up against a Monty and a Ying, even without utility, is a nigh impossible task. He must go over to that diffuser, spot the Monty. Kairo's going to get up in his face, no doubt about it. And this should be the round over. The tuber out is not going to have an effect. And nice attempt there from Neptune, but the round was over long before he got to the bomb site. A great lock-in from Chiefs.
Yeah, good work from Chiefs. Went through that checklist, and as we mentioned before the round began, exposing a lot of those weaknesses. They had top floor supremacy. It was difficult to hold. The opportunity for the retake too late from Neptune. J-Par, really the only player on site that could directly contest or deny the diffuser outside of maybe Saved on the long angle. And immediately, once he was cleared, Chiefs able to double down, get that plant down in the post. Window plant, especially with the Monty in the mix as well. 99.99 times out of 100 you win that. So good work from Chiefs, but it is just the tertiary. Circular Spheres now can go back to the 2 primaries, and a 4-2 lead still on the cards.
No, I don't think CS will be too rattled by that one. Like you said, if there's any bomb site you're going to lose, it's that one.
Lone storage, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's just objectively better.
Yeah, I think most teams would agree with you. There's just so many more options on how you can play that as a defensive side, right? You don't have to contest vertical. You can be above. You can be below. You can play on site. There's so many more options. Just, I don't know if Circular Spheres even have a strat or a setup for that side.
Your guess is as good as mine. Probably goes back to the commitment levels from CS heading into this stage.
Oh, yeah. What are you saying, Gus?
Well, we may or may not have had teams in the past, Carlton's Knights, who...
Might have to ask Vinny to comment on that one. Did you guys actually scrim?
Pretty sure it was his words, not mine.
No, I'm pretty sure that Circular Spheres do take this as seriously as Circular Spheres has ever taken it, and particularly when you get a player like Killerman on the team, like he's not one to screw around. Neptune could kind of say the same for him as well. He's been on some really solid teams in the past too. And it's already showing. Chiefs, like we said, nigh undefeated since forming as Ludovica about 2 months ago. Circular Sphere is the only team thus far to ever take a map off them.
So Vigil lurk up above. Dockerby Call will dissuade that roam for now, and back down blue stairs he goes. That now frees up top floor for the Chiefs to execute another top-down clear. Last time, rudely interrupted by the Odah DC, so hopefully it doesn't happen this time around. Can get value from those boogie auto breaches on the ram eventually, and then pressure in towards site. They double down onto Killerman as well with the death mark, and so there's really no room for him to maneuver off site, and we'll just need to bunker down for now until those expire. And so Chiefs are, Chiefs are playing it pretty solid.
Yeah, and also Circular Spheres are playing it very passively. I believe it's 5 players pretty much on site. We've got 2 players contesting staircases, but they're not looking to play their lives, I don't believe. Just looking to play retreat. Never mind, Save just, as I said that, gone aggressively from his staircase and moved his way into kitchen. But he's about to be hunted, as we can see from the Dokkaebi calls.
Wonder if there's a death mark opportunity here for player. Not exactly sure if he has a mark on the Frost yet, but probably will soon. Save can't rotate, and so has to play for his life. There is only 60 seconds on the clock, though.
He is spotted as well by Cairo. Cairo needs to make sure not to over-aggress here. Now they have information. Here comes the death mark. Saved as a dead man walking. However, he might be able to steal a kill or 2. It's just the one. Still, taking down Odah is huge.
40 seconds then. And Chiefs have no pressure onto the objective. Still aggressive. Cargo stairs, chipping away at drone economy. Now 4 remain for the attack. Circular Spheres, their patience rewarded. The aggression off site as well from Saved. Tricky round now for the Chiefs.
Might be able to be opened here by player, though, as he's got information. The death mark on a player on the stairs. However, they retreat, and Circular Spheres have played this to perfection. Just have a look at the timer. 10 seconds to play, and Chiefs are nowhere near an execute. Tex, though, will find his pick. Find a double here on the striker. 2 versus 2. It'll come down to a bloodbath as Tex looks to force that diffuser down on the ground. He is the last one remaining, and he will fall. No time to make an execute work, and yet still damn close for Chiefs.
Yeah, it felt a little bit scary there for CS, but ultimately it was a Hail Mary play from Chiefs. They hadn't established that much in the way of site pressure. A lot of their focus was over towards Saved in that, you know, as we were entering the last phase of the round, we then saw players aggressive over towards Cargo Stairs. They had to be dealt with. And despite, again, Hail Mary play, Tex drops, finds a couple. They didn't have enough of a read onto the rest of the hold to meaningfully put themselves in a position to, you know, get the plan or find another win con. So good work from CS.
Well, there's one last chance for Chiefs now to tie the score at the end of the half. I still don't think 2-4 would be terrible, but 3-3 is certainly achievable, especially considering this bomb site. We have seen Chiefs win before.
Seen a surprising amount of Solace play this evening. Saw it in the last match. We'll see it again here. Will we see it next play day? Probably not.
Just trying to milk the last of it before the nerf comes through.
Oh, I mean, maybe. The actual duration of the gadget is significantly longer, as far as I'm aware, so maybe. Very niche circumstances.
Yeah.
Either way, though, we'll see it here from Killman and his ability to disrupt information, potentially deny plants from below as well. Maybe something that Chiefs will be eager to contest.
Ooh. Almost some solid timing there for an early pick. Every single round so far, Circular Spheres have found the opening kill. It has been traded twice by Chiefs, but bit of a red flag that the team, which on paper should be vastly favored, has struggled in these early rounds.
I feel like my ears just exploded like that con wall there. That was quite loud, but it's been the checklist for Chiefs and Odah tasked once again with the arranged hard breach. Thatcher Thermite combo for the main wall, though. And with little in the way of denial outside of potential mute jammer from CS, that's rather easy to get opened up. And that's the easy part done for the attack. Now it's about finding information on where these strongholds are, where these defenders are posted, and what the plan is going to be to dislodge said positions.
And it's no more Ying, no more Glaz, no more Montaigne. Much more gunfight-oriented lineup here. Chiefs will need to find these players with the death marks and with the bees from the Grim, and then execute upon them without that execute utility.
Yeah, they have the Grim, though. Could be helpful in flushing out some of those cross positions. It looks like Quiz is rather eager, though, to get control in towards Electrical. Jape is holding that down with a deployable shield we have seen previously. Nitro could come over through the window. I believe he was thinking about it. Pre-ripped. This could be big. If he throws it now,
he's
maybe
very patiently biding his time. He's not going to send it. He heard the Volt in. The C4 actually gets stuck despite the previs. Japer misses his C4. That could be deadly. He's now been forced out of Electrical as well. Tex is just on the other side of his deployable shield, and Odah has found his. Time is ticking away, but Chiefs are making steady progress. An overpeak here could cost Japer's life, and it goes from bad to worse for Circular Spheres. 2 versus 4 now as the Chiefs begin to circle.
35 seconds then. Physics trying to make a final stand alongside Neptune, and they're working well. Odah also falling to the ground. 25 then on the board for the attack to work with, and a Nitro Cell does land. 3 for Physics, 4 for Physics, and Circular Spheres somehow walk away with the round.
There is no universe where CS should be winning that round, but Physics puts the team on his back. What a C4, what a close. And that's the half. There's no doubt about who won it.
They stole that round just as much as I stole the play-by-play, so I apologize, James,
Hey,
but that came out of nowhere. I mean,
man. Look at this.
definitely better than Japer's Nitro, and unfortunately for Japer, he did get a bit exposed in that round, misses the Nitro, loses con control, re-picks through the Grim into the deployable shield, and that helped dislodge a lot of that defensive structure, but they fought back. Respect to them.
And got to say as well, looking at the old CS lineup, most of the players on that team have actually departed. Saved, Killerman, and Neptune have come on through. We've lost a lot of the big hitters. You're doing yourself, of course.
That is quality banter. I'll give him that.
All right. Well, we'll get to see plenty more banter later when GG hit the server and we get to see Tuhan. A lot of pressure on that man's shoulders for sure, but also same can be said for Odah. He's got to see if he can back up all of the controversy. People saying that dropping Odah from Bliss was the wrong move. Now he's got to prove with Chiefs that he's made the right decision. He's picked the right bunch of lads to join. And right now, it could be that Circular Spheres are Chiefs' kryptonite.
Yeah, potentially. Been a close match, a couple of hotly contested rounds. Probably at least two, especially on that top floor, that were big swing rounds where one team had the advantage heading into the latter portion and the other brings it back. Chiefs are the benefactors of that on one occasion, but unfortunately losing out their final round of the half, and it just sets us up for another intriguing match here for the first play day of OS. We've already had one banger. Not every day of the week we get two, so fingers crossed this one continues to deliver. Cairo initially using the Zodo canister on the Tubarao to stall out the main breach. There's also the Bandit and Kaid in play here from Chiefs, so quite the intriguing composition. Really eager to deny these walls as best they can. IT denied. In the meantime, player also gets a kill.
Really good start for Chiefs, and if they can guarantee all of these reinforced walls stay so, then they should be
win
really
the round.
solid. Yeah.
Again, it's a 99% play. You keep every wall closed, it takes one hell of a brute force from the attack.
Well, they have tripled down on it. However, I don't expect they'll be able to protect this external con wall forever. And Quiz is not able to get his smoke back, unfortunately. And so now he brings his other smokes over to try and contest.
Yeah, he burnt the first, I think.
I would love to know where that second smoke went. I think it disappeared into the ether. And that has allowed iDark Neptune to march on forward. The last smoke is burnt. Wow. So much util from Chiefs has been expended to try and keep this Monty at bay, and not a lick of damage has been dealt.
Yeah, your guess is as good as mine as to where that
literally
second one
disappeared.
And the Monty now. For me, this is the biggest win condition now for Circular Spheres, playing around the Monty, getting Neptune activated. Good keeper barriers, though, to keep him at bay, at least for now. Minute on the clock, and again, with IT walls still standing, it makes it a challenge. Thatcher, though, still in play, but no exothermic.
This Monty surely going to scare the bejeebers out of Quiz. Ooh, there's an engagement going to go downstairs. Tex has the information. A flash goes in. Physics is taking a huge risk, and he loses his life. Quiz, though, has lost his fight here to control the electrical door. As that Monty has enabled the push-in from Saved, who's now backed out again. Just dealing with his position. Kara has held onto his position in IT, and it looks like Chiefs have locked this one down. All up to Neptune now, and he has been harassed. He has been taken out. A good lockout from Chiefs. Everything went according to plan.
I mean, you just don't win the round. Like, Con wall's still standing, IT wall's still standing. It gives the defense so many key positions to play. You combo that with the Azami, which adds even more playable positions. It's so difficult. As mentioned, biggest condition there was maybe the Monty can like make a play, go deep, apply a bit of pressure. But Neptune was left stranded in that position, and no fault of his own. There was good counter utility. Led to that in the end. So
yeah,
good work from Chiefs.
Thank you, Replays, for giving us that little lick of truth.
Should we just re-explain the lore behind that for perhaps the international viewers? So for those unaware, 2E equals Tuhan, another player in the Oceanic region. Unfortunately for Odah, he went to Greece. He came back. He didn't have his job anymore. He was unemployed. Ex-Bliss, now GG Gaming. Gladiators said, we don't need your services anymore. See you later. They brought in Tuhan. And that's a whole controversy in itself that we'll see play out in that head-to-head. But yeah, the joke there, perhaps alluding to the fact that maybe Odah is past his prime.
Yeah. Well, we of course have to get everyone back into the server. We'll be back in a moment to finish off Chiefs versus CS.
tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Tap, tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Back into it then. Chiefs and Circular Spheres on the attack now. CS look to try and make the most of the first half that looked really solid for them. 4-2 split, but Chiefs looked really good in that opening defense.
Well, stats didn't reset after that rehost, which is nice, but we did have one prior. Odah actually up to 9 kills in this match so far. It's been a standout performance from the young lad. I think there was plenty of doubts as to how he may go on this team, but off to a good start.
Who?
Cairo.
Oh, I thought you said Odah. I was like...
I'm pretty sure I said Cairo. I hope I said Cairo.
No, all good. Yeah. Cairo has been phenomenal this whole game.
Odah 5-4.
Yeah, I know. That was why I was like... I thought you were making storyline. I was like, don't worry, guys. Odah's doing great in his new team. And I'm like, yeah, he's doing okay. He's not the standout.
Well, he's on Vigil this round. That's a big role.
And no Boss G. That's a rare sight.
I respect it.
Nah, mate.
Boss G abusers a different breed.
It worked out for Jakenna last game. Well, until he lost.
Well, the Chiefs, we hoping they win this game. Would certainly put them on the back foot if they don't.
I mean, we've already had one upset today. If CS beat Chiefs, I cannot understate how insane that would be. Cairo's going to start it off nicely, though. He continues his insane form. He's hit double digits now.
Nitro from below, looking to catch somebody from Circular Spheres on the vert off guard, but it doesn't quite land. And now the Chiefs will contemplate as to how aggressive they want to play the remainder of this round. They now have the advantage. They will more than likely post themselves up on the staircases, chip away at the drones. There's only 3 left, and Killerman. He'll though throw a spanner into the works. The death mark on the Deimos, able to produce a pick. An operator that really exacerbates the strengths of verticality.
I don't think player knew that the Deimos was above him because he hid behind a piece of cover instead of running for his dear life. In the end, though, Killerman is doing what he does best, which is killing men. He lives up to the name, that guy.
Yeah.
Real standout fragger last stage and the stage prior as well. Every team he joins, he seems to really find his footing on. But he has struggled to actually come out on top of a league and really live up to the expectation of the teams he has joined. Bit of vertical game now happening. Pushing some of these players back. Nice work from Japer, though. This defense is being whittled away at. Circular Spheres are looking very good and make good use of time as well.
Yeah, advantage flipped. Oh! Well, the Caster Curse comes through as Killerman hits those Capcan mines. However, he will at least be able to bring himself, or be brought back up, rather.
Is there a double flank going on? There's an execute in sight, but meanwhile, temptation for this flank to continue. However, it looks like Quiz is in a world of pain as the Deimos is hunting for him. He tosses a smoke out. He wants to hold onto this position. He doesn't want to back down just yet. A spray doesn't find anything. And Cairo's such low HP. Oh! Almost a chance there as he denies the plant, but not the round. Killerman is low, but so is Cairo. There are so many players low HP on Circular Spheres, but Neptune holds the line. Finds another round for Circular Spheres, and a solid attack at that.
Yeah, it really was. Chiefs probably felt that they were in a comfortable position after winning that opening pick, tried their best to fall back. The Deimos catches one. Good vert from Japer for another. Things just going from bad to worse there for Chiefs in that round. Capcan almost the saving grace, so too that swing. But with so many players low, it was a little bit awkward in the final stages, but ultimately, Cairo unable to clutch up.
Tactical timeout called by the Chiefs. Sorely needed. I mean, you lose one more round and you're losing points on the scoreboard, on the standings. Chiefs really should not be dropping points to teams like Circular Spheres. Yes, CS have beaten them before, but that was before Odah. That was before these guys had the Chiefs banner. I really think that if we're expecting these guys to challenge GG, that they need to be dominating in matches like this.
Biggest question for me around the Chiefs roster, and we won't get an answer for it tonight. How good is their mental? That is the biggest question. I think skill-wise and certainly experience, they trump almost every team outside of probably GG.
20 years of Pro League experience.
Yeah. Doesn't get much better than that. But can they hold themselves up in high-pressure scenarios? Now, again, it's play day one, so I don't want to overstep the mark too much. But it's also just bringing up that proposition that maybe as the season whittles on, if things continue to be difficult, they might be worn down. 20 years playing pro is a long time.
It is combined 20 years, you know, once you add all of them together. Tex is actually the longest running player on this roster. He's been playing for very,
I mean, look how many grey hairs he has. Though. I mean, it takes its
I don't
toll.
think he has any left. Chiefs have a lot of expectation on them, especially with that org pickup. I mean, they made a name for themselves as Ludovica. They already had a name simply by forming with all of the names on this roster. But in order to actually take a shot at the king, they've got to start winning against some of the Jacks. And that's what Circular Spheres are in this matchup. And they're only a single round away from stealing points.
Are you allowed to make poker references on broadcast? Is that?
There are a lot of card games that have kings and jacks.
Oh, you're more of a solitaire fan.
Oh, I love my solitaire.
Yeah. Let's see how Chiefs bounce back, though, or attempt to. Off the back of the attack. Questions posed as to what the leadership structure looked for the team. I wonder who was most vocal during that call. And what the plan is going forward for the remainder of this match. Deimos on Killer Man's hands. Well, it will continue to be a threat, but at least in this round, Odah able to shut it down.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Defense is really looking to maximize their map control here, as you realistically need to do on a bomb site like this. But the attack continues to try and make their way forward. There's good info being gifted by Cairo as the logic bomb comes out. A C4 misses its mark, and the Buck will survive.
Halfway point then, as we take stock, the defense leading. Saved looking to try and gain information here on the Jackal for the horizontal clear from Kitchen. Tex though contesting, but in a position to potentially fall off and rotate, but now equally trapped on the stairs. Elsewhere, Japer again on the Buck, finding value. I presume again, vertical line of sight, much like the last round. And this is where things start to look maybe a little bit more dicey for Chiefs. Not in the best of positions to contest the vert. Tex under pressure from the Jackal, so he's forced to remain over towards vending stairs.
There's another pick for Neptune. Quiz going down. That's the Maestro and the ability to use those Evil Eyes denied. But here's a big swing from Odah. He's put his big boy pants on now, and Cairo's held on to his position, dominating the vertical game. Poor timing there for Physics, as he's about to get swung by Tex. But these Chiefs players need to be ultra careful, as they're both low HP. Tex the only one with full HP, but it's just Neptune now. In a 1v3, a single bullet will be the end of Cairo, but he is being hunted. There's a big kill onto Tex. As Cairo's gone downstairs, C4 in pocket, he can deny vertically. Neptune has the diffuser, but the Chiefs know they don't need to make the first move. Odah opens it, Odah closes it, and the Chiefs are back into it.
Yeah, big from Odah. Felt like a rather important round, looking to get value from the tack and deny match point from CS. Steps up on the entry, nice pick. And it was actually horizontally that pick from Japer, not down below through vert. Meanwhile, though, Odah continued to run rampant around the map, and then with Cairo feeding him information off that pulse scanner, a rather easy cleanup there in the end. Tertiary ticked off. You do the math, 2 primaries back to back, match point Chiefs.
Yeah, but that basement primary I'm not too confident in, Guz. We saw Chiefs go to it. We saw Circular Spheres find the opening pick. We saw them have a really strong collapse. I really don't think that Chiefs can bank on this top floor, on that bottom floor, safely. So this is still round by round. There is a chance, yeah, that they can lock in all 3 points out of this game, but they have to go flawless from here.
Yeah, bot floor certainly sketchy, but top floor was dominant. Really leaning into that Mav ban. Again, they'll bring the triple denial with the Tubarao Kaid Bandit combination. Serve them very well. Able to prevent the interior con wall and the exterior IT wall from being opened up. And if you've ever played this map, you know that without either of those walls open, exposing side and getting in is such a challenge, even with the Monty. Neptune, he was stranded over towards electrical, and there wasn't much he was able to achieve. So that's going to be, for me, again, a pass mark for Circular Spheres. If they're able to apply more pressure on these breaches, get them opened up, it puts them in a much more favourable position later on into the round.
And there is only the one hard breacher here as well. The Circular Spheres, just that Thermite, no secondary hard breach available. Plenty of EMPs on the roster, but that's not going to be enough to counter the slew of utility, especially with Cairo on that Tubarao. Last time Quiz found an early opening pick. Oh, sorry, it was Cairo found the early opening pick onto Saved. Former teammates, by the way.
I'm kind of surprised they haven't brought double hard breach, right? You can try and sink it, get 2 walls open, or at least one of the 2 open at any point in time. It also drains more utility in Zodo canisters as well, if required. So they've made a pretty decisive decision here. They have brought the Jackal maybe, so there is that lurk potential. The Monty as well over towards Garage. I like that change, but again, if the wall stays standing, Chiefs can play in the back line, and it's really tough to clear.
Oh, Cairo's trapped, and somehow the shots are missed by Killerman. You really need to be making the most of those scenarios. That should have been a free kill. The Azami came out too late, and Cairo punishes him for his mistake.
And he'll be able to deny this wall now. You'll see the freeze land. There we go. And so this round is, in some respects, going to play differently with the attacking pattern, but with the walls again closed, the Chiefs can just fall back and play safe.
Man, that C4 was millimeters from going through that drone hole. I don't know if it's possible to even land that out through the drone hole, but had it been, that would have been a massive double kill. The round would have been done. And now Circular Spheres need to make the most of this, Monty. The IT breach is finally open.
Yeah, good pressure point now. Azami, though, that secondary layer of utility for Circular Spheres to deal with, and the lack of explosives could prove to be a threat.
How do they execute this? Chiefs have so many good positions. They have so much map control still. C4 unfounded. The Monty is trying to tease something out. Circular Spheres need a pick. And they will not be given them. Apparently, Chiefs will simply swing everybody. Circular Spheres are not given the time of day. 30 seconds still on the clock, and Chiefs hyper aggro. They take the fight to their faces. And the scoreboard is once again tied.
Yeah, Chiefs look really well drilled on that side. The Mav Band perfect for the playstyle that they want to employ. And even with that time around IT Breach being opened up, it was a little bit sloppy in through Garage with Killerman dying first. The Two-Brow was still able to extract some value and waste time. Lack of explosives late into the piece as well meant that the Azami was bolstered. And there just weren't that many opportunities presented for Circular Spheres to establish crossfires, to flush out those positions. Chiefs played the back line, kept it safe, kept it sturdy, held down the lines, forced swings, and won out those engagements. So, expected. But here we go. It's break point, round 11. Winner onto match point on a site where Circular Spheres looked quite good last time. And able to wrangle the round back. Chiefs struggling to fortify their position on site.
Hard to know where to put your money on for this basement bomb site because, like you said, CS looked really good last time and Chiefs looked pretty lost. So what the Chiefs do now? Last time around they had Capcan, they had Vigil, like it was pretty much the exact same lineup you're looking at right here. The only thing that's new is that mute instead of the Capcan from Cairo. Of course, Capcan, you're probably not going to make work twice. They got an injure last time. Is the idea for the mute to support the roam game or to support the anchors? That's my question.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Oh, well, maybe that was going to be a line of sight opened up there. Player on the roam. I think LMG. Again, harping back to days of old. But I'm really intrigued to see if Killerman gets value here on Deimos.
Ooh.
Countering into the Vigil. Odah's had some good moments this evening. Can certainly be a threat. But won't overstay his welcome, at least on top floor for now.
Using his gadget while on the floor below means that these drones won't be certain that the Vigil is not upstairs. Eventually the gadget elapses, and control has been taken now of the top floor by Circular Spheres. A C4 would be massive from Cairo, and he has been on point today.
Yeah, how do they get that Q though for the Nitro? Will need to be largely game sense with no Valkyrie, for instance, on the board to feed live information. Minute 40 on the clock as the defense begins to peel. I think both teams would be rather content with how things have played out, at least so far. Cafeteria occupied though. Those are the last two remaining roamers, Cairo, Tex. I get the impression that Circular Spheres have an inkling that there's players over in these positions. Killerman with the death mark, but it's on the play. He's on site. Should be well protected. Tex wasn't though, and he falls.
Do they know that there's a second roamer though? I think that Saved is unaware, and that means Cairo could be the death of him, but this logic bomb will likely save his life. Cairo's in an awkward position. Somehow he misses the shots. Japer seemingly completely unaware, but CS should know full well now. Cairo is in a real spot of bother. No one's looking at his position though.
Hello?
They are clueless. They didn't hear the shots earlier. He's got it down and he's held onto his life for a bit longer. Meanwhile, Neptune's gone down. Killerman eventually revived, thanks to the adrenal surge from the Thinker, but coming in for the flank. Good for another one, but not a second. All up to Odah on site. Circular Spheres have flipped the switch on the Chiefs. And now it comes down to the newest player on the team, the man of the hour himself. in a 1 versus 3. But time may well be on his side. He's got a long angle and he finds the first. 2 more. It's all he needs. The big man himself. Killer Man against Odah to find match points as the Deimos Deathmark finds him. But he gets the last laugh. Odah is kicked by no one.
Talk about making a statement. And the reaction from Odah, stone cold. A massive 1 versus 3. And I was about to interject and say, oh, I mean, he's probably good for like 1, right? And then he'll get traded and we'll get excited over nothing. But he finds all 3 and match point. Massive. How did this happen?
Man, I don't know what was going on. Cairo got saved massively. I mean, there were 2 opportunities for the attack to know where he was. The dough could be cool, and the second, but this was where the magic happens.
Oh, he's leaning IRL. He's locked in. He's locked in.
Let's see the final one. Let's see the reaction.
Oh, into the death mark as well. That's ballsy.
He's so keen for it. I mean, you just look at him. Never in doubt. Odah is locked the fuck in.
Well, you might not be the only person, or Odah might not be the only person in OS to lose his job this stage. But he
we
got
already
his
kicked
back.
Mandy, so justice for Mandy.
I don't think she said the F word though.
No. I'd pay to see that.
Well then, puts us in a very interesting position where outside of basement, Chiefs have looked pretty sound. Tertiary side though up next, I would assume.
Yeah, well, it's been back-to-back storage win, command center win, and then tank assembly win. So that's 3 bomb sites they've won in a row. Storage is now back open again. But that was a pretty convincing win for Chiefs. They can definitely lock it in here and walk away with the full 3 points out of today, which is pretty impressive considering that there was a 5-3 deficit at one point.
I am going to assume that they are not going to kitchen. I think that's a pretty fair assumption to make. So storage should be the expected objective in play for what the Chiefs will be hoping is their final round of the match. And again, in doing so, to make it crystal clear, that will be the full 3 points.
If we go podcast mode, can I bring up something?
Why are you smirking? I'm getting nervous.
So, there's one player who is announced to join the Chiefs that's not currently in the server. Do we want to talk about Jigsaw at all?
Oh, yeah, we could talk about Jigsaw.
The Jigsaw himself. Never thought I would see the day Jigsaw.Chiefs. Because back in the day, Jigsaw was the enemy of the Chiefs. Back when he was on LFO, he dropped a 20 bomb against them in his first season in Pro League. Went on to join Bliss, went on to join IG, went on to join Bliss again, and then overseas to Fnatic.
But do we see Jigsaw.Chiefs? And if we do, who gets dropped?
That's the question, right? That's the question. That's the $1 million question.
I'm pretty sure the prize pool isn't $1 million. I think it's
well, you know,
bit less than that.
If they could qualify
Well, you made the major. I think the prize pool is about $1 mil.
It's a bit... oh, actually, once you... Yeah, Australian. Yeah, probably. Very true. Hey, if they make EWC or SI, it's a whole lot more than that.
Oh, that is another discussion point as well. 6 invitational points. Gaming Gladiators poised to make 6 invitational, provided they qualify for Montreal. I would presume it would all but lock it in.
Yeah.
But if they don't, that could be interesting.
I'm actually going to be honest and say I don't exactly know if Chiefs get any SI points, because obviously like they didn't pick up an existing roster.
I would presume not.
So I don't think it comes with any of the players. Like obviously you have players like Cairo and Player both came from the old Odium. They would have some SI points, but I don't think it went with them. I think it went with
the points get
Supernova.
divided by 5.
Imagine that. Like imagine there are some esports where points like that actually get attributed per player.
Does that mean that Bliss now GG should lose points because Odah left?
Because Odah left. Odah gets to take 1/5 of the SI points with him. Oh,
that would actually be quite intriguing.
Yeah, well, like I said, there were some esports that do that, and it meant that there would be orgs that would just buy players that have enough points to qualify for an event.
That is pay to win.
It was literally pay to win, but it was an American esport, so I'm not surprised.
So round 12 then, let's lock in. I'm sure that's what these guys were thinking to themselves over the course of that tech pause, so apologies for the delay, but back into the action we go, and it is indeed a storage defense, and that means we'll see Circular Spheres contest up above. No issues in getting control over towards Con. Wall now to be opened up. Kill a man in a position to lurk. I like this.
He might find one. Quiz is on the rafters, though, not in the room he's looking at. So they might have the opportunity.
There is Odah, though, up close in command.
Yeah, and he's being pinched too. Odah needs to find something.
Too slow.
Tex has come up from behind and taken down Killer Man. This nice little re-roam. Now we've got 4 players for Chiefs on that top floor.
Yeah, it could be a bloodbath up above if Circular Spheres continue to contest, and it looks like they're rather eager to. But time now is starting to become a factor. 70 seconds now on the board, and they haven't really progressed all too far forward. Saved will take a leap of faith. Server control obtained, and he hits a nice shot onto Quiz, and another one there onto Odah.
Oh! Saved almost good for 3, but it is just player left. 1v2. For Circular Spheres, it's overtime or bust. But for player, it's a chance to prove that he should not be the one dropped come Jigsaw. No. These 2 players are separate, but player doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know where that plant's gone down, and in the post, it's nigh impossible. He could potentially take down a castle barricade and use that, but that is a very ambitious move. He's likely to find the pick onto Neptune here. He does. 1v1. But
he's going to do it. He's going to do it.
Repel. This is going to be a huge risk. He needs to make it work with the castle barricade. He has no options. He has to fake it. He sees the upside down repel. And physics forces Circular Spheres into overtime.
Oh, that's a bazillion IQ play if it works out. But incredibly high risk, and physics clued in, able to deny. They weren't going to fall to another clutch attempt in this match. Saved massive LMG Finker back into the fray. Odah shut down as well in the meantime, and unfortunate for player there.
Oh, imagine, man.
I thought that maybe you should have stayed above, played Vert super shorty, and just taken the gamble on a default plant, which it ultimately was. I think there was limited info, and the Velt cams that I did see get flicked through was only Lounge. I don't know if there was actually one in sight, so... kind of tried to take his chances. The castle then made things a difficult prospect. If that castle barricade ironically wasn't there, he would have gotten the kill and not traded because the second plate was so far away, but... it is what it is, and OT now beckons.
And it means that points on the board for CS. Took them a while to get points on the board in stage 1. As we said, they ended up 6th. It's the most disappointing showing we've seen from them since they entered the upper echelons of Oceania. Chiefs, on the other hand, already dropping points is a big red flag, but perhaps this stage is even less cut and dried than we thought it would be, guys. We already knew that this stage was going to be a big shakeup with what's happened with GG, what's happened with Chiefs, even Antic, the former man LFO. But I don't think we'd expected Antic to lose their opening game to, frankly, some nobodies.
Well,
team that we hadn't seen in the OS level before that had just made this huge come up in the off season. This
what do you mean?
X5 Sharp Outlaws Outlast roster.
1 X-Rivals Grand Final attendees. I think they won maybe one round.
They didn't even attend. they got 14-0.
They logged in.
They logged in and then they logged out again.
No, they played well tonight, though.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point I'm making. Like, we've seen teams shoot out of nowhere and take down runners-up in previous stages. And now we're seeing the Chiefs might not even be everything they're cracked up to be. If GG get pushed tonight, if they lose to Supernova, man, all bets are off.
Makes our job easy. That's all I'll say. we don't have to artificially hype it up too much, which is good. That's what we want to see. So round 13, and Chiefs are going to the tried and true top floor again. Two-Brow, Kaid, Bandit, the triple threat. With no Mav in play, it's difficult to open up these main breaches. IT, the first to be stalled out. Last time, Circular Sphere is able to get it open with, I think, about 1:10 on the clock. Ultimately, though, it still wasn't enough with that secondary layer of his army keeper barriers also in play. This time, though, the Deimos threat from below to ward off the Two-Brow, which should, in theory, make this wall a little bit easier to open up, at least a little bit faster than last time.
Oh, but the Electrical comes back on, and it's destroyed the util.
They have 1 EMP.
And there's still 2 Exothermics and 2 more Selmas. So this should be denied.
All through the wall, the Two-Brow.
Wow, the Two-Brow
He knows the tech. He knows the tech.
He just got it. Just barely. That's genius from Cairo. What a game he's had. However, Physics is able to move on over that exothermic and get the detonation off. Meanwhile, Saved is hungry. He's looking to peek. He's seen the A-bomb site. He's made nice eye contact with it, and he's looking for a kill on the back of it. Going for a wider swing. He's just waiting to play whack-a-mole with somebody's head.
Killerman gets the first, though. That threat down below with the Deimos. Can Circular Spheres, though, this time around deal with these keeper barriers? The LMG, a perfect counter.
And here comes the Adrenal Surge. Here comes the entry from Save. Big kill from him. Numbers advantage for CS on the attack, and they are relentless, but Tex holds on for a brief moment, looks for another one. He needs to win this fight, and he does. It's all up to him and Quiz. Physics in the 1v1 now. He even did damage onto Quiz. 20 seconds to play, and he's got the diffuser as well. Quiz, this is where you earn your stripes. A flashbang goes out, the monitor protects Physics for a brief moment. There's no C4, he's got to play it with the SMG, he does! Fire up, Quiz! Chiefs, they're on match points!
Yeah, Quiz, a little bit fortunate there that the push wasn't deep and instead opting for the plant. Good counterplay this time around onto the Azami from Circular Spheres. Did a better job in disrupting. Big hold from Tex though, massive. He loses that, and the back pressure probably would have been enough to overwhelm the objective. Physics opted not to go deep, and Quiz timing that push forward perfectly. I will also say, casting our minds back to the IT breach, Cairo almost denied the exothermic from opening up the wall completely. It only exploded at half a second before the Kaid came back online because the exothermic had to be moved. But still, it provided enough value, stalled out enough time, and Circular Spheres got better and better as the attempts went on in countering that setup and hard countering it at that. But it still just wasn't good enough.
Speaking of that exothermic, you know who's been my quiet achiever today has been Physics. He's never been one of the highlight players on Circular Spheres. He's always been good, like everyone on this roster has always had pop-off potential. But if you said who's the best player on Circular Spheres, I don't think I would have ever said Physics. Not only is he top fragging in the server right now with an EPS of 121, he's got 10 kills, he's also been doing his job with the util so well. Like, he brought that back to a clutchable situation. He's the one that saved that breach. He's looking really hot today, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from this new look CS roster.
Round 14, a change of sides and a change in personnel for both halves. As evident from Circular Sphere's lineup, far less of a commitment to hard breach denial. The Mute likely going to be placed around to deny drones and Deimos death marks from below and players lurking there currently. Does mean though that exterior walls are far easier for the attack to open. Chiefs taking full advantage of that, and IT opened up early into the piece.
What is that, Jacob?
I don't know what read he had on that spray, but I'll back him in.
Someone check in PC. Kara's back on the Monty. He started this game impressing us with his Monty skills. We all know how powerful shields are in the current meta. Circular Spheres need to do everything they can to keep him at bay.
Cairo with diffuser as well, so critical here for Cairo to play his life. Crossmat spotted, I would hope.
Yeah, he's safe. Needs to help pinch out this Warden. Very difficult player to eliminate, especially with that keeper barrier to protect him. He's managed to knife away that Frostmat. Meanwhile, the vertical game goes out, and Quiz has taken a lot of damage for his troubles from below. That contest, I believe it's Japer doing a lot of that damage as Cairo makes his way further forward.
Yeah, double vert. So not a whole lot of focus over towards electrical currently. Maybe indicating that Chiefs are wanting to aggress command, maybe look to get control top blue. Tex has proceeded through breach, and they're beginning to circle site Killerman, the first to fall.
This is so good. The vertical pressure from underneath, so few teams heavily use it. And now Tex has gotten in there. Kairo's tempted to plant, almost loses his life on the retreat. A dangerous position now for Chiefs. It is fumbleable. Oh, Circular Spheres are falling apart though. They're being picked to pieces. Neptune and Saved have to hold on. It's all up to Save, but he might not be able to save the rounds. A 1v2. Both players low, but the Monty still survives. Plant not confirmed. This is winnable, but Cairo goes for him. The GG is called, and the Chiefs have run the number. They're back in the league, and they're here to make a statement.
Yeah, some big moments from the boys in blue this evening, and enough to get an overtime win across the line. Circular Spheres, a respectable return to normality, I suppose, for them after a disappointing stage 1, and maybe a bit more promising for them here in the second stage to vie for a top 4 spot.
Respectable for CS, but not enough to get a win, which they were able to do against Chiefs last time. So big revenge story for Chiefs, but of course we'll break it down on the desk.
We'll do our best. Can't promise you we will, but if I was to kind of get in touch with, like, you know, the younger generation of today, would mid be the right word?
It's probably a little harsh,
Fair.
I think, on both teams, because I think CS put up a good fight. I think their understanding of Nighthaven was actually surprisingly good.
Yep.
They, especially for a team that's brought in 3 new players. They were playing well together, so obviously credit to them for making it so close and getting it to OT. I think this is a pass for Chiefs.
Yep.
I think bringing in Odah, he obviously had a big impact. We saw that 1v3 clutch, which everyone was going crazy for.
Oh, we lost our shit.
But maybe on those attacks, they went down 4-2 in the first half. Possibly a few too many cooks in the kitchen is something that I was a little bit worried about.
Sure.
Going into it, you've got players like Tex, Cairo, Odah now. A lot of big voices, so maybe a little bit of inconsistency on those attacks. But yeah, we'll see how they go from there.
Well, we won't have to hear Xenox's analysis, which I know everyone at home is really upset about. We've got the man, the myth, the legend.
Tex?
He's thrown you right under the bus before we've even
Odah,
been given
how
a
are you,
shot.
mate?
Odah.
Oh, good.
Odah, look, there are 1,000,001 questions that I think I wanna ask, but I might just start off. No, look, let's start off with something breezy. We'll work our way into this one. How does it feel to kind of get that first win under your belt? You know, a cheeky little 1v3 in there as well. Like, surely this is going to be the pass mark to begin with.
Yeah, look, it feels good, you know, being under the Chiefs now and on a new roster. You know, getting that first dub is just the first step of moving forward to, you know, winning the stage. So I'm really happy that the boys played really well. I think everyone put in work today.
Yep.
So yeah, I'm just happy to keep moving forward throughout the season.
Odah, I just want to say firstly again, congratulations on the win. I think that you kind of maybe also get some cobwebs out in that game for the team respectively. Is it really just kind of a learning stage over the first couple of weeks where it's like figuring a few things out that you didn't really have the time like other teams did throughout the break because, well, you know, you got kind of blindsided last second.
You know, when you get benched, when there's a roster lock and it's out of nowhere.
Yeah,
you know, we had a week to prep. I literally joined them like the day of qualifiers. So yeah, look, I don't really care about the BO1 results. All we need is top 6. I don't care about being first or second. But you know, once we get to playoffs, that's where I really want us to step up and, you know, be ready and be prepared.
Yeah, you might have just heard me mention it, but I said maybe something that could have come into play was possibly too many big voices in the team. So just in that first week, how have you guys sort of balanced that IGL role and how are you guys communicating?
Well, I've definitely picked up on the more lead role in this team. I think it kind of made sense having that experience, but I didn't want to shut down Tex and Coro's ideas. I still want these guys to make plays, to call stuff in the round with what they see. So I'm here to lead them, but I'm not here to take over.
So, the elephant in the room. Can we talk about it?
Oh, mate, what do you want to know?
All right, so where do I start? Right, let's give the viewers some context. You've obviously just finished EWC. You've gone on holiday, let's just say. You've gone back to the motherland. And in the meantime, there has been a roster change that's seen Tuhan join ex-Bliss, which are now Gaming Gladiators. He's been trialing while you've been away. You come back. What happens from here?
So I get back, I'm moving states, but while I'm moving states, you know, I'm doing double scrim still, after scrims, I'm talking with Wet. How can I help to catch up? I had meetings with Titan. What I need to work on. And then there was a day where I messaged Golden, and I was like, "What's the haps? Everyone seems to be a bit upsetty." And then I got a call. I got added to a call with Titan and Golden. I was like, "Oh, here we go, fellas." And it was, look, everyone's not really happy with how it's going since we've been back, and you've been moved to bench. So the first thing I did was I messaged Jigsaw and I said, "Let's build a fucking team."
Wait.
That's what it was.
Did you message Repix? Oh, he didn't get a message.
I'm with Repix every day, mate. I'm with him every day now. He doesn't want to come back.
Obviously, it's a bit of a shock. It's a bit of a blindside. Look, let's be honest. We went to EWC together. Your EWC wasn't the greatest, but before that, I think you had been able to build quite a lot of form. You had credits in the bank. Surely this is not over just that one event, right? Like, is that what was communicated to you? Was it about EWC? Was it about after EWC? Like, how does this actually come to pass? Because the irony in all of this, I don't know if you saw at the top of the show, but we referenced your tweet about teams making changes last second, and then your own team does that with you.
Look, all I'm saying is, before the stage started, when I came back, we looked to move Fisho to support stuff. Titan said, no, it's too close to the season. Well, it wasn't too close enough for me to get benched, so...
Wow.
I don't know.
This just got so spicy. There's something even spicier coming up, though, Odah. I'm sure you've got it penciled on the calendar. Playday 4.
Well, I've marked it, mate, don't worry.
What's the mentality getting ready toward that day? I mean, surely that's almost the Canadian Dark Zero storyline coming to fruition.
Well, when we got back from EWC, they made a whole new playstyle. I had 4 days to learn it, and it's in here. So I already know how they play the game. I know their strats, even though I got kicked literally a minute after getting benched. Even though I was still part of the team as a sub, I got kicked instantly. But I don't know. I know how they play the game. I've prepared these boys really well for that game and just this season. Honestly, these guys have leveled up a lot since I first joined in a week. So I'm keen to get to playoffs. I don't really care about Playday 4. If we win, it's a win. But when it comes to playoffs in the BO3, I'm looking to win there.
Very quickly, I mean, you don't have to obviously answer this, but Jigsaw, we know that there's been a lot of kerfuffle about that. It seems like he will be able to play when he gets back to Australia later on. I think it's something almost like what will be more, say, akin to playoffs. Now, he's listed as a substitute. Everyone on the roster, I'm sure, is aware of this. How are you guys treating this internally? Again, you don't have to answer it, but I'm just curious because he's such a well-known player. He's been able to go overseas. We know how good he is. You said it yourself. You kind of hooked up with him straight away. Is it more a case to everyone on the roster like, hey, he's going to be coming in, you've got to play well, otherwise you could be the one to go to bench?
So we've kind of looked at it as he's not a sub, he's more of a 6-core roster. He's there like every stream. He's still like, watching us play. He's learning how we play. It's more that when he comes back, is obviously there's going to be an issue of who does he fill in for. But everyone's aware that it could be anyone, and we're not focused on that. We're focused on actually making playoffs and being a team.
What if it's you?
Oh, you beat me to it.
Look, if it's me, I'll run it back with Chef Jeff. He needs me at this point.
Odah, mate, it's an absolute pleasure. Thank God we got you in for this stage. That's all I can say. Mate, is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, look, the King of OC wasn't going anywhere. I'm still here to, top the stage MVP and farm and make majors, baby. See you next week.
Let's keep it short and sweet, mate. Thank you very much. We'll speak to you next week.
Later, boys.
I tell you what, if he gets benched from this team, he's going to have to make his own Carlton's nights.
It's going to be Anna's nights. That's all it's going to be. Tell you what. Wow. We got a lot more insight than I thought we might have, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles here for Odah. He's now pretty much kick-started what could be a grudge match, what is a grudge campaign. This is going to be spicy this stage. You will not want to miss a minute of it. And when I mean a minute, I mean what's coming up next. We got Game and Gladiators as they take on Supernova. Well, if you missed it before the break, all hell has broken loose here in the OS League, and things are about to get a lot more intense. We've got Gaming Gladiators. They take on Supernova. Now, for those of you who might be unaware, Supernova are the ex-Odium roster. It's basically just a clean transfer across of organizations. But before we get to that, just a little recap. An unbelievable start from Outlast in their first match in the Pro League. That's for those that might not know who Outlast are. Maybe you'll remember Bailey from Stage 1, maybe even Stage 2 of last year. He returns with a brand new 4 to complete what was a really, really great matchup against Antic, which are X-Man LFO. There's a lot of X's around these leagues. It's almost like we've taken a step into Michael Guzgurry's life. There's just X's everywhere, isn't there, mate? It doesn't matter where we look.
There's not much action in that department, mate. But we still have 2 banging matches tonight. I'm sure there'll be a lot of action there. Supernova and Gaming Gladiators up next. What should probably be a rather one-sided game. That being said, Supernova could come out of the gates here quite strong, and Gaming Gladiators, the villains of the league, are under a little bit of pressure to prove that recent roster acquisitions have been the right move.
Oh, I'm really keen for this one because this is where all your money's made. This is where the cookies go on the jar.
A lot of words being thrown around in the last sort of 20 minutes, so it's going to be interesting to see what those words now entail. Obviously, we thought the Circular Spheres Chiefs game was going to be probably a bit more one-sided than it was, so I think anything can happen in this Supernova game. The way to describe Supernova, it's Prez's team, and you generally get a similar thing out of Prez's team every season.
Yeah.
Not always great.
Was that a backhand?
It was a little bit. Kind
of, and I love it. I'm here for it.
Not always great, but flashes of brilliance. So maybe tonight that could be on the cards.
I feel like even the flashes of brilliance, that's a bit of a backhanded comment as well. There's no good comment coming out of you, is there, Vinny? Poor bloke. What did he ever do to you? I actually don't want to know what he did to you. Let's start talking about maybe Gaming Gladiators first. Let's just see what production pulls up and figure out a conversation from there. Here we go.
Wait, where's Odah?
Oh, wait, what? Sheesh, Michael, you might be the only person who hasn't given us your thoughts live on broadcast yet. Actually, no, you did technically in the game, but just do it for my sake.
Pretty sure I did it on the Jake and Gus podcast as well.
I don't know what that is.
My thoughts on Odah out and Tuhan in. I think like many, if we are to take at least Odah at his word, the way in which the roster change took place is a little bit questionable, but the change itself, difficult to know if it's an improvement or not. We were not sitting in on those scrims while Odah was in Greece and Tuhan was filling in. Maybe they've found that extra 10% that's really going to aid them in dominating the region more and also performing better overseas. That's ultimately where they want to, find results, because they haven't really so far.
I suppose 4 days of scrims probably washes away 4 years of work. Let's start talking about Supernova, the roster that now come into this with really a great opportunity. We've spoken about President in the past and the differences he's made on the roster. But hang on a second.
Whoa.
Are we playing Where's Wally this stage? What is going on? I was so close to dropping an F-bomb there. What the actual shit is happening? So Pinku is down as a sub on my book. Prez obviously has sat in the core roster for an age. Okay, cool. We just got confirmation. Prez is playing. That's all right. My God, I was about to flip my lid. No, Pinku's playing. Okay. So if production can confirm for me while I throw this to Vinny, if President's playing or not. What's your expectations for this roster?
Well, I think the only thing we really have to go off is obviously the Oceanic Rivals performance that we've seen over the last sort of 4 weeks, and it wasn't great, to be honest, Rob. There wasn't a lot going on for them. They seemed to have some good ideas on both attack and defense, but sort of probably overcomplicated it a little bit, and especially with the level of competition that was there, it probably didn't need to happen, so I think they definitely fell into the trap of probably doing too much. But if they've been able to dial that back a little bit, really take in sort of what went wrong during that competition, I think they definitely have the firepower to have a good crack at this.
And obviously, just for those who are playing along at home, my God, my English is great. Balarazi is stepping in for Saved, who has obviously moved on to, I can't even say bigger or better things. Things just moved on. And it is confirmation that President is sitting on the bench, and we go to Consulate for this matchup. Vinny, hand directly on the forehead. There was no wasting any time there.
I mean, this might be a bigger story than Odah getting kicked from Bliss.
This could be.
President is not on the team that he built. It's unbelievable. This guy has been the backbone of that roster for such a long time, and now he's on the bench.
I tell you what.
It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. It's a bloody disgrace to the region.
I'd never know if you're being serious, Michael. But we head to Consulate. What are your thoughts on this matchup in particular?
Well, it's intriguing, right? Bank left to GG to decide if they wanted to go there. As you would know, I don't know if you actually played in that game, but Bliss at the time lost on Bank against Carlton's Knights, back on Bank, overcomplicating it. And so perhaps just wanting to go to a map like Consulate where you can simplify things a little bit without great effect.
Cool. All right, well, let's see if we can get the boys. Oh, wait, there we go. Jake, can you hear me?
I just wanted to be off screen again. Hello, Rob. Hello.
Took you no time.
I'm in a better position here, and I'm with the wonderful James Dev Marta Stewart, and we've got ourselves a huge game. It's the villains versus the Supernova.
I feel like it's almost the villains versus the villains, if I'm being completely honest. But
justice for Prez. Justice for Prez.
We're gonna leave you on this note, Jake. Here's a hot take.
Yep.
Is the Prez bench bigger than the Odah bench?
Well, not really, because I feel like President's been benched like 1,000 times by now.
Well, not really.
It's not his first rodeo, is it? Come on now.
Well, actually. All right, boys. Well, enjoy the matchup. We'll catch up with you later.
Oh, thank you, guys. Yeah, look, I want to see Prez's team without Prez perform well, because this is what everyone's been waiting for, right? Like, if GG don't back it up, then everyone's going to be laughing after today.
Can I just say already, I feel so terrible for Mandy that had to put up. You're leaning back.
I am.
And I'm like standing.
Last stage with Mandy, I would sit.
Yeah. Honestly, look at that.
Yeah.
I promise, for context, I'm not as small as Mandy.
I don't know. I can't tell the difference personally.
You just look down. Everyone's the same. All right, Consulate we go. Third game of the day. We've had some very unfortunate tech issues today. It's been a bit prolonged, but hopefully this one can be a little bit cleaner. Gaming Gladiators, do you reckon they're going to embrace their villain arc?
No, and it's because most of the players on the team are like that, are either too shy to show up on a camera, like Fisher guy, or they're too polite when they do, like Sage. The only exception is Wet, but I have a feeling he's actually getting a bit tilted at the whole conversation that's going on.
He's not on the interviews anymore.
Exactly, which we're pretty disappointed about, because Wet, he can bite.
He can bite. Can he bark, though? Certainly not as loud as Logic.
Nobody can bark like Logic.
What about Supernova, though? Because I think coming into this game, there's obviously going to be a lot of talk about Gaming Gladiators, somewhat such as Chiefs in the last game with Circular Spheres. What about Supernova? What are our thoughts here? I mean, they come into this with a bit of a free punch. No one's giving them really an opportunity. And very quickly, shout out, of course, another organization making their way into the Oceania League. Great to see. But this is certainly, trial by fire.
Yeah, it doesn't get much easier from here on out in this game. And Supernova really have their work cut out for them. They have been a great team in the past. Like that old Odium roster, we had a lot of expectation of. They had some huge wins in the past, but I'm not convinced that this is the strongest iteration of the roster that we've seen. But that said, as much as we love to meme on Prez, like, technically we probably do have a firepower upgrade here, getting Pinku on the roster. Like, Pinku's always been such a phenomenal player. He's played on the old Antic roster and many others, Circular Spheres at points. Palarasi is, to me, like the untested one. I personally haven't seen him play before, so I don't know what the Supernova roster is going to be like.
Did he play last stage?
Palarasi, don't remember.
I'm pretty sure he did.
Maybe he might have. Maybe he did. I don't remember him playing last.
Really? Well, that's not a good sign. Maybe you don't remember him.
It might be a me problem.
You can clearly see into the server as we just kind of loaded in. Silly Cat enjoying it.
Oh, yeah.
It is Pinku.
Yeah.
Does kind of lead me to believe that maybe this was actually quite like a last-second decision. Now, he was listed as a substitute for the roster. So I do wonder if it was kind of like, hey, we're going to actually use you. And
yeah, we might have to dial up Mr. President and find out what's going on there.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope it wasn't any backdoor deals. I hope it wasn't a leadership spill or anything like that.
For all we know, maybe it's a one-night thing.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just a one-night stand with these subs.
Eyes on Tuhan, you think?
Yeah, so, well, I'll just finish touching on Supernova for a sec.
Yep,
because,
touch them up.
Yeah, because I want to mention the rivals, right? The Oceanic rivals, the off-season tournament. We talked a lot about particularly Outlast and how they were runners-up at that tournament. We talked about how the Chiefs, they came first in that tournament. That was their proving ground. Supernova came 9th to 10th. In an off-season Tier 2 tournament that didn't even have GG in it. That's a big red flag. In the off-season, these guys have struggled. in the flip side, we don't really know what to expect. This is the first official we're seeing Tuhan play with GG. This is the first time XBliss is donning their new jerseys. And Tuhan wasn't even the top-rated player on Antic last stage. He was behind both player and Cairo. Yeah, exactly. Who, funnily enough, have now gone and joined his biggest rivals in the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, just for the shuffling in terms of the rosters, and with Pinku now in, it feels like it just continues to shuffle. Eyes will certainly be on Tuhan coming into not only this game, but really the stage as a whole. Big shoes to fill. We saw Odah drop 11 in that last game, a big catalyst, arguably the MVP for Chiefs in that win. So, you know, if you're going to make a change like that, it has to be warranted. From what I've heard, Tuhan impressed, especially in the scrims, in the trials, and they pulled the trigger. From what we heard in the interview, though, certainly one that wasn't public was potential of benching Fisho guy. Now, well, I can't wait to. I'm somewhat hoping GG win just so we can get an interview to clarify that. You know, that's going to be the first question that Rob's going to ask.
This game is a win-win for the viewers because either Supernova win and it's an amazing upset, or GG win and we get to really roast them in the interview. So I'm excited no matter what. And also for the GG fans out there, I want to give you something to grip onto. Like these guys do have massive potential with Tuhan. Like, they could go big. They're looking for their next breakout at an international event. And if they believe that this is it, then I trust them.
Well, talk about storylining there. Tuhan, the first one to fall. Bappen finds the opening kill on the defense for Supernova. Here on Consulate, slow approach so far here in the opening round, but just now as we head over towards exterior balcony, and Webballs goes for a swift entry. Denied. Shut down at the front door by Quixie, and it's a 2-0 start to Supernova.
Yeah. It is indeed. 1 minute left to play. GG are looking a little bit rough around the edges. They haven't really got their boots in the building. Aggressive swing now. Fisho guy can use the fire to try and flush out Quixie's position. Quixie's getting roasted to a punch. But Fisho hasn't been able to confirm the kill as of yet. Aggressive position for Quixie, but it's going to be so hard for Fish to actually confirm the kill. Meanwhile, Sage has made his way in the building, and Brendo has made the scoreboard even. Oh, the timing for Sage is not great. But he has forced that player back. There's still potential, but Bappen continues the form now at the CZ. It's all up to Fisho, guys. 7 HP, and he is so far from home.
Yeah, he is out of position, out of place, and as you said, 7 HP, does have the diffuser, 20 seconds. At this point, if you pink, if you Bappen, play your angles, play with Charlie, you don't need to peek anything, but as I say that, Bappen just pops up from behind the shield, puts an end to it. Opening round, away of Supernova.
My. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. It's Consulate defense. This is where you expect Supernova to find their feet. But GG have a huge weight on their shoulders. Everybody is watching them right now.
It's pressure they haven't felt in Oceania for years.
Yeah. They've 3 times champions of this region, and they haven't really been contested that whole time. Yeah, occasionally they would lose a game here or there. But if anything, that was just a testing. That was about the refinement. I think we're talking a lot about Tuhan. We're talking a lot about Odah. You know what we're not talking about nearly enough?
Sage.
Well, yeah, sure.
I don't know. It was a name you didn't list.
Titan.
Right, yeah.
What a huge change for this roster to have Min Goran, who's been their coach for quite some time now, move to an analyst position and bring in someone who previously was an analyst, G2's analyst, import him all the way into the Oceanic region and give him this roster. I mean, he obviously has so much experience. Titan, of course, also coached the old Gaming Gladiators roster that was a primarily Indonesian roster back in 2022. So he's played in APAC before, or coached in APAC before. But I think a lot of people are looking at Titan as the man responsible for the moves, for the playstyle change. So he does bear a lot of the weight.
Yeah, I think that's rightful. I think that when you're coming into an environment that has had little change over the years, and then we're seeing big change. Titan comes in, Odah goes out. It's easy to then question a lot of the decision-making, where it's coming from. 1 round at a time mentality, and the good news for Gaming Gladiators is they can actually drop a map here or there throughout the main play days, because it's no longer best of 1. It's all about getting to the playoffs in as best form as you can possibly get to. I don't think they're going to be invulnerable. I actually think they will drop a map here or there throughout this stage as they continue to kind of navigate through some new waters. But we'll see if that happens in this particular game. Good start for Supernova. Now, the opening round was quite slow throughout the first minute and a half. I wonder if it'll continue here. Quixie thinking he can maybe go for a peek.
He's so confident. We saw it last round as well with his swings.
Brendo.
Aggressive roam clear. Big kill from Bappen, taking on the 1v1. Despite the logic bomb, Despite the Jackal, there is at least a trade. Tuhan is ready to receive the fallback.
Yeah, I feel like with Tuhan as well. Oh, hang on, this is an easy kill. Surely, yes, okay. Pappen confirms it on to Fisher Guy. Poor timing on the rappel. Now he can just get down the hatch, courtesy of the impact. And with that, Supernova can certainly confirm their advantage, go back, play sight. You have to feel like the pressure on Tuhan, though. When you're replacing someone like Odah, you're playing these entry positions. You're a fragger. We know that Tui can certainly push in, get kills, be aggressive. That can be so much more difficult to do mentally when there's more added pressure on your shoulders. Of course, all external, not internal, but still something to consider. 4v3, minute 20. Good position now for Supernova, where they've all been able to kind of fall back, play a bit of sight, except for Bappen still on that first floor, though. Same with Palarazi, too. Yellow ping intel here from Sage. Still playing a little roam game here, despite the advantage they've got.
Yeah, and the barrel being exposed there does mean there is big potential. Bappen gets a few bullets into Wet.
Should have played sight.
But Wettables gets the last laugh.
I think they just wanted to still keep a little bit of that vert on the first floor just above. They're going to get punished for it. Of course, Palarazi was still over towards Closet. Now did get the kill at the very least, and they know exactly where Wettables is, still up above on that bark. They can probably then get a sense that Tuhan will be up there. So for Pinku and Dirty, they know exactly where the last two are going to be playing from, where they're going to hopefully then be coming from. Not a lot of time either. Also, where's the diffuser?
Good
Dump
question.
above.
Yeah, it's going to have to be retrieved. Indeed, it will be. Wettables is already low HP. He's trying to use the bark to finish off this vertical game, but there's not a lot of time to play with here. He hasn't found the players. He spot the feet for a brief moment, but I don't think he's going to be able to find the angle. Couple of bullets. Dirty receives them. Wettables takes him down. Big round for Wet. All up to Silly Cat enjoy it himself. Pinku finds his first. And now Tuhan must prove that he was a worthy pickup. He goes for the kill, but he's looking hella silly right now. Pinku, in his hoodie, is very happy to finish off the round.
Yeah, I don't think he's silly at all, but he is a cat enjoyer, that's for sure, as you can clearly see with that hoodie. 2-0 start for Supernova. Showing that aggression that we expect from this roster, from how they like to play. Maybe a little bit over there on the roam game, still deep late in that round. You probably could have started to bring players back towards sight. Shambles. Yeah. And you know what? What's interesting as well is I feel like, you know, we saw the trailer for the Oceania League and kind of GG being painted as villains. A lot of the players know that, like, these guys could actually be, you know, mentally not in the right position to deal with this kind of banter. You know, we actually saw it in the last game when it was like, can we get Tui in for open quals, for example? You guys were kind of discussing it a little bit, but like, that's the kind of stuff I'm expecting to go GG's way. They've got to be prepared for that, prepared to deal with that. 2-0 start. You're going to get some comments here and there. You're going to be like, hey, maybe Odah could have won you that round. Like, that's the kind of comment that you could perceive to get. So I think they're a mature enough team to deal with it, but they've got to expect it.
Yeah, and Bliss, when they were Bliss, were always like the homeboys. You know, everyone in OS flocked around them. Everyone said, yeah, these are our boys. We always support them in international events, kind of like the Chiefs in 2021.
Yeah.
And then there was a switch in that old Chiefs roster when we started to see questionable roster moves like God Legion getting dropped, like Fisho getting dropped. And then the conversation changed and they became the villains. And it didn't take long before that team fell apart completely. GG need to make sure that history doesn't repeat itself for them because they are no longer universally loved in OS. They have this villain arc starting. Now, I'm sure it's a lot more complicated than who's the good guy and the bad guy because some people will take sides with GG, some people will take sides with Odah. And my question is, can they withstand that pressure? Because I know there are players that don't want to be partaking in any kind of narrative like that, but it still gets to them, especially a guy like Tui, who is the center point of all this controversy.
Now, bringing it back a little bit, the discussion around Pinku and President, our wonderful Robert J. Monday's gone and got some information. So he's found out that President is snowboarding overseas. I was going to say, he's snowboarding in New Zealand. You can't track him down. I'm not doxing him. It's a country. He's just missing this one game.
Okay.
But I tell you what, Pinku,
if they beat GG, I don't think your spot's going to be here.
I know a guy who
went to Greece.
I know a guy who went on
when
holiday.
He came back, he
came back and he didn't have a spot. So it might not be yours when you come back. 2-0 start for Supernova and GG. Look, not on the ropes by any means. It is consulate, but they would like to get a wriggle on. The good news for them is a lot of these rounds have been perceived as close. They're getting some kills. Last one coming down to a 1v1. Couldn't really have been any closer. Still good signs from Supernova. By any means, they honestly don't look scared. And I wonder if that aura for this GG roster has actually left them. Maybe they left their aura behind with Bliss when they parted ways. Because it feels like they don't have that same aura about them anymore. That's also like...
Negative
play day one.
Negative aura. Xenox detects negative aura. Yeah. Oh, man. It's It's hard for me to say. I mean,
that aura, by the way, is not their playing ability. It's
No,
more
it's
just like
the
the
vibes.
changes they made, the vibes, they're talking about like the coach, new org, all these things. It's not the same old comfy bliss that we've seen for the last 2 years.
No. I feel like the org change couldn't come at a better time as well. It's a new face for the face of OCE. But on the back of their tactical timeout, this is where they will spring into action. Looking to push on the top floor. This is a tertiary bomb site. This is where they need to be winning, and they've dismantled that mirror position, but still players reside.
Yeah, it feels like there's a lot of pressure on Tuhan to kind of push forward. You're playing the Ash, a couple of flashes get thrown out, so trying to aid in clearing out this top floor position. It is Wedables again. I mean, he is fragging out. 5 versus 4. Okay, first time inside of the opening 3 rounds that we've seen GG get a bit of an advantage. How does Supernova respond? Do they get aggressive? Do they go on the counterpunch? Do they look to kind of fight back, find a pick? Well, that's a swing there from Dirty that is shut down by Brendo. I think this is a case where GG have kind of just slowed things down a little bit. Let's hold angles. Let's see if they peek into us. Let's see if we can find something. And that's working out for them in this round. They've kind of slowed it down. Polarizi with a good kill. But hey, they've got bodies. They've got numbers. They've got a bit more map control about them this round from GG. So they're able to get the swift trade, 4v2. Supernova not really getting as much to happen for them in this round.
Now, GG are playing this so smartly. I really like the way that they are doubling up on their entries, and they always have Wedables here ready to watch the fallback.
Well, Pinku knows, though.
Yeah, but Bappin is still trapped on the yellow stairs. He can't retreat because Wedables is watching it. Even though they know about that position,
This could be a 2v2. If Wet goes in for the vault,
he's not going to chase him.
Well, it's 20 seconds and you're on the attack. You got to do something here, right? So if Pinku's patient enough, he gets the kill on the fish.
Oh my
There's
God.
the entry point. Poor timing from Wedables, and Bappin was able to rotate and help out, and suddenly Tuhan, the newest member, with a great kill onto Pinku, makes it a 1 versus 1 as he gets the kit onto the floor against Bappin.
Another chance to prove himself for Tuhan, but he is too late. Supernova continue their form. 3 in a row, 3 different bomb sites, and GG are yet to find a round with this new roster.
They had their timeout, right? They took it up to the second round, so they've already
and then
taken
they
it.
lost.
And then they lost, and we already know that if you take a timeout, the statistical likelihood is it increases into the next round. Now, it
was a 2v4, man.
Yeah, but they had good positions. Pinku didn't move. We didn't see Bappin move. They held good angles and they had at least information on 2 players. You hold that, you know they have to attack. There's 25 seconds left. They need to move. We don't have to. And as soon as they moved into position, and because they were so late, Bappin gets a kill, rotates, finds another. By the time Wedables made the entry, it was already too late.
What boggles my mind is, as you said, right, you were like, oh, Wedables can't jump in. Well, he's not meant to jump in. He's meant to watch the fall off.
But the others die, he has to do something.
Yeah, but that's the thing, GG. They just need to focus on getting the guy on yellow stairs to fall back, take a fight. And instead, they just peek him with one guy and then ignore him. Where's the util? Where's the flood? Where's the refrag? You need to push that player down the stairs. Even if it costs you 1 life, it's a 4v2. How do you lose a 4v2?
I think, again, it's easy to kind of look at that in terms of the pessimistic side and say, well, how did GG lose a 4v2? But I look at it more like, I know why Supernova were able to win that back because of their positioning. Even like for the sake of... Was that a laugh from Rob in the background? I don't blame him, to be honest. I'm just trying to do the job I
He's just enjoying your analysis, and I am too.
More than anything, I think for Supernova, they didn't panic. I think teams previously in Oceania League would have panicked there as those 2 players. They would have started to run around, not sure exactly where everyone's coming from. They looked like they actually had a bit of an idea as to the push of GG.
And patience is certainly paying off for Supernova. They know that GG are actually playing really slowly. And sometimes a little rat position here, a bit of patience there. Safe aggression like this. I mean, this is a smoke SMG-11 spawn peak on Consulate. Very rare we see something like this.
He's just a silly cat.
He is. And he's enjoying himself as well. He actually might find a kill here. The Zero does punch out his gadget. The Samcam will likely be shot. There you go. We're back on the top floor. This is a very hard bomb site to crack, by the way. And GG are already lacking momentum. They've used their tactical timeout, but Suhan is finding picks.
That's a big kill. Bappin's been great. He's the one that's been able to run around and click heads. Up to 8 kills inside of 4 rounds is a pretty insane scoreline. In fact, it was technically 3 rounds. He got nothing in this. Logic Bomb used. Mujema helping out for Quixley does block that. But again, this is somewhat similar to the last round where GG have slowed the pacing down. They want to just see if they can find a couple of picks here or there. And then it comes down to that late round execution where they did collapse in that last round. So I'm very curious to see how it's going to work out for them here. As you said, site can be difficult to crack. 90 seconds. Yes, you've killed one. Another logic bomb utilized here along with the Quan Hive launcher as Palarasi finds another kill. He's been good for at least one. Fisho guy forced out of that position. But like the previous round, they're finding kills. This time they're able to double down, not losing anyone else. Becomes a 4 versus 1. And GG are going to get their first round on the board.
Yeah. This is pretty much a done deal. It's been very well played by GG. Just inch away, get a small advantage, and then consolidate. No need to do anything fancy. No need to overthink.
Back to basics.
Yeah. It's exactly what Vinny was saying on the desk. Far too many teams try and get fancy with it. And GG know that really all they have to do is hold their solid positions. Nice to see Pinku back in the server, though.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like for him, like whether or not like substituting or not playing full time is something that's going to be prolonged.
Well, I know the reason he got dropped by the old Antic roster was because he couldn't commit enough time to play full time. So I do assume that being sub is partially his choice.
Kind of like Vinny.
Yeah, sure. We can ask him about that when we get back to the desk later.
What you're saying is Pinku's going to be joining us in a couple of years on the
well, we'll see.
How many rounds do you think that for Supernova is good enough here at Defense Consulate against GG?
Good enough to look good or good enough to confirm?
I'm going to say to win. I want to win the map. Do you reckon they need 4?
I think they need more than 4 to confirm a round win. Like, if
you think GG will be dominant on defense?
I just think that, like, if this goes 3-3, GG will have just won 3 rounds in a row. They'll have that momentum. They'll be looking incredibly solid. Even down from a 4-2, GG will look good. It's Consulate, after all. Like, this map is really solid for defense. Even in a world where Supernova go 5-1, I still wouldn't count GG out. That is the reputation these guys have earned after a year and a half of being the best team in this region.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you're spot on. I think sometimes we can get a little bit carried away with things like Aura and they're the villains and the bad guy arc. But you're right, in terms of the prowess that they possess and what we've been able to see from them for years now. And even Tuhan, he's no slouch and he's been around a long, long time. He certainly knows his way within the server. He's been grinding since the old T2 days. I don't know if he ever played Tier 3, but...
Tuhan, I remember he won Challenger League way back in, was it 2021 or 2022?
With 21.
Fury.
Yeah. With Brenda.
Yeah. Oh, man. The good old days, huh?
Yeah, so, like, yeah, absolutely. I think for Supernova, I think 4 would be good. I think you'd be happy with 4.
So, just to go further into this, like, in Stage 1, Bliss was by far the best defensive rated team. 77% defensive win rate overall.
Overall, yeah.
Not just on one map or another, overall. And Odium, for example, which is what the Supernova roster was, 56.
Wow.
Leagues apart.
Yeah. Not even in the same conversation. So far, though, Supernova putting in a really good shift on Consulate. 2 rounds to go. As Quixley finds himself over towards Admin, maybe sensing the ability to get aggressive once again. I do wonder if Supernova kind of put a bit of stock into getting this opening kill, catching someone off guard from GG to try and open up the round, make it a little bit more difficult for GG to get that map control, get into key positions. Love the live drone here for Fisho. Yeah, that's a free push through Electrical. Yeah, but I think you can clearly see the opening 3 rounds. GG looked like they wanted to go quite fast, pick up that pacing, take Supernova on. They've slowed it down. They're playing their style of Siege a bit more.
But I do like that Supernova is still going for these roams. I think especially a fallback style roam where you shoot drones and then waste more time. That's exactly what seems to be working against GG. And Fisho's found the opening kill. Likely to be an exchange here. Brendo's waiting patiently and wins his.
Yeah.
They're
just pushing into them. This is the issue. This is where it's changed after going up 3-0. Finally over towards Cafe, we see Pinku get a kill onto Fisho. GG making a bit more of a push towards the site. The drop down successful though from Palarasi. The turnaround shot into Brendo was absolutely fantastic. And suddenly the round a little bit more winnable for Supernova. Into a 2v2. Flashes to avoid. Still over a minute, James. There's a lot of time on the clock.
And if Palarasi keeps landing shots like that, this could be a quick end to the round. He knows where both these players are. The flash blinds him, but only for a brief moment. Wedables and Tuhan have got to nail this in.
They know where last one is.
Tuhan's down. Big 3K for Palarasi. Huge round from him. Supernova. They've locked in that they're going to win this half, but can they get a 5th?
Yeah, so 90 seconds gone into the round. We get the replays here perfectly. Look at that. Brendo holds the angle. Why Supernova are starting to push? They're getting a little bit antsy on the defense. They want information because the way that GG are playing that round, slow. A lot of exterior gameplay. They're trying to get drone, get a lot of information. They're not pushing in. Slow, slow, slow. Okay, so Supernova start pushing. They lose 2. 5v3 in favor of GG. What do they do with that? They hit the go button. Yeah. They're just like, oh, well, we can hit site now. We've killed half their team. No, that's not how it works. Palarazi gets a double kill, and suddenly you're still trying to hit site with 1:12 on the clock, and you're not playing off each other from 2 different positions. And so therefore, for Supernova, it's very easy. I know where he is. I know where he is. Let's double up. Really well played from Supernova, and they've looked like the better team so far. I know it's Consulate, it's defense, but we talk about what you said, those statistics, 77%, 56%, worlds apart.
Yeah.
We're not seeing it here in this game.
Yeah, of course, we haven't seen GG on defense yet, and so it may be a different story at the half flip, but rounds like that do give really big red flags. Like you said, they had an advantage, a 5v3 with over a minute left on the clock. That should be a free win on almost any site. But because GG decided, hey, we're in an advantage, let's go, 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 instead of, we're in an advantage, let's really slow it down and just trade out every kill, it enables the opportunity for Supernova to have hero plays.
We were doing Asia the other day during the week, and Bleed were the opposite of that. They got a lot of 5v3s, but they played it slow. They knew they had time, play the drone game, information, get into position, for executions the way you would for, say, a 5v5. Yeah. GG kind of do the opposite there in that round.
If you treat a 5v3 like a 5v5, you win 100% of those rounds.
Yep, absolutely. Big round coming up. We'll see whether or not Supernova can get to 5. If they do get to 5, do you believe? Well, you believe a lot more, though. You believe a lot more.
I'll be on a knife's edge if Supernova win this round.
And the most Xenox fun fact of all was the fact that the last time GG lost the game opening play day was against Vincia.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
So it does also show that even if GG end up losing this game, it's not like their stage is over by any means. But it would be.
But it's certainly a pretty bad sign.
It would be pretty bad. And
pretty embarrassing.
And they can't blame being in the gaming house either.
No. Oh, man. Yeah, pressure is on, that's for sure.
The question now, though, for Supernova is, you've got this lead. How do you kind of, like, not let that get to your head? You look at that scoreboard and you think, geez, we're doing well here, but let's not mess this up. You kind of have to just kind of keep taking it one round at a time. Good entry for Wet. He's been playing well. Got the kill onto Bappen, who has actually gone quiet in the last couple of rounds. Yeah. He was like 8-1, now he's 8-4.
Yeah, Bappen got the opening kill in the first 2 rounds, and every round since, it's been GG finding the first pick. And yet, we've seen them fumble it quite a few times.
Back to the slow approach. Quixie hasn't been flushed out of piano. This is a little bit better from Gaming Gladiators in the sense that they're more focused with unlocking key positions, get themselves into set positions, again, holding these angles. A lot of holding angles, expecting for Supernova to be roaming around, turning around a corner, and then being caught off guard 60 seconds. Hallway control, site control, Palarazi in a good spot where a couple of players could certainly come his way. Sage clears out long desk, starting to make their way towards site.
And there is a rappel on in. Here comes the execute on the top floor, and it is successful for GG. There's still a player in meeting, and he's found one. He's good for a second, perhaps. He is indeed. What? Pinku's in form. The super sub is here to play.
It's going to need
the ace. He has to do it all, and it's not going to be easy. 3.
2 more for the ace.
Brendo and Fish now. 30 seconds to play with. You saw the first one.
I don't know.
Fisher guy has that diffuser and can start forcing it down, but it's up to Brendo to cover it.
It's got gas, babes.
Yeah, and he's going to use one that does lock Brendo in that room. And he does do a little bit of damage to him, but Fish has jumped out the building.
That's down.
This is now a 1v1.
You're going to have to vault it like right now.
He still has a gas babe left as well. He doesn't have much of a choice. Fisher guy has got to win this. But Pinku is called upon to ace up. He jumps out and gets it! Are you kidding me, Pinku?
Can he get back in time, James?
He's got so much damn time!
He's got so much time. That is an incredible ace. That is one of the best plays from a player that we have seen in this region for years, James. Years. Pinku has just shit all over Gaming Gladiators. Single-handedly, he's wearing a cat hoodie.
This is unreal. A 1 versus 4 ace clutch, including a 1v1. I mean, there were claymores. There was Fisher guy on an upside down rappel. Here's the 5-1 that you ordered, Jake. GG have used their tactical timeout. This is the debut of the OS champions with their new player and their new org.
I want to say as well for Pink that my first instinct was like, you got to vault that almost straight away. You try and play that long arm game. It doesn't usually work out from default there. The Repeller usually wins that like 90% of the time, James. 90% of the time. You almost have to go straight away to maybe hope that you can catch him off guard. He goes for the gas babe. I think that was tried to be maybe obscure the sound of getting on it. Didn't work. He gets off straight away. He then just bolts it. Lovely kill here with the shotgun. He did understand that that player was there, had that intel. So he goes for it here very quick, straight off, and then bolt out. That's just incredible. That's poor crosshair placement as well from Fisher Guy. You got one job. He can only beat you on a jump out. It's the only way he can beat you. Oh my god, indeed. 5-1, and I don't know. If that's not a circuit breaker, I don't know what is. Yes, GG going to the defense, but mentally, that's a tough one to deal with.
Yeah. Holy shit. Like, that is
11. I'm telling you, President, you don't have a spot anymore. It's happened again.
Note to OS players, don't go on holiday. Don't ever go on holiday.
Well, I'm cancelling all my holiday plans. I'll come back and...
It was what happened with Mandy. Mandy went on holiday too, right?
Oh, yeah,
and then
true.
we got Vinian.
Well, we're two here from Gaming Gladiators. On the defense now, like, they've got to find a way. They're a team that can certainly mentally get over the hurdle of that round. They know that the weight of that round is not as big as it may seem, the way we're making it out, the way that Pingu's going to make it out. It's going to get clipped, it's going to get shipped. They know it's just one round. One moment on Playday 1 or Stage 2. It'll be irrelevant in a month's time. So they've got to just be able to move on to this next round, play their best Siege, and they can certainly get back into this. Like you said, even at 5-1, you will still expect GG to get back into the game.
Yeah, you can never count them out. Like, they've earned the right to have your respect, even in a situation like this. But I can't lie if I'd say that I'm starting to doubt. I'm starting to believe in Supernova. These guys are playing it like they have absolutely nothing to lose.
Yep.
And I cannot say the same for our former champions.
Former champions who are definitely vulnerable. That lost aura apparent. But by no means is this one over. One round at a time. And, oh, wonderful. Bappin, easy entry in towards CO. And that's going to be Fisher on the floor again. 2 and 6. Maybe Odah was right after all. Weatherballs to fall. The trade is swift, though, from Brendo. Needed that one. The young gun now up to 7 and 6 and certainly doing his part. But Supernova still with the player advantage. Over 90 seconds, so plenty of time here as well. And good ways to still facilitate in towards Site 1, Eat 1D. You still got 2 Bs to go and buzz out to get some more information. And maybe a headshot angle. If Sage is not careful, Flash to try and get out of this spot for Bappin. Doesn't play off it immediately. Still so much time remaining for Supernova. You get this, 6-1 becomes so much different.
Yeah, but that diffuser has been locked out cold on the ground. I like that Supernova decided to play slow, passive, but finally GG look to re-aggress. Sage has found his, but still the numbers are even. Supernova have to reposition. They're looking for a way back into this round, but that diffuser is still well within GG's clutches, and Brendo's found another kill, making this look oh so much more difficult. But guess who's left? It's Pinku, and he's hungry for more. He is now the last one left.
Not again. Not from here, not without kit. This is a different round. Don't expect it here. 1v3, 40 seconds, no kit. Actually, no, he has got it. Sorry, that's a mistake from my part. But he has to also now plan it. He has to do a lot more in this round than he ever had to do in that last round. This is lockdown for GG. They are very much professional. Hold angles. Make sure he can't push in here. And because he can't push in here, I can hold this. I'm watching this cross. That's going to be the communications here for GG. He's making noise. They know he's going to be coming in from long. Yeah, he's just making so much presence to try to say, is anyone going to peek here? Is anyone going to actually peek out? And this is really good discipline from Gaming Gladiators in the end. Sage goes for the peek. 10 seconds left. Still got 2 teammates up. They get the kill. They get the round win. And look, certainly not a lot of smiles on the cameras for Gaming Gladiators, but a well-worked round. When Supernova got off to a great start, they were able to reel it back.
Yeah, no, GG did a good job there. They didn't push too quickly at the start. Pinku was cold in that first aggression. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Pinku. I don't know. We're getting the Pinku cam on all the replays.
By the way, Bappin has to swing there. If he doesn't swing, he's definitely just dead anyway.
I mean,
so
he considered jumping out much earlier.
That wouldn't have been a horrible idea because there was still so much time in the round.
Yeah. I mean, a worse team on the defense might have forgotten that he was still there and might have enabled him to cut off the position. But GG were really patient. They didn't push him straight away. They waited until they regrouped. They got 2 players to swing him at the same time. They confirmed that kill. They guaranteed
blitz.
it. And yeah, well, I think for Supernova, they're trying to take advantage of the fact that they have been blitzing through this game so far. They've really put their boot at the throat of GG, and they're looking to keep that hyper-aggressive playstyle up. They did it with the Maru and Lion in the first round of attack, and now they're looking to do it with the Blitz and the Dokkaebi here.
Did you become a dad over the break or something? Because your dad jokes have been quite impressive. I heard the 5-sharp one before on the desk. You've got the blitzing now. They're bringing blitz. I'm sure you've got some kind of ending call cooking up with Supernova. They've exploded like the sun and gone Supernova.
Well, you've just fed it to me now. I'm a dog dad, and we had Father's Day recently.
That is true. EDDs, though, employed Capcan certainly can be a counter to a blitz that maybe doesn't do their homework. Something to consider. Striker being brought out here as well. Double EMPs, double hard breach, or secondaries. I was actually speaking to Vincere on the desk before, and it's like you've got a hard breach, like a Thatcher with hard breach. Just yeah, that's the power of Striker.
It's like the first operator that can ever hard breach and counter the wall denial as well. It's an awesome combo. And that M4 is such a good gun too, super underrated. Sadly, because Maverick was, I guess, out of the meta for a while, pre-Tubarao. We didn't see a lot of it, but yeah, really don't want to understate how powerful it is. Unfortunately for Dirty, he's actually had a shocker of a match so far.
Yeah, didn't even look at that, to be honest, because I've been mesmerized by Silly Cat Enjoyer and to a degree Bat, but I think Palarazi's also played quite well in this game. There's definitely, I think, a lot to GG, though, where you kind of look at it from the team aspect and think there's so much that they can improve on.
Yeah.
Ways for them to get better in this series, though. So for Supernova, I do wonder if they try and pick up the pace here on the attack, try and get this game over before GG kind of cook and find a way back into this, because they're certainly capable, especially on defense. Drone economy is shocking, though. You got a minute 40, and you got 2 drones left.
Well, that's the power of the Solus and the Mutant, the Fall off Foam from GG. It's a really good macro strat that we're seeing from them. Pinku's been really hot in his shot today. But even with this Logic Bomb, I think it's going to be hard for him to walk away with a pick here. He's got a 90-degree angle holding him, and the aggression from Sage confirms that kill.
Big kill for Sage. Yeah, Pinku.
Oh, wow.
Didn't have a lot of information. Yeah, wow, indeed. Quixie on 2 HP, by the way. His second Logic Bomb. Pistol out.
What is this?
He didn't have enough health, though, to survive that one, and this is just a lost round. This is absolutely a lost round. This is actually a really well-worked strategy from GG, as you mentioned, kind of with the Mute Jammer, the Solus. You're able to deny a lot of information. Those drones, in terms of that economy, it got shredded so early into the round. Flawless, difficult bomb site to take for attack, and we didn't really see the Blitz, I think, employed the way I maybe envisioned it would.
I don't know what the plan was.
I don't know what the plan was.
It was legit. I think Quixie was just like, I've seen something, and he went for it. No one else did at the same time. It was a bit messy.
Oh, it looks like Wedables is a Silly Cat Enjoyer as well.
One of my favorite uniforms on the smoke. Never gets old.
This is where, though, if you're Supernova, and you know full well, you've got the history lesson from GG that they can come back and they can win this game 7-5, to be honest. Yeah. So this is where teams can struggle to close out. And I am incredibly curious to see what Supernova is going to do, because that round certainly wasn't good enough. They might have looked at that site, though, and just said, yeah, we're probably not going to get this one. Let's see if we can do something crazy. They go with the Blitz again. We'll see if that stays locked in.
Yeah. Oh, just talking about this side swap, of course, Supernova on the attack, GG on the defense. Would you believe the best 2 attacking percentage teams in Stage 1 were actually Bliss and Odium, now GG and Supernova. So even though GG are so good on their defense, I don't want to count Supernova out, because they have historically been one of the best attacking favored teams. And while we didn't really see that in that round just passed, I think the first round had a lot of teeth to it. My concern is, like, do they feel like they have to cheese around?
Yeah.
I think that I'm starting to see that. Like, they're not looking to play slow methodical for the most part. They always have some kind of cheese element, like the Blitz. And that's okay if it's well thought out. Last round, I just don't think it was.
Well, if you're going to play slow methodical, usually you've got to obviously have a really good strat in mind as to what you want to execute. Everyone needs to be on the same page. I don't know if they've got that in them. I think they just want to try and hit fast. Straight in towards site. Expo opened up. Palarazi on the Blitz. Okay, well, he did get the flash, but he is struggling to get this kill onto Tuhan. Eventually, we'll find it. It's, yeah, not clinical enough. And because that took so long, Fisher was able to rotate in, help out. That was actually kind of poor from Palarazi. I think he'd love to have his time again there and get that kill a bit sooner to then turn around and challenge Fish.
Absolutely. Especially because no one from Supernova was able to jump straight into the closet after him and prevent that re-aggression from Fish. Meanwhile, though, Dirty does finally get his first frag on the board up from the CEO windows. It does feel like this push from Supernova is very disjointed, though. Like, it was just at the blitz.
It's like a ranked game.
Threw whatever he could at the wall, and the rest of the team is doing something else.
That's what I was going to say as well, in terms of that slow, methodical play. So you almost need the other team to feed into you as well. So if you're GG, you can get away with it, because you know these other teams are going to be moving around, they're going to be peeking, they're going to get antsy. But I don't know if GG themselves typically will feed you. I don't know how Wettables died, outside the fact that obviously Dirty has finally got himself a kill. Good on him.
It was on a repel from
But
CEO,
like that's
so
the case of, did Wet swing that? Did he peek that? Because he certainly doesn't need to.
I think he just didn't know about the position, and
Maybe.
he was walking around in CEO. Similar, Fish does not know about the position of Quixie downstairs. There was no one on the default cam to call, which is a big blunder since 2 players were dead. And you can see Tuhan quickly flicking all the cams, but mostly they are focusing on that one cam on site that Fisher guy is watching. I think it's such a shame for GG that no one was watching the basement cam.
Yeah, and that's a fine flank, I think, from Fisher guy, from Dungeon over towards Bot Spiral to try and get a bit of a flank potential towards yellow side and see if you can catch some from Supernova in the back later in the round. But as you said, they just didn't realize that Quixie had already beaten him to the punch in terms of getting to that position. This is actually a much more well-worked round from Supernova that I question what the hell happened in the last round, because this looks far more fundamental from them.
Ironic, because the blitz was really just a one and done. But the rest of the push has been really good. I think they've read GG well. Sage is just trying to make more Vert. I mean,
I get it.
It's desperate, though, because you want to be using that C4 for a kill for Plantinal, but instead he's using it for Vert.
Yeah, I guess when you're up second floor, though, at that point, your chance of really using it to get that kill is probably lessened already. Expecting the push, Brendo. Well, they've actually double stacked this. Took him a while to actually get that down. He's the last one up, by the way. And I don't think he was expecting Pinku to be right there. It looked like he went for the flush. It looked like he wanted to kill the downed player more so than take the fight with the second player. Big round win for Supernova, and they've got themselves match point, and Bappen has made sure of it in chat saying, hey guys, just let you know, it's match point.
3 rounds in a row will be needed from GG to push overtime. They're certainly capable, but the fact that we're even here, Jake, is almost inconceivable. I can hardly believe it, especially after such a rough start from Palarazi. Yeah, he finds one, but this was well salvaged round by GG. Both Wettables and Tuhan were on the same camera. Both of them were on the camera in sight. No one was flicking. Fisher guy would have survived if one of his dead teammates had just been flicking all the other cams. They would have got an audio cue on Quixie while he was walking down the dungeon stairs. That is so minute, but so devastating for Fish.
It's definitely the little things that you feel like over the years, the team like GG, who's been to a lot of international events, they've boot camped, they've been able to verse a lot of these top teams, EUL, NAL, Brazilian teams, for example, that these are the little things you would imagine throughout lots of VOD sessions and reviewing a lot of their games. They would be able to pick up on these tiny little aspects that maybe in Oceania we would expect from some of these other teams, but not from these guys.
Straight up, you have 2 players alive, and there are at least 3, I think it's only 3 or 4 cameras that were actually up, and both of them are on the same one. Because both of them were worried about the rush, but you only need one person on that camera. There's no point having 2 on it, because you're not going to both be calling the same information.
It's either lazy or
time.
you don't trust your teammates.
I think it's just miscomm. Like, they're not saying, I'm watching this cam, you flick. And that just led to them losing a player. Fish died because of it. And the round collapsed because of the numbers advantage that Supernova was able to achieve. There's no doubt where the momentum lies now. Supernova have now won and attacking rounds, and with that match point is before them. All they need is a single more attack, and they get the full 3 points against the 3-time champions of the region.
Again, wouldn't be the first time these guys have dropped the map. But it has become more of a habit, has it not, James, within the last, say, 12 months? It's slowly but surely creeping in. When you go back, say, 12 months ago, it felt like they were consistently flawless, untouchable even.
It's especially a red flag if it's against a team like Supernova, which was
well, we said the same thing about against a team like Kelton's Knights.
Yeah, but to be fair, Kelton's Knights, you understood where they were coming from. They were like established players. They just played really good individually.
We'll ask Vinny that.
Yeah, we can grill him about how do you beat Bliss, how do you beat GG later on.
I think the difference this time, right, is all the external factors as well. And so much change. New coach, Odah out, the way it happened.
And you know what will be the worst thing about Supernova winning this game? We don't get to ask GG about that fish move. The tease that Odah gave us. Imagine we don't even get to ask them.
What if we don't ask them at all stage long? 90 seconds left in this 10th round. Supernova up 3 rounds. It would be overtime required for Gaming Gladiators to get this one back. Silly Cat Enjoyer. I do wonder if we will see more of him throughout this particular stage. Good old Pinku. Slow approach. Supernova not wanting to overcook it. We saw Bap in the chat. Mentioned the fact it's match point. I can't wait. If they win this game, what will be said in the chat? surely Odah related. And surely Odah's watching right now. So hello, Odah.
Odah's having the best time of his life right now watching this
He
match.
won his game. He won his debut with Chiefs. They're back. He's watching his old team. Honestly, get kind of shat on.
Oh, no.
I mean, I don't know what that was from Sage. Just an dry peek towards top spiral. Easy kill for Bappen. He gets to double digits now, 10 and 7. Has been great. Did a lot of his work in the opening half when they needed the, early kills in the defensive rounds. Wedables takes this hallway position, plays behind the shield, but he looks under stress.
Oh, no!
He is surrounded. Falling apart is Gaming Gladiators as Supernova look to try and seal this win.
And all they have to do is continue marching forward. They've trapped Fisho Guy in a corner. Like a corner animal, he will spring out. Brendo's found 2, but has been taken down. Fish for a swing. And now it's all up to Quixie. But Gaming Gladiators do not know where he is. He might be able to pick up his teammate.
Time.
So Palarazi's back.
Fisho
Guy goes down.
At him?
It's all up to Tui.
No time. There's
this
no time.
Is where he must earn his place.
Oh, don't peek for the love of God.
There's no time. And so thank God, Gaming Gladiators have won it.
Just stop peeking. There's like 4 seconds left. Why are you running at them? Maybe he thought he was playing. I don't know. Like, what the hell? There's like 3 seconds on the clock.
Jake, we have to maintain our composure. There's still 2 more match points to get
they need to maintain their composure. Don't look at me. Look, honestly, that was such a messy round. I feel like Supernova certainly had that as a winnable round. We didn't quite catch the POV when Fish got that kill, but it was an instrumental one. The Nitro Cell here from 2-1 is big. It does get the kill onto Quixie. Palarazi, yeah, there's no time at that point. But even the slight movement to the left at first from 2-1, I'm like, oh, what are you doing? And then he doubles back down. Thankfully, doesn't peek, doesn't swing. 4-6. Oh boy, okay. Well, they get to head towards basement as well. This actually should make it 5-6 unless they really balls this one up. This is going to be a good game, James.
It already has been. Too good. I don't know how I'm going to be able to recover from this one. I mean, GG. If they are able to make a comeback and win this game, that speaks volumes about this team. Like, obviously, this is already a huge blunder from them. Like, where everyone's looking at them being like, how are you going to overtime? How are you losing points against Supernova? But if they come back from here, I think that speaks volumes
I agree.
about how far they've come in only a couple of weeks with Tuhan to be able to maintain their composure and come back from
That's
a 6-3
how you get some
deficit.
positive aura.
It is. I mean, man. Already Ose is playing with my heartstrings and we're barely halfway through the first day.
You wouldn't get this in EUL. Not one bit. No, I agree wholeheartedly. It would speak really to their mentality as a roster, as a team. It's very easy. There's a lot of shit talk going your way. You're labeled as the villains coming into this stage. Very easy to just feel like the world's against you. We're playing poor. They know they can play better than this. They know that they probably shouldn't be in a dogfight with Supernova, but this is the reality of the situation, and they're just slowly navigating it. Logic Bomb used early here from Quixie. It really does kind of feel like that. If it's not Pinku, it's not Bappen. Sure, we're seeing some work from Palarazi, but Dirty Quixie struggling to kind of get their feel for the game and get involved and get some really good impact kills. Please don't walk through the EDD. Please don't walk through the EDD. Please, please.
He knows about it.
I know, but I've seen players look at it and still walk past it. I've seen that happen.
There you go. He shoots it out.
Just
he moves on forward. You can breathe a sigh of relief there,
PTSD,
Jake.
okay?
Don't worry, Jake. Bappen's got your back.
I think it was in Korea League.
Yeah, probably. That sounds about right. Bappen's just waiting. He's playing the Nook, perhaps in anticipation of the new buff that Nook will be receiving in the upcoming patch, but it hasn't come through as of yet. And so it still is tried and true old Nook. He's looking to make his way forward. His angle is being watched. He's so close and he loses his fight to Brendo. 15 kills on this man, by the way. There's a reason why we brand him as the best player in this region.
Yeah, he's the young goat for a reason. 15 and 8. Turbulent time for the roster, and he takes the mantle as saying, hey, I'm the guy that's going to be able to get these kills and get us in a good position. That's a good swing. Of course, if he loses that, I'll probably say it's a bad swing, but you know that's just the life of a commentator.
Do you think Brendo is as good as Geo in his peak?
Well, I think Brendo certainly got the ceiling that he can go past the peak of Geo.
That's impressive. And Wedables has
this
found...
this is a one round. This is a side to me that Supernova just don't know what they're going to do. This is the second time in a row. They don't even look close to taking this site.
Yeah.
Despite every other round in this match actually being like really close for either side, this particular site they've just really struggled with.
Yeah. They didn't really have much of a plan last time they attacked it, and here they've just been picked apart piece by piece. I don't even know where Wedables got his double, but he's now made it a 3.
Yeah, that's beautiful. That's better from GG. They look a little bit more locked in, playing the game plans. They understand, okay, these guys don't know what they're doing.
lock down these positions, do what we got to do. This is the big round now. Round 12, 6-5. I'm going to say this now. If GG get this to OT, they probably win this. They probably win this.
Can we get call from production? Who starts defense in OT? I'm making vicious eye contact with our observer right now, and he is not looking at me. You guys don't know? You guys should know this. Come on. That's disappointing. Anyone know?
Rob.
Anybody know?
I feel like Rob would know. Defender.
No, but who? Which team? He doesn't know.
Just take a guess, because it's 50-50. GG. Rob said GG, start defense. Oh, he was right.
There you go. Okay, GG is defense first. Thank you, our lovely producer. So, look, I'm inclined to agree with you then. If they push overtime and they have defense start, well, it will have been 10 rounds of defense to 2 rounds of attack in the match.
Well, Quixie hovering over the blitz, which yeah, I like that. Please, the blitz hasn't worked for them. Nah. It hasn't really worked for them.
Dokubi's very much the meta operator
abuse that Dokubi before. You can't abuse it as much anymore.
Yeah,
the slight change up to it. It will be
you'll
less
still
of
be able to abuse it.
less of an entry and more of like a late game operator.
Yeah, I'm really keen to see the new patch come through. Really keen to see the new op as well in action. I think people are going to innovate with that like crazy. But of course, we get to see a few more play days.
And no more quarantine. Gone are those days for many a time now. And so I guess come straight. Do you think it'll actually be used much?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
But who knows? For now, we'll keep our heads in this game because...
As well, I mean, I was thinking back to like when Tubero came in, everyone was like trying to get it banned for SI.
Yeah, well, at least the nurse came in thick and fast for Tubero.
Do wonder what's going on in the comms for Supernova, though. They've had a big lead. They started a little bit of talk and chat with the match point. It was up 6-3. They would have been feeling confident. They've been playing really well. That's a lot of information from Wettables.
And they're so close to walking on this soft floor as well. The thing is, once they move in Visa, they're unlikely to actually walk and stand on that soft floor for too long. They've actually gone into admin. He still should be able to see them a little bit in admin when they're close to him. This is a potential first kill, but it goes begging. Wet does find his pick, and it is Quixie, a good player to take down, but not the top fragger on Supernova's side.
Polarize's played well this game. I think he's done a lot of the little nice things. He hasn't gone and popped, 3-4 kills in a row, but he's constantly getting at least one. He's getting at least his own and trading every now and then, being a good team player, carrying the diffuser right now. Wettables still trying to find this information from Towers, which, I mean, so far throughout this particular round, he's just been so privy to this information due to the cardiac sensor. Minute 30.
And yet it did lead to Tuhan getting a kill. I mean, that was on the back of Wet's information. Tuhan went hunting and he lost his fight. So perhaps just a bad read on the situation. But for now, pressure on the top floor. Yeah, here's a good mirror position. We need Bappin to come over and clear that with his Ash.
Yeah, he's got so much time. You don't need to be just playing this by yourself. Good little peek. Okay, there's the mirror. Deal with that. Get the breaching round in from Bappin. Also, along with the Kwan Hive launcher. I don't know if that's doing too much, though, on the wrong side of the wall. Mute Jammer in place as well. Oh, what an angle from Bappin! Unlocks that mirror wall. Drop down from Sage. He knows he needs to get involved. 50 seconds, 4v3. Wettables 2. Time to get off of that cardiac sensor and get into the server and help out because Supernova with a super lead.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard now for GG. They're looking to play plant denial, but Wettables doesn't have his C4, so Sage has gone into the basement now because he's the only player on the roster with a C4 remaining. Now, Fish has to be the player on site to try and cause a ruckus to make sure that Supernova can't flood and maintain a fast plant spot. That's why he's here. He's the man in the most dangerous position right now, and he needs to have an impact for GG. But he's yet to be spotted, and time is ticking away. Supernova may have the advantage, but the clock is GG's best friend. Wettables will hold his nerve here, and Fisher guy's done well on the site. Silly Cat Enjoyer is looking real silly right now as he falls lower and lower HP. The C4 denies the plan and denies the win for Supernova. GG are not done yet. They will stay here in this match till their dying breath from 5-1 and into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible comeback from Gaming Gladiators. We know this is a roster that has been able to do so much in this region, out of this region, even internationally, but this ends up being one of their best wins if they can get it over the line in terms of the mental aspect, everything that's been said about them. The way that they've even played in this game hasn't been their best. Supernova's been really good, but they've just been able to manage it so well. This is the kind of game you kind of look back on and say, like, we didn't play great,
but we're super happy with the way we got back into the game and started to turn things around. That's not an easy thing to do. They took their time out as well, James, if you remember, second round. So it's not like we...
And they lost on the back of it as well.
Yeah, they did lose off the back of it. So, like, this has been a really good turnaround. They go double defense consulate now. They know that Supernova can't win this site. So if Supernova's going to win this, it's going to have to be in the 15th round. It's going to have to be an 8-7 win because they ain't winning basement here on attack.
Supernova haven't even got a kill attacking this bomb site yet.
I'm not
It's
surprised.
Two flawless rounds from GG. And I expect it'll be much the same story. GG aren't going to change up too much here. They're still leaning into this mirror, which I think is a great pick. The one spanner in the works is this Vigil, hoping to have a little bit more roam presence.
I don't even know if they need the
traps.
Vigil, though, James, because I feel like a lot of the time Supernova's dying because as soon as they try and actually get towards basement, they don't know what to do. So if anything, the roam game, I'm saying it early here, it could backfire if like Juhan dies in an engagement, it becomes a 5v4. That could change the round for Supernova where it's like, hey, we got numbers now. Now we can actually hit site a bit more direct, play the trade game because we've got the numerical advantage. So do need to be careful and mindful of that. He's already second floor, so I imagine he is going to play extensive on that Vigil.
Well, I tell you what I hope GG are planning to do. They got 2 traps and they got the Vigil. Now that is a lot of utility and operators that really just give a headache to the attack. Make them have to check everything, make them have to think about everything, make them have to be thorough. And what I want GG to do is have that util there, use that Vigil ability, but don't actually play that aggressive. Still play quite safe so that you don't concede any advantages. Just burn time. That's all that matters now for GG, because when it comes to the late round, if you've got players up, you're not going to lose. Shoot drone, fall back. That's all this needs to be.
Yeah, especially when you're playing that Vigil as well. You don't even have to fall back that aggressively. It's not like you're going to run back sight. Yeah, I mean, GG have really been able to turn this around. So impressed. We know their quality. We're not surprised necessarily with the way that they've been able to bring this game back. But they really did look like they were struggling big time, especially after that first half. And to their credit, they have looked really good. There's an engagement, though. Brendo loses out to Pinku, trying to play off of that goo mine that he himself placed. 15 and 10 for Brendo, but he'll sit the rest of this round out. I did say it. Coming into this round, if you play that roam game up above, you could give Supernova a look in. If they find a couple of kills, 90 seconds, 5v4, there is that advantage. And you've still got a Vigil that if he loses this, it's 5-3, you can hit Sight. A Sight has struggled with so much on, but it's an EDD from Wedables that catches Palarazzi and a chance for Tuhan to double down. Advantage flipped from 5-4 to 4-3.
This should be over for Supernova. GG are in a good position. Oh, a bit awkward there. Bappin's position exposed. Quixie's found his pick from the breach. Yeah, I think Fish must have a little bit overpicked his position. Now, GG, even though this is numbers even, they just have to play passive in their positions. Oh, Quixie, he dismantled that mirror position. That's how he got his pick. This is actually quite winnable for Supernova.
Have they opened up main breach? Oh, my God. What's some kind of angle? Yeah, okay, there is a way through.
It is so close.
Now, don't have smokes. Typically, it helps that aid in towards sight. 30 seconds, James, 3v3. But again, getting Dirty in is going to be quite difficult.
Oh, Dirty!
The yellow ping! There you go! That's a huge kill on to Sage. There's not much time. Wedables and Tuhan need a clutch up.
Too easier in position to prevent Dirty from marching forwards any further, but Dirty takes his head off!
Odah would have won that.
The unlosable sight might just be lost by GG.
Nah, Wedables got no idea.
Is out of position, but Bappin finishes the round. And we have to eat our words, Jake. Supernova have another match point.
I said exactly how this round would play out. I said you're going to play the roam game up above. Someone's going to lose. You've got now player advantage. You're going to be able to
this was unlosable, this bomb site.
Well, that was before I saw them locking in things like Vigil and playing the Legion up above and playing off a Goo Mine, thinking that you can just swing it for free. Not at this level, not against these guys. Really well worked around from Supernova. Certainly not as direct, hitting more of the backside. And yeah, I mean, just so much swinging at the end there from GG. Tendencies we saw a bit more of in the opening half where they were going for more dry swings. They certainly weren't holding positions as much. Wedables there, does he need to swing that? Absolutely not. But he just felt pressured.
Yeah, losing Fisher guy on that mirror position, contesting the breach, that's
It's a shame we didn't get that PV.
Yeah, but I mean, I think it's pretty clear what was going on. Fisher guy's mirror got destroyed by the Ash, so he held an angle instead of playing behind the mirror, and he simply lost. And probably a 50-50 fight. Maybe it was favored towards him, but he lost it. I mean, he's not playing with an ACOG as well against a player with a magnified scope outside the breach. And then at the end of it, you know what it was that really brought it over the line for Supernova? It was Dirty. The guy that was 0 and 8 in the first 8 rounds.
2-11
yeah.
at that point.
Yeah, and he's found 2 huge picks, and that has brought this game back into the realm of not just possibility, but probability.
2 chances.
Because Supernova are back on defense. They won 5 out of 6 of these.
Well, they had 3 opportunities to close this game out in the second half, James. Squandered all 3. They get 2 more chances now here into overtime. 1 on defense, then the next on attack. I'm not saying this particular round, round 14, is a must-win, but it is your best chance to win. Because, you know, if you lose this, GG, go back defense, and I don't know if they're going to lose basement again.
Oh, GG haven't lost it before. Supernova haven't lost it before on the defensive side. And GG, well, for the first time in this game,
I already
we
like the lineup more of GG in terms of conquering this site, get Expo, piano control, use the RAM, open up the floorboards. They then bring the Glaz. I will then change my tune immediately and go like, what are they cooking? At least it's not with a Sens.
Yeah, well, for a second there, we were looking at a really vert-centric lineup with a lot of roam clear potential. The Jackal, the Dokkaebi, the Ram, and the Buck.
I like the Jackal.
And we still have that, but we've seceded the Jackal. We've still got Dokkaebi for roam clear, but the Glaz is the X factor.
I like the Jackal more than the Glaz until Brendo probably goes and finds 4 kills with it.
Mate, if he can make it work, then we'll eat our words again.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love Quixie always spawn peeking. He's so keen for it. How does he see? How does he win that?
Oh no, 2 hunts!
He was on camera as well!
No way, the Dokkaebi's in the bin!
That's the one operator that you really can't afford to lose.
No, absolutely not.
Maybe the Thermite as well, but you don't want to be losing Dokkaebi, not when you're dealing with roamers, not when you're dealing with Vigil. Bucket time, he says.
Wow, that is a shot though from Quixie. Well done, my friend. So, such an opportunity now presents for Supernova. Up 5-4 in a match point round against the champions. Against this juggernaut of a roster. Question marks in the offseason regarding roster moves. And if anything, they lose this, more questions that we will need answers to, but we'll have to wait a week to get said answers at the very least.
I mean, that'll be the most disappointing thing about GG losing, the fact that we won't get the interview with them. This is so late. Half the round is done. The roam is not clear. The hatch is not open.
You know what I love? That Quixie actually, from second floor, spawn peak, now plays first floor, knowing that he's probably going to get hunted down second floor, play a bit closer towards site, around where a couple of other players, so Bap and Polarity, can maybe trade off him. It's kind of that fallback mentality. Got my one, but now I'm giving up that second floor. We'll go play first floor. So a lot of time being wasted here because GG is still clearing up second floor, and they've still got Fisher guys outside. Wediple's by himself, first floor. What happens? There's 3 players that could run into him. So now they say, 60 seconds. Let's go back through dungeon. Let's play site. This has been a really well-worked round from Supernova. Except for Quixie, but he's the Vigil. Will it work? Yes, it will!
Position.
Wediple's not ready for it, and suddenly Supernova are on the verge of stealing a map against Gaming Gladiators to kickstart Play Day 1.
And to kick off GG's debut with their new org, with their new player, with their new coach. Supernova have everything they have ever asked for right now. A 5v3 on a very defender-sided bomb site, on a defender-sided map.
You got Glaz as well, James. Not really the operator you probably want in this situation. Sage, huge kill. Time for him to activate, but he's down to 9 HP. 20 seconds as well. There's not much time. Fisher guy's already being in a bad spot, but he gets the kill somehow. Fisher activates, and he can get the plant down. Quixie takes the kill onto Sage, though. Plant is successful, and this is where the Glaz can certainly make a mark. Another kill. Fisher guy! He's done it again, as always. 2v1 now for Quixie. Knows where they are. The flash, unsuccessful.
Not another race! Surely not another race for Supernova! This game has been here for Quixie all along. And now Brendo has to save it.
Stick it.
Pros don't fake. Pros never fake. Brendo doubles back again.
He's got his win.
He's got a delay time.
Brendo!
Brendo will not lie down and die.
Oh, what a round. Oh, my goodness. There's just too many twists in that tale for us to dissect in such a short amount of time. Supernova really should have won that round, but Fisher guy winds back the clock. For just a span of 20 seconds, he finds 3 kills and gets the plant down.
That was amazing from Fish. Like, don't bench him, by the way.
But he's always capable of that. 2 versus 3. Quixie gets himself a 4th kill in the round. He then knows full well that Brendo's outside of yellow. But there's not much he can do about it. He wants to stick it, but the footsteps get him off
How close
and
was
because he had, no, he wasn't that close, but because he was on it long enough, he felt like Brendo was going to actually swing that, and he had too long left on it. I think he made the right call probably getting off it, because Brendo would have just swung, killed him, but...
I mean, it takes immeasurable finesse for Brendo to keep his cool in that moment.
Oh, absolutely.
And yet he did. He nailed that last kill. And this has gone the distance. This is a 15-rounder. At GG looking to salvage what's left of their dignity.
Jeez, this would be huge. They would escape with all the points here if they can get this win. What?
2 out of 3 at
well,
least.
2 out of 3.
Which, to be fair, is
honestly,
all the Chiefs could muster as well.
It looked like for a long portion of this game they were going to walk away with 0.
That's the 4th match point they fought against. Now this is the 5th match point against them, but the first time GG are actually in the seat to win this race.
And I tell you, it's taken some individual efforts here. Wettables has had some good moments, but Brendo's been superb. Fisher Guy in that moment essentially won them the round single-handedly. To get 3 kills, get the plant down. Like, if he loses that first engagement, he's just dead. That's Kid on the floor with like 15 seconds left. Someone has to retrieve that. It's a position that's being watched. I mean, it just goes without saying, but GG now with all the momentum on defense, Consulate to close this out, I'd be really surprised if Supernova could bring this back and win this game, despite having now what is going to be a 5th opportunity in doing so.
I'd love to agree with you, Jake, but Supernova are constantly surprising me. So
that is true. I don't blame you.
I can never count them out.
Look, honestly, Oceania League this stage, I was incredibly hyped, and it has not failed to deliver.
I was thinking for a minute that we were going to overhype things. I mean, we're getting a little bit liberal with all our storylines.
Overhype? Never.
But let's be real. OS is delivering the most entertaining league, has just turned it up a notch in stage 2.
Let me check my phone. I'm sure Fresh is messaging. He loves it.
Fresh is addicted to this league.
I got to mention here 2 minutes ago, says Odah would have won that. Loves that call. Well, right now, though, we'll see. Tuan gets another go. He has been somewhat quiet, but we've got to give him a break coming into a new roster. Big game as well. Big shoes to fill. This could be his round. He didn't really get a chance in the last one. 90 seconds left. Slow approach. Vulcan canister gets blown up from Brendo, so now that's gone. That's going to give them a bit more of a push in. But so far, these are going back to some of the rounds where Supernova are attacking and things were quite slow. And in the end, GG just hold angles. Supernova push into them, and the round is done. So they've got to be able to just win some critical ones coming up here. That's a yellow ping. Vending. Surely dead to rats here. Palarazi, the flames don't spread enough, though.
No way, Sage?
So it hasn't forced him out of position.
Oh my god. He's somehow stayed alive. Now, Bappin's the only one with a nave. That's the only thing that can guarantee that he will have to move. The drone stares at him and says, yeah, he is still there.
Follow me.
Sage will not move.
No,
he knows it doesn't matter if he gets a kill. He's just burning time at this rate. It doesn't matter if the Grimm's bees look at him. You can have a ping on him 3 times at the perfection.
Why are you turning? That's it,
Sage. He's on like he always has been.
Wrap it
his
up.
brother picks up the pieces. Pinku's going to have to ace clutch again. But I don't think lightning will strike twice. The GG that you know and love is back.
Yeah, massive game. 18 from Brendo. Incredible discipline from Sage. A little bit of hilarity with the drone being thrown his way, but he's too good. He's not going to get bothered by that. 18 seconds, no chance in a 1v5 for Pinku. He's been great. Supernova's been great. But they're only going to walk away with 1 point. James, the champions do not buckle under the pressure.
They never will. And a huge statement has been made from 6-3 down, from 5-1 down.
He never peaked it.
He never peaked it. He never will, because he knows what this roster is capable of. He believes in the risky decisions, in the controversial moves that GG has made. Victorious. Your 3-time champions are here to stay.
Well, 2 points out of 3 is not bad from the position they were in at 1.51, another 0.63, another 0.76. All of those circumstances navigated successfully, overturning 5 match point deficit moments. I can't believe it. Yeah, I kind of can believe it, because it's GG. Yes, maybe some of their aura left behind to the Bliss days. Yes, they've made some controversial moves, but they are still the 3-time champions for a reason.
They are, and they're gunning for number 4, but thankfully, you know what it means? That they've won. We get an interview. Can't wait to hear what the boys have to say on the desk.
And truly, I can't wait for the day that Xenox figures out the framing on that camera. A game that really went the distance, and there is no reason in this world that game should ever go the distance, Vinny. It has done, and it's much more to speak to GG's competence, especially when you go 5-1 down.
Yeah, I think to give all the credit to Supernova and say that first half was definitely 5-1, that's the way it should have been, is probably not correct. I think they were definitely getting themselves, GG, into positions that they wanted to be in. They were in 4v2s, I think, twice. They were in 2v1s. They ended up losing all of those rounds and ended up going down 5-1, which definitely set them off on the wrong foot. But yeah, once they got to that defensive half, it was a little bit easier to kind of show Supernova's lack of attacking skills.
Guzzler. Didn't expect that one on play day one.
Shit, no. That was crazy. So unfortunate for Supernova because they established themselves with such a good platform.
Yeah.
We were sort of saying it, right? Like, they are probably going to find attack difficult, so they need to mount as many defensive rounds as they can. 5-1 doesn't get much better than that. Looked really good in the clutch. But their attack still just wasn't good enough, and it was big fundamental errors. The amount of times on that top floor where we are sitting here screaming about why is the diffuser here, why is that player there, etc., when they had so many good opportunities to close out rounds in like a pretty default fashion, to let it slide was really, really frustrating for us to watch. I'm sure for them as well. But to flip that into a positive, right? A couple of those big rounds where they fumbled, who stepped up? Fisho.
Yeah.
I mean, he clutched in the big moments, didn't have a big match up until those said moments, but when it matters, he steps up, and that was probably the sentiment for the team as well.
It's been said that the plough was invented after Fisho, that's for sure. A scary game, but look, individually, I think we can probably point to different players and we can see little moments of brilliance. You know, I don't think from either team, actually, to be completely fair, both teams had individual moments of brilliance. I probably want to go and double down on the GG side of the conversation, obviously, since they're the ones with that roster move. How do you feel like that's panned out now that we've seen a full game with it?
I think it's going to take some time to really understand sort of the impact that Tuhan's going to have in comparison to Odah. I think as a one-for-one trade, in terms of gun skill, they're probably fairly similar. I think Tuhan probably doesn't have as much experience as Odah, so might struggle a little bit more in these sort of pressure situations, especially today.
Yeah,
like he's
tough.
been put in the worst possible position he could, joining a team like GG. But in saying that, like you said, everyone stood up when they needed to. Brendo obviously had an amazing game. He was fragging out, and then on the other side, I think it was Pink who got a 1v5 ace, which just came out of nowhere. And yeah, I think that sort of cements that. I don't think this was a complete fail for GG. I think they were definitely in positions they wanted to be in on those attacks, and just weren't able to really have that finesse to close out some of those rounds. And it probably made it look a lot worse than what it actually was that first half.
No, I have no doubt about it. But it's time for the much-awaited moment. We have an interview ready, and it's Sage for the first time in Stage 2. My friend, I'm just going to get this one out of the way. I'm not going to wait for a burning question. We've obviously had our interview with Odah, and there's been plenty said online previously and as of now. So I'll give you a chance to address it. For the viewers playing at home that don't know, Odah has been put into a sub position on what is now the Gaming Gladiators. He has since left. Now, we won't talk about Odah leaving or anything like that. I actually want to get from you your perspective on what the change was for Tuhan and where you saw that was feasible.
To be honest, I was thinking you'd ask me about the game. That was a crazy game, 7-8, lots of clutches.
More burning moments.
We're not going to speak on the meta. We're not going to speak on the meta out of respect to all parties involved. Sorry to ruin your question, Rob.
No, well, my next question was going to be, what do you think about Odah leaving you? But I'll leave that one for the bank, maybe for an after party at some stage. But look, Sage, obviously it was a banging first matchup. We on the desk, we couldn't have asked for more in terms of entertainment. Obviously, I think we all expected this to be a much cleaner affair from GG, but it's still nonetheless the game that we needed to see from you. You fought back from a position that we thought was nearly unwinnable. How does it now feel coming toward the end of the game?
We did. I'm really glad we pulled that back. We're super proud of our mental fortitude in that game because 5-1 start to our first game with a new org is, and with a new player, of course, it's not easy to come back from. We managed to recover on the defenses, even though I think a lot of those we probably should have lost, whereas a lot of the attacks we should have won. But in the end, that's all we can do is praise our mental fortitude, work on the things that cost us the 5 attacks in the first place.
Guzzler?
Oh, you want to go
Yeah,
next?
I'll go. Just talking on those 5 attacks. It looked like you guys were in really good positions. Like I sort of mentioned, you guys were in 4v2s and 2v1s, and it kind of seemed like you guys didn't really have that final step down. Do you reckon that's sort of something you guys will need to continue to work on? Is it something that's sort of come with the pressure, or what was
It's the pressure for sure. Yeah. Your new org first game. yeah, those situations in scrims, you don't see that happening. That's all I'll say. The comms were a bit panicked, and we didn't commit to one plan in most of those rounds, actually. So yeah, we'll work on that. We'll make sure we're ready to play next week, and hopefully close out 4v1s.
Obviously, on next week, Sage, new patch.
Yep.
You guys tend to be pretty far ahead of the meta. How are you guys feeling about the new build, and how have you been prioritizing prep for that as comparison to the current patch?
A little bit of both. Most teams won't scrim on test server, unfortunately. The servers aren't as good, but we've definitely looked deep into it. The changes aren't, drastically big, but there are some things we need to look into. Of course, Knock and Dokkaebi changes; those are pretty big. So yeah. We're ready for the new patch.
Look, I think that it's fair to say, obviously not the start that you would have wanted, but turning things around, that's all that matters. Yeah. You've dug deep, right? That's really all that matters. We dug deep, and to be fair, those guys are a good team, a lot of gunners. They played really well today, I'll give them that. Won a lot of clutches, big moments, so credit to them. Yeah, maybe one too many clutches, that's for sure. Now, generally, when we're speaking to someone, they are the most important person in the room, but you unfortunately are not. Is Mandy there with you? We haven't seen Mandy for so long.
She's at the back somewhere.
I prepped her. I'm spewing on that. Will you make sure you give a big hello to Mandy? Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Thank you to Gaming Gladiators for supporting us, allow us to become a full-time team. We hope you still want to support us after that performance, to be honest. Thank you to all the fans as well, whether you're a vocal supporter or you just tune in to watch us play. We appreciate you, so thank you a lot. And also shout out to Vinny, you're doing great. Best question out of the three.
Okay. Okay, you know what? This guy's never coming back. Say your last goodbye, Sage. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, thank you guys. Yeah.
Sometimes
back. I like it.
You gotta have it. You gotta dig deep. Don't know how I feel about the no comment. I think that's.
I think we called it though, didn't we?
Yeah,
we said it's definitely easier for one side of the situation to kind of just be like, yeah, this is what happened and all that. But then, yeah, I think GG have a lot on the line if they're going to start kind of...
the good thing is it means we can farm it and just say Odah's the victim, so...
We can absolutely say that. They just become even more the villains by not saying something. Well, they just get a bigger target on their back, and I absolutely love it. I'm here for it. I'm living for it. Any final comments from you guys? Because I know you're going to leave us after this one.
Wait, where am I going?
To the cast?
Well, I look forward to the next game.
Well, thank you. Great insight. Here's a great throw. See you after the break?
Bomb diffuser. The attacker's bomb diffuser. Attackers drop the bomb.
Drive ready. Target.
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped. 5 seconds to go.
Well, after a somewhat uneventful interview,
was there an interview?
There was.
For which team? I didn't see it.
Game and Gladiators. That's right. They
the
won.
Gaming Gladiators.
I was trying to figure out who won between Supernova and Game, and it was too close to call.
I think I missed the last round.
Yes.
Didn't see who won that one.
You missed all 3 of the last rounds, in fact. 6 of them that there were. Look, let's just say the storyline's not done there. This interviewer is not going to give up without a comment on live broadcast. It's going to keep going until we get something out of them. The further it gets away from the incident, hopefully someone says something.
Eventually, they'll break the silence.
Yes.
It's like after a certain number of years, like classified documents get declassified.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. That's the important. That's the meat and gravy of this show is the
drama.
Pulling out of the truth of what happened. But let's move on from now because we have had 3 games completed. We've only got 1 more to go today. And this one, I actually think this will end up being quite close. It's Odium taking on Prodigy. And for those of you that are, maybe viewing from stage 1 and you missed the pre-show, this is not the same Odium. In fact, Odium was Supernova of last game that played Bliss that is now Game and Gladiators. But now, the new Odium, this is the roster that we've got. I really don't know where I put both of these teams. For me, I had somewhat of an idea for Outlast because coming into it, Vinny, you and I we'd seen them in Rivals, right? We had an idea. But for me, Odium, I still just don't know where they stand.
Yeah, it's kind of tough with both of these teams, hey, because they're 2 teams made up of players that we haven't seen a whole lot of. We've seen both teams in the Oceanic Rivals tournament. But still, even that, it's not enough to go off when it comes to playing against this T1 sort of competition. But yeah, just to talk about a few of the players that are on the screen right now. Razor, Ray, Freelo, Hale, and Cryan. They've been around for a little while. I think Cryan might be one of the youngest in the league. I think he may also be freshly
18 years old.
So yeah, a few young gunners in there, a few people that will definitely relish in this opportunity to play at this level. I don't think getting massive results this season is going to be on the cards for them, but if they're able to learn a few things and probably upset a few teams, they'll be stoked with that.
I'm not going to lie, I love the cut. Like, that cut from Hale. Bro, that's some hair. Yeah. That is some length on it.
It's good because Cryan doesn't have any hair.
I know, it makes up for him. And Freelo's mullet, I tell you what, I'm kind of a little bit... I don't want to talk too much shit here, so how we move on?
Yeah, you looked at yourself in the mirror lately, mate. Oh, talk about hair. Baker's looking fine.
He's coming out. Now, I have a little bit more, I guess, understanding about Prodigy. I feel like I see a lot of names in here that have been around the scene for quite some time. I personally think that when we're looking at roster to roster, Vinny, I probably go for Prodigy in this kind of a matchup, mainly just because I see names that I know better. But it's not to say that Prodigy are going to come out and shock us and hit a showstopper by any means.
Yeah, they're not gonna blow anyone out of the water. No. But these are the kinds of games that they'll definitely look to be winning. These games against teams that are probably on their level, if not a little bit below them. We saw, obviously, we keep referring to Oceanic Rivals, but that's sort of all we've had since stage 1. So that's all we can draw from. I think they finished 5th in their group, which is pretty good considering the group they were in. And yeah, I think they definitely have the firepower to upset a few teams. But again, I think the main goal for them this season is to learn as much as they can, play against some really good opposition, and keep working on what they're working on.
Yep, and just to very quickly give some context, Prodigy actually finished 4th in a group with Man Esports, Antic, the old Antic, that's right, not ex-Antic, but the old, technically ex-Antic actually, and 5 Sharp. So they have definitely held their own in that group, but Dev, I heard a deep breath as you went to announce something.
No, I was literally just breathing, man, actually.
Okay. Can you stop?
That's kind of toxic, dude.
Don't stop breathing, please.
Yeah, look, both of these teams came through the open qualifiers. Both of them played in the Rivals, and neither of them did particularly well. Of course, both of you were working on that. I wasn't, but I had a look at the results, and Prodigy ended up in top 8. Odium ended up just below that. But Prodigy was actually the team that ended up at the bottom of the qualifiers for this tournament. They had to go through the last chance, and they took on Odium, which I'm a little bit confused. That was actually the old Odium that they lost to. So it is a bit confusing.
So ex-Odium?
Ex-Odium, which is now Super... It's confusing, because technically Prodigy, the last game they played was actually against Odium, but it was the other Odium roster, and they did get smacked 2-0. But yeah, as far as I'm aware from looking through the results, I don't believe these teams have actually versed before.
You got excited for a second
You
there,
thought it
Vinny?
was going to be Lair.
Yeah, Lair was being quite late. I was thinking maybe we might be able to see it. But yeah, Border picked. And I think this is a good map for both teams. It definitely favours more aggressive defenses, which I think both of these teams will naturally be accustomed to.
Yep.
And yeah, I think the real sort of way to win this map is to be aggressive on defense and not allow attackers to really take as much map control as they want to. And yeah, it'll definitely be just which team can sort of fulfill that plan.
We've actually had a pretty spicy night of Siege, if I do say so. We had Labs, Consulate, Sky, and Border. Is that right? That's a pretty decent showing. So clearly the OS pool is deeper than what it used to be. Border though, Dev. Who's your pick on this?
Look, you know me, like I'm all about my spreadsheets. The thing is, these teams are so new and have played so few games that my spreadsheets are literally broken. I have a few results for Odium back when they were E5 and Sigma, which was their old names, but they've been through 3 names, which makes things very difficult. For Prodigy, like I literally have to go back and look through their results, and I can't see them playing Border. Like they played the weak Esports in the match that they qualified to join this competition, and they won Skyscraper and Nighthaven. And of course, it was actually Odium that banned both of those maps, so that makes a lot of sense. As for Odium, the most recent impressive result that I saw from them was on Bank, where they beat Odium, as in the old Odium, like when these guys were Sigma. Anyway, and they played Bank, and that's why Prodigy have banned Bank. So the TLDR of the whole situation is we know very little about this. These teams, in theory, should be neck and neck. As far as I'm aware, I don't think they've directly head-to-head faced each other, at least in recent history. And yeah, I think this is literally like a 50-50.
Yeah.
Cool. That's it? No more?
That's it. No more.
No more muss?
No more. Not uno mas, just no more.
No more.
No more muss.
No more. No more muss. All right, let's get underway with our final match of the night. It's unfortunately, just checking my notes, it's the bottom of the barrel casters. I think they did like an SI grand final or something.
Oh no, I'm 2 center now. Hang on. There we go. I did it. Did it, Rob. Look, I'm okay. Last game of the day. It's been a really long one. A couple of tech issues into rehost, some really long games, double overtimes that we had. But we get to the last match of the day for Play Day 1 of Stage 2. And it's a lot of new faces, a lot of new names within, I guess, the Pro League level of Oceania, guys. So I guess we can end the night on a good note where we can maybe see some of the new faces looking to, that change of guard, make their name for themselves, see who's the next cream of the crop.
Yeah, let's see. Again, with that comes a lot of unknowns, as Dev highlighted on the desk. Border, though, a staple map, being around for yonks. And intrigued to see how these players approach it. Probably going to be quite aggressive, and may alleviate, in some respects, some of the attacking woes that teams may experience. Tends to be the case with newer rosters. But yeah, eager to jump in. I think it's a good tester for both, and helps sort of benchmark them against one another and the rest of the league.
I want to say there's not a single player in the lobby right now that's actually played at this level before. I'm almost 100% certain.
I'll let you run with it.
Yeah. Maybe, I feel like I've heard of Mackenzie before, though. So I feel like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe like a Mackenzie Faulty. Those names seem a little bit more familiar. But for the most part, right, the consensus here is that these guys are very much coming in for both teams. Fresh slate, new names, in this case a new organization as well with Prodigy. Welcome on in. Odium, of course, picking up new roster. And they will be on the defense first up as well. Montaigne banned out. Dirk could be banned out as well. Same with the Mirror. And looking to then close out with the final defensive op ban. Final game of the day, on to Border. Should be a fun one. As you said, hopefully that kind of more aggressive nature. Not expecting the most methodical siege to come through from either of these two teams. But I'm really excited to kind of see what we get from them. We've got, I would say, 3 teams that we don't really know a whole lot about. One of them's bound to hopefully be somewhat competitive and maybe surprise. So it could be one of these two.
Or they could just all be bad.
That's the pessimistic side.
Oh, you know me.
Well, you are very pessimistic.
Well, I'd say I'm more of a realist.
That's true.
A nihilist as well. I mean, at the end of the day,
nothing
really matters.
If the optimism is there, then you'll be optimistic.
If I see good things, I'll say this is good. If I see bad things, I will say this is bad.
Yeah. How optimistic were you of Supernova winning that last game? Were you surprised they ended up losing it, or ultimately not?
Well, it's kind of a weird one. I think Sage probably said it himself. A lot of the first half, GG came in, were in winnable positions and failed to close out rounds where they probably should have. And the same could have been said about Supernova in the second half. So
it's true.
I thought they had a real shot in regulation. Even
Well, they had
even OT
they had five shots
with an
overall.
attack off the bat.
5 chances and couldn't win one of them. So, either way, so with 2 overtimes today, taking us all the way back to the opening matchup of the day, with Antic losing out. Who'd they lose to again? My old
Outlast.
brain. Outlast. So Outlast could very well end the day top of the standings, guys. Depending on what happens in this matchup.
We're gonna need a community note on that. We need a fact check.
Well, we've had 2 overtime games.
Yeah.
So
it could be onto something.
It just
here.
depends on the round differential.
Yeah. Indeed, it does.
Is that enough of a community fact check for you?
Yeah, it's good enough.
All right, Odium, Prodigy, final game of the day. Get a reminder in terms of Oceania League, we return next week for what will be a super week.
Yep, not tomorrow.
Not tomorrow.
At Tom J. Sherlock, I saw your tweet.
Yep. If you want more Siege, though, of course, and good Siege, we got Asia League this week. You can always tune into.
Wait, isn't EUL today? Oh, you said good Siege.
I said
Sorry.
good Siege. Come
Sorry, my apologies. I will say the one thing that EU has over us in both Asia and OS is they have played Lair. It wasn't the best Lair I've ever seen, but it was Lair.
That is true. Oh, here we go. Davey on the blitz. Well, shot in the back. That's an easy 1-2 with your teammate in terms of coordination. That's done for Bake and Davey. Just like that, Odium already on the ropes defensively here on border. I feel like this is going to be, I think, a very familiar scene throughout this half, maybe even then into the second half, flipping sides with Prodigy too. Defense may struggle. Border's the kind of map where if you just miss position, so easy to lose your life.
Yeah, I mean, you lose one player, that's a big key position that can now be exploited. Prodigy, though, to their credit, don't overstep their mark. At least they're trying not to.
Careful.
I think Davey wants to try and cross for the plant. Might not matter, though, if they can clean up these picks. Freelo, Hale, both left on their respective islands.
So they're both playing off each other, though, right next to each other. So it's like one big island. The Hive launcher giving away Freelo's possession. Blitz still pushing in the end. It's all pretty easy for Prodigy. Faulty gets the last 2. We were very much playing very close by to each other. I don't know what Oldmate's looking at the end there. Either way, good start for Prodigy on the attack of border. I think you kind of made the slight comment regarding the attacking nature of this map, and I think the opening round is very much proven.
Well, it snowballs for attack if you get the opening pick, and the first round is already highlighted.
That's a lot of bees.
The strength of the Blitz in combo with Grim. I wouldn't be too surprised if that combination, or at least that minimum Blitz, continues here, especially for map clear. And the onus then on Odium on the defensive side to try and concoct a way to counter it, which is tough in this matter. It is very reliant on establishing crossfires and on border of defense. If you commit too many players to a particular position, it means there's weaknesses elsewhere, so it's a fine balance. But that's where, the money's made, right? Defensively, if you can shut down shields at the moment, you're going to put yourself in a good spot.
Yeah. I'm definitely keeping my eye. I think with, these teams respectively, Prodigy, Odium, some degree, you look at like even Outlast and looking at particular players, individual names, who are going to become the new names that we kind of look at as household names within the region. There's always, you think of like Brendo used to be like tier 2, right? And now is regarded as one of the best players, if not the best player in the region.
I feel like I should just step in very briefly here and say that you have a history.
I do have a history.
Of cursing players.
Well, I'm on Brendo at the moment, and he's playing fine.
Pretty sure you've never hyped up Brendo to...
I call him the young goat.
Yeah, but that was after he already was. You have you have a history of
I came in and Geo was already probably on the downtrend.
Yeah. I don't know. History speaks for itself. You hype up.
Okay, you're talking about
most players. You hype.
Do you remember Phoenix?
Yeah.
I hyped him up as the next Jigsaw.
No. So if you're one of these up and coming, players, the last thing you want is to tune in. Here's Xenox, hyping you up.
Oh well, look, I just try and catch them early, and if they fail, that's on them.
He's brutal.
Opening kill for Faulty. Hale will go down quite easy. 2 rounds in a row now that Prodigy have been able to get the opening kills. And that's another one. Yeah, that Ray's just sitting in the corner.
Yeah, too many freebies on the entry. And again, puts a lot of pressure on the rest of the defense. Salvaging this round almost impossible, especially with the Blitz still up.
Very much want to preface here for those tuning in off the back of the previous game that we had. The quality that we're going to see from this match certainly is not going to match a team that's had so much international experience, have been doing this a long time. Their competitor also at the top level within this region for a long time. These are new faces, both teams. All 10 players inside of the server. Prodigy get another round to go their way, this time flawless. So expect, especially considering this is play day 1 for these guys. First time at this level. Got to give them leeway. Probably some nerves. Great start for Prodigy, though. They've actually looked pretty good on the attack. Not doing a whole lot that's outside of the normal convention of attacking into border, but Odium feels like positioning is letting them down at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Prodigy are identifying these players off-site that aren't receiving support and then sending the right conditions to take them down, utilizing the blitz as well in particular moments as well quite nicely. So as an attacking unit, it's pretty difficult to fault them. Odium, though, needing to, if they're going to play like a pure defense and try and fall off, they need to be a little bit more cautious. But if they want to double down and hold that map control, then they need to be banding together and actually working off one another. It's okay to lose a pick if traded, but that trade potential hasn't really been there from what I've been seeing.
Everyone has their journey. You think of Odah back in the very, very old days with Repix, that first iteration of the Bliss roster. It took them a long, long time before they even got to contending in the region. Then subsequently the whole best of 3 meme for quite a lot of time. Failed twice in APAC South Quals before eventually Odah became essentially a champion of the region and went on to do some great things internationally. Everyone has their journey and where it begins. 5-0 start for Faulty. The team's looking good inside of the server for Prodigy. For Odium, it's going to be a question of who can kind of get on the board. Hale's got 1 kill. No one else really able to fire a shot. Got to play off each other. It looks like right now the way that they're setting up defensively is almost like everyone's just kind of playing their one. Everyone's holding their own. There's no real cross within the site. No one's really, holding down certain positions to play, almost like a bit of a zone where you're holding an area. It's more almost just like holding angles, and then you're just losing all the ones. No movement around. I mean, it's border, guys. Like, come on. Use the map. Try and get map control. Deny Prodigy entry. Right now, Prodigy is just walking around for free. There's no contest. The race is over, at least towards Fountain. Right in a decent spot, so they will contest up above in terms of holding Vert. But this is too easy for Mackenzie. No util. Oh, headshot angle. Little peek from Mackenzie. Does not win that one out. Crone holds his own on the Azami.
Yeah, Blitz spotted.
Swinging out there is a little bit intriguing. Gets away with it. Had there been more pressure, he could have lost his life for nothing in the end. Razor, 1-for-1. Advantage for Prodigy at the moment in a 4 versus 3. So much time getting this Vert as well established. Second 4 control is there now for Prodigy. Still with the Blitz. They can help them facilitate towards sight. But Freelo from below. Get himself a kill through customs. Okay, evens things up. And certainly the first round of the half where Odium looked just a little bit more competitive.
So 3 versus 3. A minute on the clock and the Blitz still standing. No smokes in pocket though. Still though, Ray on the water may be looking to have impact from afar. Prodigy have time here to cook up a final push. Maybe obtain another layer of info. Upside down repel, plant going down. Will they be able to deny the cross? Mackenzie is good for 1. Plant denial will not land. And so Ray and Freelo need to retake.
Difficult with the shield. The Blitz can kind of just sit in the corner. If Prodigy don't have someone to play off of Davey here, though, he could be left on an island. And no, there is. Faulty's got a good position there in the end, round 1. Pistol out after the flash. Nicely done from Prodigy. Actually played the Blitz quite well in that round, and that's 3 rounds in a row where Prodigy have not faltered on their attacks. They've been able to get in, get a lot of site control, map control, entries not really being denied. They're winning a lot of their contact fights. Tactical pause now called by Odium. Not happy with the opening 3 rounds. It is border, though. Attack is certainly going to be a little bit more prevalent. I think especially with these 2 teams respectively at this level, I think we're very much expecting attack to be, where you're going to win the majority of your rounds, but you're going to need at least something on the defense, at least 1 to 2 rounds.
Yeah, I like the attack early, though. Teams often The ones that lack experience will hold tactical timeouts until it's too late in the piece and the match is all but over and there's not really an opportunity to salvage something. So we'll see what the discussions actually translate to inside of the server. I can only assume that a lot of it is going to be centered around the blitz counter. It is proven to be a challenge. I think there may be some more opportunities in that previous round to utilize Vert C4s. I think there may have been an attempt that didn't land. And with the blitz surviving into the late round, it's really, really tough. So 3 more opportunities to conclude this half for Odium to try and formulate a response. But at the moment, it's looking quite dominant for Prodigy.
Pretty sure we both went with these two as the bottom 2 teams on our power rankings, if I'm correct.
Maybe.
Well, I know I did. I think you did as well because we had the exact same. James actually had Prodigy dead last.
Oh yeah, I had him at
and had
4-4.
Odium. I didn't mean. I'm just kind of scrolling through and I see James. He had actually Odium above Outlast.
Oof, okay.
But hey, like this is Playday 1 things, right? Where we learn a little bit more about these teams and retroactively as we continue to do the power rankings, I'm sure that will change and we'll see Outlast rise quite heavily for a lot of these. You had Odium and Prodigy kind of tied bottom 2, both on a score of 4. I had Prodigy actually last with Odium 0.5 above them. So, look, again, 3 rounds in, 3 attacking rounds from Prodigy. We need to see what Odium's going to be able to do on the second half. But I can definitely say throughout the 3 rounds that we've seen, the quality defensively from Odium is not going to hold up against a lot of these other teams. A lot of positioning errors, not really playing off each other very well. Border's a difficult map to do that, but I think they're just lacking in moving. Like, I almost want to just see them play a roam game. If you're going to at least play kind of individually, play the roam game then. You know, cause more of a headache across the map for Prodigy to deal with. Splits is just kind of getting free entry and then hitting sight. They have no real counter to it.
So the Pulse Broad as well, and again, that may lean into the Double Nitro setup that they do have. Could be a potential counter. It isn't just the Blitz, though, that's causing trouble. 6 picks for Faulty, who's been able to garner map control pretty easily. Well, Nitro does land, not onto the Blitz, but it is at least Mackenzie off the board. And it does mean now Odium have an advantage they can look to lean into. But Prodigy, again, lurking themselves into good positions, but not good enough.
Nice shot.
Crying with great awareness.
Yeah.
Able to double down the advantage for this defense.
Well, I think Odium are at the point now where they know Prodigy is going to just blind peek, blind swing, get themselves into positions, and then go for the swing without, you know, sort of getting flashes or util or pushing together. Like, Prodigy are kind of just swinging around these corners and angles, and finally Odium will punish that, play a little bit more proactive on these positions. Freelo 2, getting the kill onto Faulty. That will be his first death of the game, and yeah, far better here from Odium in this 4th round. Drop back down as well, so you hold second floor, play the hatch, drop, so for that fallback defense from Odium, a bit more prevalent. Davey just catching a straight. He's now low on the blitz, and this is going to be a very difficult round for Prodigy to turn back. 60 seconds, 2 players, the blitz low. Does have the diffuser, just kind of loitering around Fountain at the moment, but it will take a mighty effort, arguably a mighty throw from Odium to lose this round. Should be getting one on the board. And again, for these 2 teams, 1 to 2 defensive rounds may indeed be enough. Hard to say until we get into the second half and get the bigger picture.
Yeah, good response, and again, highlighting the snowball effect here on Border.
I like that they're working through this though. Like, they're not just kind of sending it down mid. They're still playing out the round, even though it's a 2v5. They're both double drop. Too many eyes on this location.
Sending it down mid.
That's just a common saying. Come on. If you don't,
what does that mean?
Don't come at me.
I don't know. I actually don't know what that means.
Oh, shut up. Let's go to Armory and Archives now for the 5th round. You're
you just straight batted it. No run.
Now that is a very obscure reference for a lot of people.
Well, actually, I'm pretty sure cricket is the most popular sport in the world.
Is it actually? Well, I guess.
Well, you think about India. That's 1 billion people.
India's doing their fair share. They're doing their fair share. They're pulling their weight.
Definitely. Big in the UK.
Yeah, but they're not a big country.
Not in size, but
not in size.
In stature.
But in stature.
Yeah.
In heart. Okay, so 1 on the board for Odium. 2 more opportunities here in this half. Certainly a little bit better from them, but I mean, just a case of hit their shots that time around, held some angles. Prodigy didn't really do much other than just kind of swing a couple of corners and lose players for nothing. They made a decent Nitrocell from Razor onto Mackenzie at the start of the round.
Hit him for 6.
Hit him for 6,
that
he
round.
did. Yeah, well, yeah. You know who did hit straight bat in the interview with Sage? A bit disappointing.
Oh, mate. I thought we had a politician in the interview. That was a disgrace.
That was a leave more than... it's just no run.
Through to the keeper.
5 seconds left.
It's probably the right way to play it. If you want my political answer.
Oh, yeah.
But
It was
boring.
safe. It was safe.
It's
It was
fair.
boring, but it was safe. I respect it.
I'm sure Odah will give us something again next
Oh,
week.
no, absolutely. Especially if they keep producing results.
Yeah, what a play day one we've had here for Oceania League. Some great results. Great start to the Sage again. A little bit disappointing that we won't be back tomorrow, but of course super week next week to make up for it.
Great drone, though, in security.
Yeah, this is good. A lot of information here from Trippin.
And Ray under pressure. 0-3.
Can they actually execute off it, though? It's one thing to get that drone in, get the information. Oh, what a headshot.
yeah,
I mean,
they
Ray
can.
just kind of gave it to him in the end, but a good shot from Bake. He was ready for the pop-up. So decent, again, from Prodigy. In terms of getting like map control and entry, they've actually been pretty decent here. It is border and can certainly facilitate. Oh, well, that was a swing. Okay, didn't see the deployable shield. They peeked the left side of it, though. Elbow was just sticking out momentarily.
Oh!
Air jab is great. Oh, it doesn't capitalize, though. Hale gets away.
He deserved reward from that. Great play.
Okay, well, Trippin wins that. Headshot onto Razor was swift and fast. Razor will go down. Advantage for Prodigy now well and truly 5-3. Easy control established in towards security. Winning the battles in towards break as well. And with that, now suddenly Odium stuck on site. Bit of fountain control. Armory and Archives, though, is very claustrophobic right now for Odium. Freeler does get one back. They're almost shooting each other. That was obviously a drone, which, by the way, in terms of the economy for said drones, is pretty healthy right now for Prodigy.
Big setup in Fountain with these Kiva barriers. Well,
what are your thoughts on the Kiva barrier setup?
Well, I'll give my retroactive analysis if it works. I don't hate it.
That's just interesting.
The Grim's a good counter, though. Blitz, though, arguably should just be able to march forward and counter it, though. We'll see.
Yeah, they're really struggling with this kind of final layer of the defense. Cryan expecting them to have pushed and played off of that smoke, but they don't really. You're also using it as a cross. There is that blitz shield in play. Bank has got the diffuser in hand. Hale losing his life twice now, kind of just caught running around. And the blitz now, as you said, to deal with the situation, and you're kidding me. What? He does get the kill. Traded, though, quickly by Mackenzie. And it leaves Freelo in a 1v2. Smoke still up, 25 seconds, flash. Needs to avoid that, and he does. Wants to make his way back in to see if he can either deny a plant or at least kill the planter, who stands up behind the bomb chassis. That's Bake. Half health on the Grim. Mackenzie towards Fountain. He had the cross, but Bake gets the shot to land anyway. And in the end, it's a 4th round that has been acquired for Prodigy.
Yeah, I think you can see there a couple nervous jitters from a couple players. It is their debut, so again, expected.
So what did you think of the setup in Fountain? Unique is what I would label.
Well, I mean, it wasn't terrible.
It wasn't terrible.
I think it was Hale just went for a Hail Mary. Yeah, right here. Where are you running?
Yeah.
Where are you going?
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a reason, and it would make sense if I heard it, but in the moment, felt a little bit rash, and then it exposed that Fountain position.
By the way, Bake does not need to peek there because you've got a player inside of Fountain. So as long as Bake doesn't really do anything...
I was thinking the same thing. That's what I was talking about. Nervous jitters. These little moments where you put like an Odah in that situation for the 1v2. He wins that kill onto the chassis and then opens the round up.
Yeah.
Like, that's the difference between
top,
and good teams. A good team is still well and truly in the top 1% of Siege players, but
yeah. Oh, it's very easy. I mean, like
compared to the top 0.01.
I think it's always very easy to just look at this and be like, this is bronze. It's not.
Yeah.
But it's, you know...
If you're bronze in chat, firstly...
It's like, what is the... I can't remember. So there was like a basketball player who was in the NBA. I think they were like a bench warmer, right? And he was like, I'm closer to LeBron James or Michael Jordan than you are to me.
Yeah, 100%.
And that's the mentality when it comes to kind of any level of esports, especially with Siege, right? I wouldn't have even been able to get into the bomb chassis position to even get the plant down. I would have been getting screamed at
by me.
By you. So, final round of the half. Prodigy, though, I got to say, like, I don't want to overhype because it's very difficult when we don't have a lot of intel. I really want to be
see more
reserved with my judgment. We need to see more weeks against other teams. It is border, but their entries have actually looked decent.
The thing I really like about watching them is they're not afraid to quickly take map control. Like, they're happy to contest it early, and if they win that fight, get that advantage, get that space, they take it. They don't sit there and dawdle around. And they really maximize every second of the round, which is really good.
And that's where I think for Odium, one thing they can kind of look back on is like, we're playing border, but we're not really controlling the map, and we're giving them a lot of space, which means they can take fights more on their terms. Let's see next time if we can try and branch out a little bit more, be a bit more proactive on the defense. Border's the kind of map where you can spawn peek, you can run around, you can be a nuisance, you can try and deny position, fall back, and I feel like Odium are a little too stuck towards the site. Say that, it's the kind of round which you've got now the Oryx in play. What can Hale maybe do on that? Last time caught running around. Maybe this is the op to put him on. Razor losing his life to Bake. He goes down earlier on the Bandit. Once again, blitz employed by Davey. Yellow ping intel. Look at this drone from Mackenzie. How is this not being spotted? It's just on the floor. Right in front of him. Look down, shoot the drone. What? Oh. What information made you throw that?
A message from the man upstairs.
He was looking at the floor like someone was running around, and like he must have thought he heard something. We're in this bounce and set up again. That flash, I don't know if that was ultra successful. That flash was successful though onto Davey. The blitz getting flashed by Flashbang, but they do get the kill. Yeah, just overwhelming. I think you said it before in terms of just like they get this information, they send the bodies needed to actually deal with it. It's pretty calculated siege right now from Prodigy. Odium are really struggling on this map.
Yeah, I'd love to see how this...
I almost want to see Odium on like a clubhouse. If you're going to play this almost like site-orientated defense and you're going to hold angles, border's not the map for this. I don't know what Hale's laughing about.
I don't know.
Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit ugly now to close out the opening half. Prodigy making very short work of Odium. They'll go up 5-1 going into the second half. It's an easy plant coming from Davey. Ray stuck over towards supply. He's getting
Come on, you can get one.
Angles.
You can get one. Get your one. There we go.
Can he get a second one? Not quite.
Nah.
Almost. Almost.
You got a stat pad though. That's all that matters.
Oh, I missed the chat. It's always like...
He said read like a book, bud. I don't know who to who, but...
Read like a book, bud.
On God. Yeah, look, 5-1 half. Can't argue with that.
What do you think we're going to see in the second half, though? Do you think that it's going to now just flip and we're going to see Prodigy also struggle on defense? I mean, I'm not too sure, because honestly, the way that Odium played that half, I don't think Prodigy is going to play the same way.
I don't think he landed a single bullet on the drop.
Until he landed on the floor?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is probably the way it should be. Yeah, not entirely sure for the second half. I'm very intrigued to see if that attack approach from Prodigy on this map or others will hold up against better teams.
So, my observation of Prodigy there, Davey, talk about, you know, selflessness playing that role on the blitz where you've got a clear identity that I'm not going to frag out, I'm not going to get kills, but I'm going to help facilitate my teammates. So when you look at these kind of teams, I feel like a lot of the times it's like everyone wants to make a name for themselves. Everyone wants to be like the next hero gunner that's going to like get picked up from another team next stage kind of thing. And everyone's going to be like, oh, you know, Faulty or Mackenzie or Bake or whatever. Like they fragged out that stage. Look at their stat. Like we need a new gunner. Let's go and pick one of them up. But like David's just playing that team role really, really well. And you think about guys in the region over the years that have been able to do something like that. Digital, Juicy, for example. There's others. Fisher guy. Right, they have that selflessness about, selflessness, I should say, about them that we don't always see at the lower level of these teams. So I'm just kind of giving some props to Davey. He's only 2-2, but I thought he played the blitz well enough and certainly was able to help provide for his team and facilitate a lot of those kills that they were able to get off of him.
And now we get to put the microscope on Crime playing the blitz here after a re-pick. But unfortunately for his team, Odium lose that early engagement. Ace also off the board, so certainly not the best of starts and compromises their hard breach ability for the remainder of this particular round. Keep it barrier extension. This is pretty popular these days in through break. And unfortunately, it's falling apart.
This looks a little bit more of a normalized defense, though, from Prodigy. Look how they've actually extended out towards like security, denying entry from break. They're making sure that Odium aren't just going to get free map control. Try and keep them out on the exterior balcony positions, for example. So, yeah, I mean, this probably almost answers my question that I posed at the half already. Yes, it's only the first round. Yes, it's only the first instance of seeing Prodigy on the defense. But immediately they look a little bit more like the kind of team we would expect at the sort of Pro League level to play defense border. Yellow ping intel for Hale, but so difficult to play off it. You've got to now push with Cryan. You've got to play off your blitz here. See if you can create a couple of 1v1s. See if Prodigy get a bit bored and Anti and peek. Faulty could probably fall back at this point. Not a lot of time left. You know, you don't want to kind of keep yourself in a position where you can get overwhelmed 2v1. Oh, he plays the long angle, though. Backs himself in. In the end, it's just kind of a 0-0 draw. But for Prodigy, information. They know it's an East-Airs push.
And they also know this round is theirs, provided they don't feed into the blitz.
They're not running around, are they?
Not too much. They have a little bit. But I think they're more so looking to team up together, 2-2 split. Makes sense. Establish a cross or a trade potential. Hail to rotate. Cryan sets up archives. Boost in play.
Can they kill him on the window here? If Cryan's patient enough. Yep.
Yeah, that was a little bit interesting.
Yeah, I think Trippin just almost sort of forgot about it. The way he was positioned there. Smoke goes out, 30 seconds, suddenly 3v2. Good window position for Hale to play off. Cryan.
All below.
From below.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the numbers, though, of course, such a big disadvantage for Odium. They can't cover all aspects. It's not like you need all three players. Second floor watching the smoke, have one below, be able to stop the entry. And there's nothing that Hale can do from here. It will be 6-1 for Prodigy. As soon as he makes his way in, nothing but cannon fodder. Well, definitely some learnings from this game for Odium, but definitely for Prodigy. We're gonna need to see more. We're gonna need to see more against other opponents, but they've looked, pretty decent in this game. Certainly, they look like they have more understanding of the basic fundamentals at this kind of level than what we're seeing from their opponents.
Yeah, they have a bit more of a hold of the meta. Attack, they leaned into the blitz, got good space, entry, snowball rounds
so quick
quickly.
from Davey again, man. I almost want to give him MVP.
Yeah. I mean, that
is he my Geo?
Well, that is a big... Shit. That is a pretty big play. There's still a world in which if they actually commit horizontally with the Grim, with having a full battle of util, it's a throwable round. So by sending a player down below and having that alternate dimension is really good.
I'm not sure how old Davey is, though, so I don't know if he's a young gunner. Judging by his play cam, I don't think he's 18.
Not an 06,
I could be wrong. I mean, I'd certainly... I honestly wouldn't card him. Like, I would... If I was a bartender and he came up and was like, can I have a pint of Carlton Draft? I'd be like, yeah, sure, mate.
I wouldn't give anyone a pint of Carlton Draft.
What would you give them? Heineken?
An apple juice.
An apple juice.
In this environment.
In this environment?
Yeah.
Okay. You're boring. Just like Sage. Straight bat.
There's still some very confused Americans in the chat. Probably thinking that we're talking about
what, Foster's?
Baseball. Wait, what?
Foster's.
Oh, yeah, they know what that is.
Yeah,
I'm also meant the cricket reference.
Oh, right, the cricket. Oh, okay, yeah, that's true.
Well, we don't actually drink...
No, we don't.
That brand of apple juice, yeah? Or at least I never have.
It's hard to get probably too overhyped in terms of Prodigy because Odium have looked a little bit lackluster, truthfully.
If this was against a proverbial top 4 team, we'd be up
or
and
even, or even, I was going to say like a Supernova, Circular Spheres, you know, the kind of teams that maybe aren't like top 2 contender worthy, but they've been around the block for a while.
So proverbial top 4, as I said.
Yeah.
Were you listening?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ray is locked in, though. I'll give him that much. He is locked in.
He has not moved.
We did mention it to Tech Pause, right?
We did. I don't think so, actually. No, sorry, we got Tech Pause here. If that wasn't evident.
We are just yapping until the game resumes, which hopefully isn't too far away.
There we go. I don't think this one's going to last too much longer, truthfully. That music is intense, though. Some of the best music that we've got regionally. Sort of like synthwave, retro theme vibe going on. Love it.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Why'd you flinch?
Flinch what?
Oh, okay. I thought you flinched. I was going to say I didn't even do anything. 7-1?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't a question. It was a statement.
Oh, right.
I did kind of...
Who do you give
inflict that.
MVP to? Are you on the Davey train? It's not often the supports really kind of walk away with the plaudits, but 4-2-1.
Everyone else has been so solid and consistent and hasn't had any amazing plays that honestly Davey isn't a bad shout, right? On the blitz, he did his job phenomenally, didn't throw away his life. Good plant denial there in round number 7. I think he deserves some love.
Yeah, I like giving a shout out to the more supportive players.
I really hope he doesn't go 0-8 next playday, otherwise your curse really does exist.
I guess I could quickly say who, if you've got your little tablet in front to find out maybe who Prodigy kind of will be facing next up.
I can do that for you, just give me a second.
I know you can do it, and I just figured it might take you like a good 10 to
Sometimes
15.
I am a little bit slow.
Yeah, that's all right.
Playday 2, Prodigy will be taking on Chiefs.
Okay.
Could be interesting.
I mean, I like that as the kind of matchup, though, because Chiefs are still, a little bit volatile as a roster.
Unproven.
Yeah. We will learn a bit more about Prodigy next week.
I think this game's almost over.
Yeah, I mean, it is. GG from Freelo.
Don't leave the lobby, please.
He's on the losing team, though, so it's a bit different.
And he could still leave.
Oh, the game's not over just yet, though, with Razor finding that kill on to Davey. Freelo on his team, not thinking that Razor and Ray. Razor Ray. Now that is an obscure reference. He has retired, actually. Mr. Chamberlain.
We're going for cricket to AFL. Even
It's
more
the Oceania League, come on. Flash to go in. Oh, he's actually still full white, though, Bake.
What is going on?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Trippin gets the kill onto Razor. No one. I think they must have been both full white. Well, game is done. Desk better be ready. Bake will finish it off onto Ray. 7-1. It's a quick one to close out Play 1 of Stage 2 Oceania League. All smiles for Prodigy. They were far too good. And there is a gap, definitely, between those two teams. If at the beginning of the broadcast, when we did the power rankings, we thought maybe these two teams would be, well, close. They couldn't be further apart.
Yeah, Davey MVP. I mean, he got up and about after the game as well, so deserves full respect. Was able to position the rest of the roster in good positions around the map. Take that ground, apply good pressure. I know I said position twice, but yeah, it was one of those games where it was over before it really
Bit of
began.
a rough one for Odium, but something that maybe they can kind of look back on, VOD review, kind of, it is Play Day 1 for a team that is new, but both of them were new. Prodigy, just that much better. What a way to wrap up Play Day 1, though. All the banger games happened a bit earlier than that one. Do apologize for that last game, but hey, I do also apologize for the desk.
Did you just apologize for the game?
And then did we just get a side swipe? Like, did we just get...
We're catching strays.
We are catching strays. He is only just over there, and he did say he's not smaller than Mandy, but he's also not taller than her either. So, in stature, they match up quite similar. Look, overall, I think that we went into this game with expectations for Prodigy. Is it fair to say, Odium, we really weren't sure?
Yeah, we went into the game basically saying it was a 50-50 coin flip, but it obviously was anything but that. I think Prodigy did a really good job on their attacks. They obviously brought blitz every round, and that had such a massive impact on each of the rounds. And Odium just didn't really adapt, didn't really bring anything that could really counter that blitz. We saw a Warden every now and then, maybe a Legion once, but really, if it's having such a big impact, you really have to be able to adapt to that.
So I don't mean to harp on the negative, but it is a little bit concerning, Dev, for Odium. Again, granted, it's always match day 1, nerves, org jitters, all of those things come into play, but that might be the easiest opponent they'll verse.
Yeah. I actually put Prodigy last. So not a great look for Odium. I'm now going to be putting them last. And the fact that it was such a difference between the two teams, the fact that there was a gap, as the guys on the cast said, very concerning for poor Odium, especially considering the roster they fielded last stage and what that team managed to prove, what Supernova managed to achieve today. It is definitely a bit of a downgrade for this org, but definitely learnings to take from it. I mean, these guys have been playing for a while now. They used to be called Sigma. They were called E5. They played in the off-season tournament as well in the Rivals. But yeah, this is the first time we've seen these teams face each other. So that's why it was such an unknown 50-50. And technically, Prodigy are the lowest seeded team in this tournament. They were the one that won the last chance match, the final opportunity for them to qualify through those close quals. So I did put them below Odium. And yeah, I guess we're only going to learn as we see these teams play now. And it's going to get much harder for Odium in the following weeks.
And what's even better than that is we get to learn more about the teams from the horse's mouth. Let's go and welcome in Faulty for the first time. Faulty, I believe this might be the first time we've ever done an interview. Correct me if I'm wrong?
No, absolutely it is.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, just for the international audience, do you want to introduce yourself and the team very quickly?
Oh, well, my name's Stephen Faulty. The rest of the guys are all, T2 players, sort of come up through the ranks and, yeah.
So, give me...
Not much else.
No, that's fine, that's fine. Give me the perspective on this game, because coming into it, like, obviously, we weren't expecting... I guess we don't know what to expect from the likes of yourselves and Odium, but very clearly you are heads and shoulders more structured and, as an overall team, looking a lot sharper than Odium. Did you expect to have such a gap in this game?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So it's just us not knowing our shit. Cool.
Yeah. No. I love all the Odium guys, but yeah, as far as skill gaps go, like, I'd arguably say Dave's one of the best shield players sort of in the region. So with something like that to forefront it, it's just nice and easy.
Yeah.
You can just run at them.
And you did, to a lot of success, mate. Welcome to the broadcast. Welcome to Tier 1. I got to say, a lot of people are saying they never expected to see this roster at this level. A lot of people have been talking about Dave in particular, but you guys have really earned your spot. It's awesome to see. What do you think about the current roster and how you've managed to get here over a long period of time? Because I actually know the core of this team has been together for quite some time.
Yeah, well, going to someone like Dave, he's a bit of a laughing stock of the region for a little while, but no, like I've played with you guys know Banana, like I've played with the trolliest of the trolls, and so this is awesome compared to that.
Yeah, you mentioned Dave's skill with the shields. Was that the plan always coming into this match? Obviously it had a massive impact, or is that sort of just the way the meta is right now and it kind of fits the way you guys play?
Just a bit of, the way the meta is, and it's Dave's strong suit, so kind of goes hand in hand and makes him even better as a player. So
now, obviously, first game out of the way, 7-1. You couldn't have asked for a better start, even if you tried to. Maybe a 7-0. But overall, it would have been very nice. Maybe for the Xenoxes of the world that want to get home. But from your perspective, where do you fit in the league? Where does Prodigy kind of fit in?
I'd like to say we sit in the middle.
Yep.
Like there's still like the Goliaths to take on. But like we'd like to say we'd be able to take it, but won't know until we come to it.
Yeah, it's always going to be a tough fight, especially when you're kind of making the entrance and debut for a lot of these players into Tier 1. Would you like to say anything before we let you go, Faulty?
No, not really. I got absolutely nothing. I just want to go to bed.
No, mate, you know what? I've got nothing but respect for that. Next time, get a script ready for that. I always ask at the end. Give me a little breakdown. Give me a little script, a little read. But Faulty, thank you very much and congratulations on the first win.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
This is exactly what you expect.
Absolutely.
We say this proudly, but OS is a bit of a farmers league.
It is,
and it's because this, for the most part, like these teams aren't professional. Like they can't do this full time.
No,
they're very good at what they do, and some of them could be world class. But most of these players have their real jobs. I bet you he's gone to bed because I don't know if he's a tradie or
he's got something
to do tomorrow morning. He's got to be up early. I love to see it, and I love to see new faces on the broadcast.
Absolutely. In fact, just very quickly doing like a really rough look, there's 15 new players to Tier 1 this stage. So that just kind of goes to encapsulate what we were talking about in terms of it being a farmers league. But a lot of people that have just never touched the game at this level, so it's going to take some time for us to get to know them and for them to get to know the league. But let's start talking about how things wrapped up tonight, because the game for me, I think that was the match of the day by far. There's no questions. It was that game and Gladiator match. I don't think we ever expected them to go 5-1 down. But then, Vinny, after that, we didn't expect them to come back.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough, wasn't it? Because we thought they might come out with a bit of jitters, but definitely not to that level. 5-1 down, as we sort of keep harping on. They definitely got what they wanted to on those attacks. They just could not finish it off.
Yep.
And as we spoke to Sage, he said he thinks it's definitely got to do with those nerves. So I think coming into like next week, and I think they have 3 games next week, back to back to back.
Yes.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So
it's almost like every team does.
Every team does, but they definitely have the ability to now prove that those nerves are out of the way and they can get some good results.
Yeah, but I'll tell you what, if there is any way to get past nerves, it's by staving off 4 match points and salvaging your dignity in a game like that. I think that GG should be very happy with the result today. I don't think they'll be kicking themselves for losing a point. Similar story for Chiefs. I mean, obviously Chiefs could have won their match outright and weren't able to do so, but I don't think that Odah is going to be worried about that. He even said himself in his interview, he doesn't care about top 2. All he wants is top 6, and then when it really comes into effect, when it really matters, is in the playoffs.
Yep.
It's funny to see Prodigy as the number 1 team in the league, though. I tell you what.
I was trying not to laugh too hard. Then I'd been looking at you two as the graphic had come up. I hadn't even taken into consideration the fact that Prodigy and Outlast, who were both in the bottom 3 for all of our power rankings, are currently sitting in 1st and 2nd. Now, just for everyone at home, on the left-hand side, you'll see bye, playoffs, eliminated. All of those kind of little markers. They are only for playoffs when we get to the end of Playday 7. But it's always good to keep an idea as to where things will end up.
Yeah, can I give you a little fun fact about our top 2 teams?
Is this a Xenox fun fact?
This is a Dev Marta fun fact.
Sponsored by Xenox.
So we got a little bit of a taste of Faulty and a little bit of taste of Prodigy, but what you might not have realized is this is actually the oldest team in the league. We have 3 27-year-olds on this roster and 2 23-year-olds. Like, these guys are basically in the retirement village by esports standards. And in the contrast, in 2nd place, we have the youngest team in the league by far with 3 18-year-olds and 2 19-year-olds. Yeah. I think it goes to show age doesn't matter. You can be the oldest team in the league, you can be the youngest team in the league. You guys can still pop off in the server.
Wow. You really just went back in there, didn't you?
I just love it. I just think it's so funny because we totally meme on older. Like literally once you pass 21, you're like, you're ancient in esports. I think it's hilarious that we saw a bunch of 27-year-olds absolutely farm. I'm
not going to lie, I saw a tweet last night from someone saying that 30 is old for a caster. So Xenox, time to wrap it up, mate. Time to wrap it up.
How much time you got, mate?
Don't worry about how much time I've got, mate. It's maybe I'm running out of time too. A little OCN throwback. Vinny, obviously first broadcast with us here. How'd you feel?
Stoked. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I felt very comfortable. You guys did a really good job of making me feel welcome. Obviously Xenox and Guz as well, and all the production team. I think, like not always, but I've been able to do it myself a little bit. You know what I mean?
Do you like to do it yourself?
And I'm going to leave it there.
We love it. Vinny will not confirm or deny whether he likes to do it himself, but we indeed do. We will be back next week for Playday 2 of OS, but if you're an Asia fan, don't worry. We'll be back on Wednesday for that show, so please take care, stay safe, and as always, good night.
Breakdown.
drop the bomb. Attackers recover the bomb diffuser. The attackers bomb diffuser. Drop the bomb.
Okay.
Deploying my data. 15 seconds
Hive ready. Target.
left. Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped.